Hello everyone and welcome back to Simplilearn's YouTube channel. I hope you guys are doing well. Today, we'll take you through some of the technologies that come under web development in just one video. This video covers everything you need to know about the web developer course. But before we begin, if you enjoy watching these videos and find them interesting, then please subscribe to our YouTube channel because we bring the best videos for you daily. Also hit the bell icon to never miss any update from Simplilearn. Also, if you want to become a full-stack web developer, then the postgraduate program in full-stack web development, in collaboration with Caltech CTME, can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. In just few months, you will learn modern coding techniques with bootcamp level intensity and gain all you need to be a full-stack technologist. This program will give you the foundation for building full-stack web apps using Java. You will begin with the basics of JavaScript and then venture into some of the more advanced concepts like Angular, Spring Boot, Hibernate, JSPs, and MVC. So now is the perfect time to get started on your career as a full-stack web developer. Check out the link mentioned in the description box below. Do you ever wonder how it feels to have a successful career in the field of web development? So let's take a minute to hear it from our learners who have experienced massive success in their career through a postgraduate program in full-stack web development.
Learning is growing, and we not only decided to grow together in life but learn and succeed together as well.
I successfully switched my career to full-stack Java domain with a 15% salary hike.
And I was able to grab new opportunities in my current organization and also receive a 10% salary hike. Hey, I am Somajit Basu. I am a senior QA engineer at Encora Inc.
And I am Shomi and I work as a senior quality analyst at Doodleblue Innovations.
We started our upskilling journey together with Simplilearn, and certainly we made the right choice.
After our marriage, I had to relocate to Bangalore and take a year gap after working for 5 years. But I decided to restart my career again and make a switch to software domain. So I enrolled myself in full stack Java developer program from Simplilearn.
Seeing my wife's passion for learning every day inspired me to take up a course on Simplilearn as well. I've always been passionate about technology, and learning DevOps was always in my bucket list. When I saw Simplilearn's collaboration with Caltech CTME, I decided to take a course on PG DevOps.
After the course, I not only switched my career to full stack Java development with a 15% increment in the salary, but now also I can work from home since it's a software domain. And being the new mom, that's the best thing one could ask for, to spend time with little one during these early years.
For me, learning DevOps was fun and fulfilling at the same time. Earlier, I had to rely on others at work, but after upskilling myself, I single-handedly can set up the entire blueprint on my codebase alone and get the desired output. And because of that, I could grab new projects in my organization with a 10% salary hike.
We enrolled to upskill ourselves when we were expecting our first child. So upskilling journey with Simplilearn would be undoubtedly very special to both of us.
While doing the course, we did come across a lot of challenges due to the pregnancy, but my wife Shomi was a great inspiration for me as she was handling it all together, and she kept motivating and inspiring me all the way. Moreover, the recorded classes and the weekend class helped us maintain the balance between work and learning.
Apart from work, we love to spend time with our little one. Learning with Simplilearn was quite a fulfilling experience for both of us. We believe that growth doesn't happen overnight, rather it's a journey of several small steps, and upskilling is one of them.
So let's go through the agenda for this video. We'll start this video with an introduction to HTML and cover all the important aspects of HTML. Following that, we'll cover CSS concepts that are useful for web development. We'll cover all the basics of cascading style sheet. JavaScript, as we all know, is one of the most essential languages in web development. So we'll cover the basics and intermediate level topics of JavaScript. Following that, we'll cover JavaScript frameworks like Angular and React.js. In React, we'll cover topics like React hooks, straight, props, and many more topics. We'll also take you through the differences between Angular and React. So once we finish this, we'll cover the differences between the front-end and a back-end developer. And finally, we'll take you through the roadmap to becoming a web developer in 2023. We'll end this video with interview questions from each technology that we have covered in this video. So without any further delay, let's hand over this session to our training expert.
Now, what exactly is the basic web architecture? Now, web architecture is made up of three essential elements. That's the website, that is the front end of a web application that is visible to the user. Then there is the server, which constitutes the back end of a web application and holds and manages all the data. And finally, there's the IP address, that is the address assigned to a website in order to be accessible on the internet. First up, let's have a look at what website is. So your browser starts by loading the main HTML file and then the CSS and JavaScript. The user interacts with the website and is not concerned with the backend of an application. Now secondly, we have the server. Once you've developed your website, you'll have to host it on your server to make it accessible on the internet. Server, along with the database, contains all the data of a website and facilitates user interaction. Lastly, there's IP address, which is the third element of the web architecture. Now, website is hosted on an IP address. We put a domain name over that IP address, the same way we put names over people's phone numbers. When you type a domain name in the browser, it will give you the server call. The server will then send over the website to you. Next, what is HTML? HTML is the most widely used markup language for developing and structuring web pages on the internet. It defines the structure of websites and formats these web pages. So what exactly is CSS then? Now CSS is a simple design language used for making web pages look more beautiful and presentable. It can be attached to any HTML element to style it or even position it according to the developer's choice. Then you must be wondering, what exactly is JavaScript? Now JavaScript is a powerful interpreted language targeted for web development. It is used for making web pages interactive and bringing the web pages to life. So now let's create your first website. Now HTML, short for Hypertext Markup Language, is the coding standard for documents designed for web browsers, consisting of a series of elements or tags and which can be used to structure a web page, right? So these elements can include headings, paragraphs, div containers, tables and more. HTML tags are nested, meaning there are opening and closing tags with the content in between those tags. So now let's write a simple HTML code that will help you understand the basics of the language. So for this, I'm using the text editor, that is Visual Studio Code. You can go ahead and download this text editor from their official website. So here I've created a simple .html file in my VS Code and I've added the initial HTML files. Now let me explain to you one by one. Now doc type is not so much of a tag, but it is more of an instruction. Now this indicates the browser that the document type to be served to the user is in fact an HTML document. Now this doc type instruction should always be included at the very top of your HTML page. Next up, you have the HTML tag that is used to contain all the web page's HTML code, right? So it contains an opening and closing tag with contents in between them. The HTML tag can also have attributes. Now, for example, there's the lang attribute allowing you to specify the spoken language of the contents of the page. Followed by the HTML tag, there's the head tag. Now, this is the first section of the code that contains all of the information about the web page's properties, links, and more. It could have page's title, description, additional meta tags, and CSS code. So here I've used the title tag, and let's give a title, say HTML in 10 minutes. Alright. You can also add CSS to the head tag by using the style tag and change the display styles of HTML elements that are being used. The next section is the body tag. Now the body tag contains all the displayable contents of your web page, including headings, paragraphs, div containers, tables, and more. Now the HTML header tags are used to add headings to a web page. There are several types of headings available for developers to add to a web page, right? So first up, let's have a look at them. I'm going to create a simple h1 heading tag, and the message I'm displaying is, this is the first heading. Alright. After this, I'm going to add a paragraph tag which creates padding in the top and bottom of the element to help separate the text between each paragraph. right? So I'm gonna add a p tag and say this is the paragraph tag. After this, let me add a simple h2 tag, which is another heading tag, and say this is the second heading. Now you can also add line breaks, which are helpful from time to time. If you want to provide a single line break in your content, you can do so by adding the br tag. So here, let me just add one for better understanding. Now the HTML div tag defines a division or a section in an HTML document that is used as a container for other HTML elements. Now these elements can include content areas, sidebars, page bars, page headers, footers, etc. This tag is used to apply styles to HTML elements that cannot be added otherwise. You can also make use of the HTML image tag to add images to a web page. Now these images in a web page are a very common sight and they can make the website look more attractive. So for that we can use the image tag. So say img, within which I mention the source. I'm adding the HTML logo, so let me just mention that here. And then I'm going to provide width for it and then a specific height. Alright, so when you save the file and when you look at the browser, you can see that the first heading is displayed, then your paragraph tag is displayed, followed by the second heading and then the image. Now let me show you how you can add styles for some of these headings and paragraph tags. So here back in my first heading tag, let me just say styles and let me change the font of the content that is being displayed, and I'm going to change it to career new. And for my paragraph tag, let me display the content in italics, so I'll say font style and make it italics. So let me save this, and when I look at the browser, you can see that the font has changed and so has the font style here.
Now that you have learned all about HTML, let's move on to CSS. Here, we'll discuss CSS selectors, CSS box model, CSS grid layout and flexbox, CSS display, CSS positioning, difference between flexbox and grid, and CSS background image and colors. Then we'll move on to discuss CSS keyframes and animations, CSS transitions and hover effects, CSS navigation bar. After learning this much, we'll look at some tricks that come in handy when you write the code. After that, we'll look at CSS advanced tutorials and responsive design. At last, we'll learn some important interview questions that are frequently asked. What are CSS selectors? CSS selectors allow you to select and style HTML elements. Selectors are used to find elements based on their ID, classes, types, attributes, value of attributes, and much more. Let's discuss the most common selectors. There are several different types of CSS selectors. The most common of them are CSS element selectors, CSS ID selector, CSS class selector, CSS universal selector, and CSS group selectors. So, what is a CSS element selector? The element selector selects element based on the element name. This is a CSS selector. It means it will select all the P elements on the page. It will style all the P elements to the central aligned having blue color. This is a CSS selector. It is set to P. This means it will select all the P elements on the page. It will style all the P elements to be center aligned having blue color. Let's look at what it looks on a page. So as you can see, all the elements are centrally aligned with a text color blue. CSS ID selector. The ID selector uses the ID attribute of an HTML element to find a specific element. An ID should be unique within the page, so you should use the ID selector to find a single unique element. To find an element within a specific ID, use a hash character followed by the ID of the element. So here we have used the hash para1. So all the rules will be applied to the HTML element with ID equal to para1. So this is an ID selector. It will be applied to all the HTML element with ID is equal to para1. As you can see, it is applied to the element having the ID para1 and all the other elements are defaultly styled. CSS class selector. The class selector finds the element with a specific class set by the HTML class attribute. To select an HTML with a specific class, use a period character followed by the name of the class. So this style will be applied to all the elements having the class name class1. This is a class selector. It is denoted by a period symbol. All the elements having a class name class1 will be styled with centrally aligned and color blue. As you can see, the element having the class name class1 is styled and all the other elements are set to default. CSS Universal Selector. The Universal Selector selects all the elements on a page. The Universal Selector is assigned by a star character. The Universal Selector selects all the elements on a style sheet. As you can see, it is denoted by a star mark. All the elements inside our web page will be centrally aligned and the color will be set to blue. As you can see, all the elements are centrally aligned and the colors are set to blue. CSS Group Selector. In style sheets, there are often elements using the same style. To minimize the code, you can group selectors. To group the selectors, separate each selectors with a comma. Here, we have group selectors for H1, H2 and P. So, style is applied to H1, H2 and P elements only. It is better to group the selectors to minimize the code. Here we have group selectors P, H2 and H3. So, style will be applied to only elements having P, H2 and H3. As you can see, so all the elements of P, H2 and H3 are centrally aligned and colored to red. In this video, we will discuss what is a box model and its various properties. We will also do an example to understand the box model better. So let's get started. Every element that can be displayed on a web page is comprised of one or more rectangular boxes. CSS box model typically describes how these rectangular boxes are laid out on a web page. These boxes can have different properties and can interact with each other in different ways. But every box has a content area and options surrounding padding, border and margin areas. The following diagram demonstrates how the content, padding, border and margin CSS properties determine how much space an element can take on a web page. The content area consists of content like text, images or other media. It is bounded by the content edge and its dimensions are given by the content box width and height. The border area is the area between the box padding and margin. Its dimensions are given by the width and height of the border. The margin area consists of spaces between the border and the margin. The dimensions of the margin area are the margin box width and margin box height. It is useful to separate the element from its neighbors. The padding area is the area that includes the element's padding. This area is actually the space around the content area and within the border box. Its dimensions are given by the width of the padding box and the height of the padding box. Now let's jump to an example to understand the box model better. So, we are on the Sublime Text Editor. To get started, I have created a box named Simplilearn with background color pink. The font size is 30 pixels and we have set the border to 0 solid green. Let's see how it looks on our page. So as you can see, we have a box named Simplilearn with background going all the way to the end. I have also removed all the padding and margin from the page so that the boxes are pushed just at the corner of the page. As you can see. Let's start by adding a padding of 20 pixels to the box. If you save the file, you can see the box increased by 20 pixels from all the sides. Padding occurs inside the background of an element. It goes around the content of the element. Most of the buttons inside the CSS is designed using padding so that the background of the button becomes wider than the actual text. The next thing we can do is change the border of the element. If we change this border size to 15 pixels, we will get a nice solid background of color green. The border goes around the padding of our element. So we have the 20 pixels of padding around our content and 15 pixels of border around the padding which is around the content. Now we'll see the working of the margin. If we add 30 pixels of margin to our element, you can see the spacing on the outside of our border. So let's add the 30 pixel margin and refresh. You can see the spacing on outside of the border. Margin is used to space two elements apart from each other. Now let's change these values to see the difference. Let's make the margin 40 pixels. We'll make the padding 30 pixels. And let's keep the border 20 pixels. And make it color red. This is 40 pixels. Let's observe the changes. So as you can see, our border now has a red background. The padding is 30 pixels, the margin is 40 pixels. Let's inspect the elements to understand it better. By clicking on inspect, you can see the different styles. Here in the computer tab, you can see the box model. This is the content area, this is the padding area, this is the border, and this is the margin area. We have the margin of 40 pixels around the border. So you can, when you click on this area, you can see the margin gets highlighted. The border area gets highlighted of 20 pixels. This is the padding and this is the content. You can change the size of the content by adding the height and width. So let's try adding height and width. We'll give the height 50 pixels and we'll give the width also 50 pixels. Just save the file. Now when you refresh, you can see the content area 15 to 50. In this tutorial, we will discuss everything needed for you to get started working with grid layouts. We will start by discussing what is a grid layout. Then we will move on to the features of the grid system and some basic terminologies which will help you understand the grid system better. In end, we will work on an example to understand the grid system. So let's get started. What is a grid? A grid is a set of intersecting horizontal and vertical lines defining the rows and columns. And what is a grid layout? So, CSS grid layout is the most powerful layout system available in CSS. It is a two-dimensional system, meaning it can handle both columns and rows, unlike Flexbox, which is largely a one-dimensional system. You work with grid layout by applying the CSS rules to both the parent element, which became the grid container, and the element's children, which become the grid items. The CSS grid layout excels at dividing a page into major regions or defining the relationship in terms of size, position, and layer between parts of a control-built HTML primitives. You can see this is the basic layout of a grid system. Like tables, grid layout enables an author to align elements into columns and rows. However, many more regular layouts are either possible or easier with CSS grid than they were with tables. For example, a grid container's child element could position themselves so they actually overlap and layer, similar to the CSS positioned elements. So here are the features of the CSS grid layout. They are fixed and have flexible track sizes. You can create a grid with fixed track sizes using pixels. For example, this sets the grid to the specified pixel which fits to the layout you desire. You can also create a grid using flexible sizes with percentages or with the new FR unit designed for this purpose. You can place the items into a precise location using the grid line numbers, names, or by targeting an area of the grid. The grid also contains an algorithm to control the placement of items not given an explicit position on the grid. You can define an explicit grid with a grid layout. The grid layout specification is flexible enough to add additional rows and columns when needed. Features such as adding as many columns that will fit into a container are included. It also gives you control of overlapping content. More than one item can be placed into a grid cell or area and they can partially overlap each other. This layering may then be controlled with the z-index property. So, here are the basic terminologies you should know to work with the grid system better. The grid line is the dividing line that make up the structure of the grid. They can either be vertical or horizontal and reside on either side of rows and columns. A grid column is a space between two adjacent vertical grid lines. The size of a grid column is determined by the grid template columns property. On the other hand, a grid row is a space between two adjacent horizontal grid lines. Its size is determined by the grid template rows property. The grid cell is the single unit of a CSS grid. And in grid design, a gutter is basically the width of the space between columns. A gutter margin is the white space formed by the adjoining inside margins of two facing pages in a book, or a space between columns on a page. So with this, let's now move on to the hands-on demo and see how the grid system works in actual world. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor open with a project with some basic background styles and nothing inside the body. You can see this is the basic background style we have pre-applied just to have a good look of the box model. We'll start by creating a container and wrapping our grid items in it. So let's create a grid and give it a class named grid container. And inside of it, we'll put our different grid items. So we'll just create different grid items and give them a class grid item followed by a class number they belong to, so that we can easily distinguish between them. Just copy paste this 5 times. So we'll have the 5 elements on our page. Let's save the file and see how it looks on the page. So you can see we have the different grid items on the screen, so that it's easy for us to visualize. We have not applied any styles to them other than the visual styles. So we'll go back to our code. Let's go back to the CSS styling sheet. So to create the grid, we'll open our style sheet. We need to display grid on our grid container. So we'll select our grid container and set the display to grid. If you save now, you will see nothing changes. This is because the grid itself doesn't define any rows and columns for us to work with. It just, they give it the alignment properly. Therefore, by default, it looks just exactly the same. To make the grid look actually grid, what you need to do is define columns and rows for a grid. So to do this, you will use a set grid template and set the column if you want to set the size of the column. We'll set the size to 100 pixel and 150 pixel. Now, if you refresh, you have the 100 pixel column on the left and a 150 pixel column on the right, and then the grid captures our next row. But what if we want our box to flexible size themselves according to the items inside of them? Here, we'll use a fraction in it. Instead of a 150 pixel column, we want one fraction of our size, and instead of 100 pixel, we want the 2 fractions of our size. So we'll just replace with 2 fractions and this with 1 fraction. Now if you save the file and go back to the page, you will see that the items on our left here in our first column are twice as large as the item on the second column. And that's because of the FR units we have defined. You can see the difference in the sizes. The item 1 is the twice the size of the item 2. Another thing you can do is with columns is use repeat. Suppose you want 4 columns of a size 100 pixel wide. You can just write repeat command and inside of it how many times you want to repeat the size. So we'll just delete this and use the repeat. We'll set the number of times we want to repeat and the size of the columns. Now if you save the file, you will see we have 4 columns of 100 pixel wide. We can do the same things for row. Just set the grid template rows and define the size you want. Now you can see we have the symmetric size all around our container. If you don't know how large your grid is going to be, you can use the grid auto rows, and this will determine the size of all the rows that is added after the template rows. Suppose we want all our rows to be 100 pixels. So we'll just delete the grid template rows and set the grid auto rows to 100 pixels. Now you can see all the rows are now 100 pixel tall. Let's change our column back to 100 pixel and 150 pixels so that it will be easier for us further. We'll just delete this grid auto rows. Now we'll talk about the spacing of the rows and columns apart from each other. We can do this with the help of the grid gap property. Grid row gap will give some spaces between the rows. Similarly, the grid column will give you the spaces between the columns. Now you can see the gaps between the rows and columns. Now if we want the same value for both the columns, you can use the grid gap property and mention the space. We'll just delete this too. And instead of it, we will use just the grid gap. And set the size to 20 pixels. Now you can see the evenly spaces between the rows and the columns. This is all you need to know about the sizing of the different columns and rows. Now let's talk about the positioning items within its grid cells. So for horizontal positioning, we could use the justify items and we can set that to center. So that centers each item within the cell. By default, it is set to stretch. We can also set it to start. Or end. Or space around. We will leave this to center. To vertically position the content, we could use the align items. The align items also accept the same values. We can set it to center. We can also set this one to start or end. We'll keep this to center as well. You can also align the entire grid within the container. So let's get rid of these to just demonstrate them in a proper manner. We could use the justify content, and that will align the content horizontally within the container. We can also set this to start or to end. Just set this back to center. To align the content vertically, we could use the align content, and the align content also accepts the same value. We can set it to center or start. If you inspect the elements, you can see they are aligned centrally between the container. We'll just close this. Okay, so this is everything you need to know to get started with the grid layout. Grid works very similar to the flexbox, but it allows you too much in terms of laying your elements because of its 2D nature. In this video, we will learn what is a flexbox and how it is useful in designing the layout of the website. We will also try to understand the different properties of flexbox with the help of an example. So let's get started. What is a flexbox? Flexbox, also called flexible box model, is basically a layout mode or model that provides an easy and clean way to arrange the items within a container. If you are using a CSS for a while, you must have used the old block model, where you assign width in terms of percentage or fixed width, and then use the float to arrange the items on the page. Suppose, for example, you want to arrange 3 boxes in a row. Then you have to enter everything manually, from width, height, and to padding. Flexbox can do all these things with ease. Some of the concepts of flexible box model is the ability to alter the item width and height to best fit in the containers available in the free space. Flex model is direction agnostic, which is different from the box model, which is vertically biased, and the inline, which is horizontally biased. Flexbox works for both. Flexbox is more effective in a small scale layouts. So here are the main properties of the flex. Okay, so let's jump to some code and learn how these flex properties work. Okay, so we are on the Sublime text editor. To get started, let's add a div inside a body here, and we'll give a class of flexbox container, since this will be the container where all our flexbox items will reside. Then inside this container, we will add another div and give it a class flexbox item and one more class flexbox item 1, which will help us to understand which items we are referring to when we style our elements individually. Let's just save the file and see how it looks on a page. Now if you save the file, you can see we have the box because I have already applied some of the styles to these flexbox items. Let's just see the styling. So you can see we have the items styled, just a basic styling, so that we get the box on the web page. Now let's just copy these and add 2 more flexbox items, and you will see we have 2 more boxes on our page. Just copy and paste them below. Give them the class name flexbox item 2 and flexbox item 3. Just save the file. Now you can see we have 3 boxes on the page. Now to create a flex container, we will add display flex to our flex container. and this is how we create a flex box container. So here we will just add display flex. Just save the file. Now you can see all the items are in the same height and they are all in the same row. You will also notice that if we shrink our browser, the items adjust themselves accordingly to fit within the browser. Now, if we want to style the elements on the main axis, we will use the property justify content inside a flexbox container. Let's make it a center. Save the file. Now you can see that all the elements are in the center of the page. Another thing we can do is, if we want our layout to have a spaces between the elements, we will set the justify content to space between. You can see all the items are now evenly spaced. If you want to lay out your items on the cross axis, we would use the align items property. The default value for this is stretch. If we want to keep the size of our items, we will use the center, and then all our items will be centered vertically. Before Flexbox, aligning the items vertically inside the container was nearly impossible. With Flexbox, you can do it easily. Now you can see the items are aligned vertically inside the container. Now let's just delete everything and we'll just keep the display flex. Now if we want to have a column layout instead, we will use the flex direction and change it to column. Flex direction, column. Now if you refresh the page, you will see all the items are shown up in a column. Now we can start talking about the different properties that can be applied to our different Flexbox items as opposed to Flexbox container items. The Flexbox container is only for laying out and spacing between your items as well as the positioning of your item inside the container. The actual Flexbox item properties are used to override those item properties or to apply different sizing to these elements. Now, if we want our first item that it does not shrink when we shrink our browser, we'll set the flex shrink to 0 to our first item. So we'll set the flex shrink to 0. Now if you go back to the page and try to shrink this, you'll see the first item remains the same. It does not shrink. Now, in the same way, you can set the items to grow in proportion with the web browser. Suppose we want our Flexbox item to grow with as the page grow and cover all the empty spaces. So we'll set this flex grow to 1. Now you will see all the empty spaces are taken by the second item. Let's say we want our second box to be the center of the container instead of stretching to full height. We can use the align self property and set it to center. Now you will see that the align self property overrides the align content property of the container. You can see it is centrally aligned. So this is all you need to understand and get started to work with the Flexboxes. I hope you guys enjoyed this video and learned something new about the Flexbox and how you can use the Flexbox to create the dynamic layout for your site. In this video, we are going to discuss one of the most important topics of the web development, which is CSS display. So without wasting any time, let's get started. So what is a display property? The CSS display property controls the layout of the element on the page. The default value of the display property is block or inline. Let's jump back to our Sublime Text Editor to see the various display properties by using an example. To get started, I have a really simple example setup. As you can see, inside my HTML, I have the 2 paragraph tags and I have a formatting with a background color of cyan color and font size 30 pixels. As you can see, this looks like something like this on the page. The very first property we are going to discuss is the display block property. The block display values make an element a block element. The block elements start a new line and span the entire width of the viewport by default, like how P elements behave. There are also line breaks before and after these elements. The default value of the P element is a display block. So here, this looks something like this. What display blocks does is it means that it is going to take the entire width given to it. This is going to force a new line above and a new line below it. So you cannot have something next to here. Now if we change here this to the next property we are going to discuss is inline. The inline display value turns any element into an inline element. These elements will appear on the same line without breaks. Now if we change here this to display inline, now all the p tags will behave as an inline element. Now if we go back to our page and refresh, you can see now this is an inline element. The inline element takes the minimum amount of space possible. As you can see here, the cyan color takes the minimum amount of space to fit all the content inside of this P. So this is what an inline element does. Also, all the inline elements are on the same line. They share the space together because they take the minimum amount of space possible. There are no line breaks in these elements and they try to fit as closely as possible. Now, one of the demerits here is we cannot change the height and width of the inline element. If you change here height to 200 pixels and width to 100 pixels and save, just go back and refresh, you'll see nothing happens. This is because in the inline display property you cannot change the height and width of the element. The next property we are going to discuss is the inline block value. The inline block value is a hybrid of inline and block elements. Elements assigned display inline block appears on the same line with the other inline elements, a characteristics of inline elements. However, inline block elements are also like block elements in that you can change the width and height of the CSS. Now if here we try to change the height and width of the element, just change this to inline block. Now if you go back to the page and refresh, you will see the height and width property works. This is one of the major difference between the inline block and the inline display property. The last named type of display we are going to discuss is the display none, and this is a really straightforward display property. You just delete this and change the display to display none. Now if you save the file and go back and refresh, you will see both the element disappears. The display none removes the targeted elements and all its child elements from the page. This causes accompanying elements to behave as if this element does not exist. In this video, we will discuss everything you need to know about CSS positioning. By the time this video is over, you will be able to position the elements in CSS like a pro. So let's get started. First, let's cover the theoretical part. Here, we will discuss what is CSS position property and its different types. After that, we will jump to practical example to learn how to work with these properties. So let's get started. So what is a CSS position property? The CSS position property allows you to define the position of an element on a web page. The top, right, bottom, and the left CSS position properties are used to determine the final location of the element. There are 4 values that you can use to set the position of an element on a web page. They are static, fixed, relative, and absolute. Using one of the 4 values above, you can specify how an element should be positioned. You can also use the top, bottom, left, and right properties to further define the element's position on a page. So let's discuss each of the properties individually. CSS static position. This is a by default position for HTML elements. It always positions an element according to the normal flow of the page. It is not affected by the top, bottom, left, and right properties. It is important to note that having a static position is the same as not setting the position property at all. The next is CSS fixed position. The fixed positioning property helps to put the text fixed on the browser. The fixed text is positioned relative to the browser's window and does not move even when you scroll the window. The next is CSS relative position. The relative positioning property is used to set the element relative to its normal position. The relatively positioned element behaves the same way as a static element, except that it is now subject to the values of the 4 other CSS properties. We will discuss each of them with more detail in examples. Now there is CSS absolute position. The absolute positioning is used to position an element related to the first parent element that has a position other than static. If no such element is found, the containing block is HTML. With absolute positioning, you can place an element anywhere on the page. Now let's move on to the example to understand each of the properties better. To demonstrate the properties, I have the simple example set up. Currently, we have 3 elements with just basic coloring style. We have not applied any position style to them. Now let's click on this element 2 and inspect it. Just go to the computed and type here position to see the position of this element. So you can see that currently the position is static. Static is the default value of all the elements of the page in starting. The next position we'll see is the relative position. It works almost in a similar manner to static. If we go here and change the position to relative, you can see nothing changes. Relative acts as the same as static, with the only difference is that the relative allows you to change the top, left, right and bottom of this element. Let me show you an example. Now if we change here to left 20 pixel and refresh, you will notice the elements move itself to 20 pixel from the left. Let's set the top to 10 pixel as well. You can see the element has moved 10 pixels from the top and even overflows the element below. This is because relative position when applied with the top, right, left and bottom actually takes that element out of the document flow. So let's just reset it. Next property we are going to discuss is absolute position. And this property gets well along with the top, right, left and bottom. So let's make this position to absolute. And you can see the changes made due to this by just saving. The absolute value completely removes the element from the document flow. This is useful when you want a particular element to be a specific position but you don't want to disturb the other element's positioning. Absolute position positions the element inside some parent container that it can reference. Now just let's shift the top to 10 pixels. You can see the movement of this element. The absolute position always positions the element inside some parent container that it can reference to. Now if we change the here body position to relative, now this navbar will position the element according to this body. So if we go here and refresh this, you can see that this 2 is in relation to with this container. And this is where relative is very useful. Next is fixed positioning, which is very similar to absolute positioning with some differences. So let's change this to fixed. And just save this. Now you can see it completely ignores this relative positioning and goes entirely at the top. This is because fixed position elements are always fixed based on the entire HTML element. It has nothing to do with the parent elements. One unique feature of the fixed element is they stay in the same place when you scroll. Let's make the height here to 200 vertical height. Now if you scroll down, you will see that the element 2 will stay on the same position. See, the two elements stick to the same position. But absolute does not work that way. When you change this here to absolute, you can see it does not stay at the top now. This is one major difference between absolute and fixed. So that's it. You can see the working with the CSS position is super easy. In this video, we'll discuss the differences between both the layouts and we'll discuss which one you should use. I will also show you both the layouts in a practical example without diving too deep. So let's first understand the theory. CSS Grid allows developers to construct custom grids with more flexibility and control than ever before. It is for two-dimensional positioning. We got rows and columns here. Whereas Flexbox is for one-dimensional layout. It is useful in allocating and aligning the spaces among the items in a grid container. The Flexbox layout pattern makes it easier to design and flexible and effective layouts. The grid is used for creating a more complex and organized layouts on your pages. Whereas the flex items is used to design the responsive pages without using too much of positioning or float in our CSS code. To work with the CSS grid layout, you have to add display grid property to your element. Whereas to create the flex container, you have to use the display flex property. So this is the main difference between the layout of the grid and the Flexbox. Here in the grid layout, you can see that there are rows and columns with all the header, menu, main, right and the footer included, whereas the Flexbox is only for one-dimensional positioning. Now let's move on to the example to see the working of both the layouts. So here is an example of the web page that does not have any function other than some basic styling. Here on the page we have a header which is blue in color. This is the sidebar with a red background. This is the main content and this black color is the footer of the page. Here you can see all these items are stacked on top of each other. In the code you can see this is the footer part of the page. This is the main content of the page. This is for the sidebar and this is for the header area of the page. For the styling part, we have used some basic styling just so as to understand the example better. Now we can turn the body into a grid by setting the display property to the grid. So here under the body, we'll set the display to grid. Just save the file and refresh. You can see nothing changes because by default the CSS grid starts creating rows automatically and adds the content in these rows. That's why it didn't change. We can change it by adding the grid template column property in our body. In our case, we'll need two columns, one for sidebar and other for the main content. Let's set the side area to 30% and we'll keep the main area to auto to cover the remaining spaces. Now if you save the file and reload, you can see the elements are broken into the cells we created. We'll also define the rows for our header and we'll use the grid template rows. We'll set the grid template rows for the header to 60 pixels. For the sidebar and for the main content, we'll set it to auto. And also for the footer, we will keep it 60 pixels. Now if you save the file and reload, you can see the elements are adjusted in a 2D manner just as we wanted. This shows the power of the grid and the flexibility it provides to the developer. However, we can see that the items are not positioned properly in the header and the footer. This is where the Flexbox comes into play. As discussed earlier, Flexbox is about positioning elements in a one-dimensional area. So what we'll do is we'll go back to our navigation list class here and we'll add display as flex. Now if you save the file and reload, you can see these are sitting next to each other. By default, the display sets them into the rows. Now we want the contents to be in the center of the main axis. So we will use the justify content and set it to center. You can see the items are now in the center of the main axis. To center them vertically, we will use the align items and set it to center as well. This will position them in the center across the axis. For this to work, we have to specify the height, so we'll set it to 100%. So now you can see the items are aligned centrally both on the main axis and the cross axis. Let's now add some spacing between these items. So to give some spacing between, we'll add a margin to navigation item class. We'll set the margin to 0 for top and bottom and 10 pixels to left and right. If we save the file and now refresh, you can see we have the spaces between the items. In this video, you will learn how to set a background image on a web page. You will also learn some of the basic properties of the background that are used to set the image. So let's start by discussing the agenda for this tutorial. In this tutorial, we'll discuss what is CSS background image. After that, we'll discuss some of the basic properties of the background image. In the end, we'll add a background image to our web page by adding the code to our text editor. So let's begin by discussing about the background property of the CSS. The background image property specifies an image to use as a background of an element. The background is defined in the body element of the HTML code. To add a background image on an HTML element, use the HTML style attribute and the CSS background image property and mention the path of the image inside the URL attribute. There are several properties of the background that are used to define the image on a page. Some of the common ones are background image, background repeat, and background position. By default, the image is repeated so it covers the entire element. Let's switch to the text editor and see how we can add the background image to our page. So, we are on the Sublime text editor. Let's start by opening a style tag. The background image is always set on the body tag. So type body and open the curly braces. The background image is always set on the body tag. So open the body tag with curly braces and start typing background image. Use the URL value of the background image to set the path of the image. Make sure the image is in the same folder as of the HTML file. Here we have our file nature3.jpg. So mention the path inside the double quotes. Save the file and let's see how it looks on a web page. As you can see, we have the image on the web page. Let's format this image a little bit. We'll start by setting the background size. So type background size, and there are three values to the background size. First one is auto. It will set the image as it is. Save the file and let's see how it looks on a page. As you can see, the size of the image is as same of the original size. The color value will set the image size that will be fit to the web page. As you can see, the image is set to the whole web page. We can also set the image size to manual. Let's say we want the image size of width 500 pixels. So now as you can see, the width of the image is 500 pixels. Next, we will set the background repeat property. There are three values to background repeat. First is no repeat. With the no repeat value, the images will not be repeated on a page. Now as you can see, the images are not repeated. Second is repeat X. It will set the images to be repeated on the X axis. As you can see, the images are now repeated on the X axis. Similarly, repeat the images on the y-axis. As you can see, the images are now repeated to the y-axis, and there is a default value repeat which will repeat the images on the web page. So let's keep it to cover. So let's keep the background size to cover and set the background repeat to no repeat. Let's save the file and look it on a web page. Now, as you can see, the image is fully fit to the web page. Let's add a text above our image to see how it looks like. So I'll add a paragraph tag and type some random text here. Let's set the text color to red and align it to center. I'll type P and open the curly braces. I'll set the color to red. And I'll set the text aligned to center. Let's save the file and see how it looks on a page. As you can see, we have a text above our image which is centrally aligned and the text color is red. In this tutorial, we will learn how we can add colors to our page using different methods. We will start with discussing colors and then see the hex value and the RGB format of the colors. In the end, we will do an example to understand how we can add colors to our page. CSS uses the color values to specify the colors on a page. They can be specified using predefined color names, hex or RGB format. There are nearly 140 standard color names. Hexadecimal is a 6-digit representation of a color. The first 2 digits RR represents the red value, the next 2 are green value, and the last is the blue value. All the other colors can be created using the combination of these 3 colors. There are several websites available where you can know the hex value of the different shades of color. As you can see, the black color is signified by hashtag and the 6 zeros. The red is hashtag FF and the 4 zeros followed by it. The RGB color value is specified using the RGB property. This property takes 3 values, one for red, green and blue. The value can be the integer between 0 to 225 or a percentage. As you can see, the black color is signified by 000, the red by 25500, the blue by 00255 and the green by 02550. Now let's move to an example to understand how we can add the colors to our page. In this example, we will see how we can add colors in different ways to our HTML. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor. As you can see, we have the standard boilerplate ready with an H2 and a paragraph on our page. Open the style tag and make the font size of the paragraph to 25 pixels so it is clearly visible. Let's start by adding colors to our text just by color names. HTML supports nearly 140 standard color names. We'll make the color of the paragraph green. For that, just type color and set the color to green. As you can see, our paragraph is changed to green. Let's try one more. This time we will add the color red. Just refresh. As you can see, the color is now changed to red. There are nearly 140 HTML standard colors that is supported by the web browser. You can also add colors using the RGB format. There are many websites available to know the RGB or hex value of the desired color. One such is htmlcodes.com. As you can see, in the htmlcodes.com we have the hex value and the RGB value of the desired color. Let's try one. We'll add this color with the RGB value 171, 229 and 27 to our paragraph. So for that, just type RGB and the color code you want. As you can see, the color is now changed to our RGB value. Let's try one more. This time we'll use this RGB value to our text. You can see the color is changed to a desired value. In this way, you can use the RGB format to change the colors. The next way is using the hex values. Hexadecimal is a 6-digit representation of a color. The first 2 digits are red, next one 2 are green, and the last are the blue value. Let's see how you can use the hex values. As you can see, the hex value for this color is #31787F. We'll use this value to our text. To add the hex value, you have to use the hashtag followed by the color code. You can see that color is changed to our hex value. Let's try one more. You can see the hex value for this color is #F14A07. Just copy the desired value to your file. You can see the color changes. You can also add color borders to our heading. Do that, just mention the border style along with the color code. We'll add the border color red to our H2. Now you can see we have the border around our H2. I hope you have understood how to use the color values to a web page. There are mainly 3 ways by which you can add the colors to a web page. They are hex, RGB values, and the color names. In this video, we will discuss what are keyframes and how you can use them to add animations to your page. We are going to discuss what are keyframes and we'll try to understand the syntax of the keyframes. So let's get started. The keyframes are used to specify the animation code in the page. They are used to change the animation from one pattern to another. Keep in mind that the keyframes do not have any selectors on them. They are not nested inside anything. They are on the root of the CSS page. You write @keyframes and the name. You can name it anything you want. We are going to use that name later on to call the selector. In this case, we are looking at from and to. From implies the initial state and to the ending state. Here in this example, the element will start from 0 pixel and will go all the way to 100 pixel. So what we are going to do right now is we are going to jump to the keyframes and work out some examples to understand the working of the keyframes better. So we are on the Sublime Text Editor and this is a simple setup. We have created one HTML element named box and we have a CSS body of padding 50 pixel and the box element has an inline block, background red with height and width 200 pixel. And also I have an animation style declared on the box. Currently it's doing nothing because it is calling keyframes called myFrames. But we have not yet created any keyframe. We will discuss what this animation line means at later stage, but right now I need those lines to be able to explain you to the functioning of the keyframes. You can see we have a box on our page with the color red and padding 50 pixels around it. We are going to write add the keyframes and I am going to use the name myFrames. Then we will write from condition to have the starting state and let's just keep the height 200 pixel. And then we want it to grow and we will set it to increase till 500 pixels. So let's just create our keyframes. This is a from condition. We'll set it to 200 pixels. And we want it to grow till 500 pixels. Just save the file. Now, as you can see, our box is growing all the way to 500 pixel. And when the animation is done, it resets back to 200 pixel and starts again because the animation is looping. You can also put multiple style declaration. For example, I'm going to write background pink in the to condition. Just save the file. You can see that the animation is starting at red and ending at pink. Now instead of saying from and to, you can also say from 0% to 100%. This is as same as doing from and to. But what it enables you to do is you can add something in the middle of here, say 30%, and we will make the color any different. So in the place of from, we will write 0%. and we'll replace 2 with 100%. Let's just add one more condition in between, say 40%. So at 40% we want the color to change to say something green. Let's save the file and see how it looks on the page. So as you can see, it starts with red, it turns to green in the middle, and then all the way converts to pink. As you can see, there are lots of interesting things you can do with the keyframes. All of the things that I am showing you today are just like how this works. To really get a great understanding of how it works, you just have to open your editor and start experimenting on it. Okay, so now let's go back to our code and learn about the animation property. So here we have the animation name myFrames. The animation name should be as same as keyframes name to work it properly. The animation duration specifies for how long we want our animation to last. In this case 2 seconds. Let's just change this to say 10 seconds. Just save the file. Now as you can see, the animation is going at a slower speed just to cover the 10 seconds of it. Let's just reset it to 2 seconds. The timing function is used to mention the transition. There are some keywords such as ease in, linear, ease in out, and some more. The animation delay is interesting to understand. It means how long we are going to wait once the animation is triggered before the visual starts happening. Let's change it to 3 seconds. As you can see, the animation starts after the 3 seconds. Iteration count specifies how many times the animation should happen. Here we have set it to infinite, which means animation will keep on going. Let's change it to something, say 5. As you can see, after the count of 5, the animation stops. We'll set it back to infinite. Animation running state can be paused or the running state. In this video, we are going to break down everything there is to know about the CSS animation. CSS animations make it possible to animate transitions from one CSS style configuration to another. Animations consist of two components, a style describing the CSS animation and a set of keyframes that indicates the start and end states of the animation style, as well as possible intermediate. Now, to understand this better, I have an example. So let's get started now. So we are on our Sublime text editor. Now to get started, I have a very basic example with HTML and CSS. I have a parent element here. And inside this parent element, I have a div class child. So when you go back to the page, it will look something like this. This pink color is the parent element and the small box with the red color is the child element. Whenever you hover over the element, the child elements move from left side to the right side of the parent. We want to talk about animation. In case, there are two different ways to animate. One is the CSS transition property, which works well with only simple animation. If you want to learn about CSS transition property, you can refer to the last video on CSS transition. There is a full-fledged animation property which is used for more complex animation. I'm going to show you how you can make this simple transition into animation. For this example, we'll make this child element move all around the box using animation. So let's go back to our code. So just like the transition property, we have the several properties in the CSS animation as well. This consists of like timing function, fill-in mode, and several other functions in the CSS animation. So to convert the transition into animation, all we need to do is write the word animation. And you write the animation where you want it to happen. In our case, here is our hover, so we write the animation here. And as you write, you will notice that you have more properties in animation than transition. In general, you will write everything in this animation keyword because it is easier. You can write it separately as well, like animation delay, duration, animation name. But we will use the shorthand property of the animation. So we'll select the animation, and the first thing that the animation needs is the animation name. So we will give some name to this animation, say example. This is just like transition. We can specify our duration. In our case, we will use 1 second. So we have given the name of the animation. We'll give the duration. We can define a timing function which will be ease out. This is all the code we need for our animation. This line is same as writing it individually, like animation name, animation duration 1 second, and animation timing function, which will be ease out, or let's say ease in. So for the better understanding, let's just remove this shorthand property and use the individual properties. Now just save the file. Let's understand briefly what each of these properties do. The animation duration property defines how long time an animation should take to complete. If the animation duration property is not specified, no animation will occur because the default value is 0 seconds. The animation timing function property specifies the speed curve of the animation. Now comes the keyframes. Keyframes are used to define the animation name. We'll come down here and write at the rate keyframes, followed by the name of the animation. The keyframes has to be put outside any selector. Keyframes essentially determine what our animation looks like between the value 0% and 100%. So at our animation, we want to have this translate. So we'll write 100% and we'll write transform translate x 100% and save the file. Now, when you save and go back to the page, you will notice the smooth transition of the animation when you hover over. One thing you will notice that as soon as the animation is over, the box goes back to the original place. The reason for this is all the process happens inside this keyframe, this one. As soon as the animation is done, the default state kicks in. If we want this to stop in the transform state, like box should be here, is on the right side, we have to specify it in the animation property. We'll set the animation fill mode to forward. So here, we'll set the animation fill mode to forwards. Just save, and then when you go back to the page and refresh, you'll see the box stops on the right side and doesn't go back to the original state. Now that we have a basic understanding of the animation and its different properties, let's work around our main aim to move this child element all over the parent element, from this to this side to this side to this side. So here at the keyframes, we'll just delete this and we'll start with 0%. So here at the 0%, we'll set the transform and translate x to 0. After that, at the 33%, we want this box to move down. So we'll work on translate y. So we'll translate the y to 100%. At 66%, we want both the x-axis and y-axis to move from here to this side. So we'll set translate x to 100% and translate y to 100%. And finally, at 100%, we want to translate x back to 100% on the upward side. So when you save and refresh, you'll see we have achieved our target. The child elements move all over inside the parent element. To watch it a little bit more slowly, let's change the time here to 3 seconds. When you go back and refresh, you can see the box move a little bit slower. So, with the animation property, we can go a step further. We can tell our animation how many times to repeat, the order of the animation, among other things. So, the animation iteration count property specifies the number of times an animation should be played. Let's set it to 3. So here, we'll set the animation iteration count to 3. The animation direction property defines whether an animation should be played forwards, backwards, or in alternate cycles. So, for the animation direction, we'll set it to alternate. Now, if you save and go back, that's 1, 2, and 3. After the 3 count, the animation will stop. And you must have noticed that the box were moving on the alternate rounds. Let's go back to see it again. This is the first cycle. Now it moves on the other direction. And now on the other direction. So this is for animation. You can see animation property is as same as a transition property with some more functions and sub-properties. You can add more complex animations to the page with the help of this animation property. The CSS transition property is the simplest way to add the animation to our website. And in this video, we are going to see how to use it. So, animation is a good way to catch attention on the page. And if done properly, it increases the user experience. The most basic way to animate something is by transition. According to the MDN definition, transition enables you to define the transition between two states of an element. Basically, when the state of an element changes, such as hover, focus, or anything else, we can change the CSS property through a transition. There are a handful of transition properties. Let's discuss what they are and how they work. So, we are on our code pen. I have a box that changes the color on the hover. The first property that we are going to start is with the transition duration property. The transition duration property specifies how many seconds or milliseconds a transition effect takes to complete. So here I can write transition duration and I can write here a number. Take note that here we can enter time in milliseconds or seconds. I will suggest you to use the milliseconds since JavaScript does not accept time in seconds. So I will enter here 500 milliseconds. Now, when you go here and hover over this box, you will see the color changes from pink to green in about 500 milliseconds. Let's change this to say 2 seconds and see the difference. Now if you hover over this box, you will see it takes 2 seconds to change the color from pink to green. The next one we are going to look is a transition property. The transition property sets the CSS properties to which a transition effect should be applied. Suppose we want to rotate this box when hovered over. So first we will specify the transform property here and we'll set it to rotate 45 degrees. Now here we will specify the transition property and set it to transform. Now if you hover over this box, you will see it takes about 500 milliseconds for the box to rotate to 45 degrees while the color changes instantly. Suppose we set it here to 2 seconds and save. Now you will notice the box will take to about 2 seconds to rotate to 45 degrees while the color will change instantly. You can see the difference here. Now the next property is transition timing function. The transition timing function property specifies the speed curve of the transition effect. The default value is ease. Ease means it specifies the transition effect with a slow start and then fast and then ends slowly. Suppose here we'll set the transition timing function to ease. There are four major values for this timing function. They are ease, linear, ease in, and ease out. Let's see one by one in detail. So, the linear function specifies the transition effect with the same speed from start to end. So, if we change here to linear, you will see that it rotates with the same speed from start to end. Now, if we change this to ease in, the ease in specifies the transition effect with a slow start. So, now if you hover over this, you will see the box rotates with a slow start and then increases the speed at the end. The ease out specifies the transition effect with a slow end. So, if you set it to ease out, you will see at the end the speed decreases. The last property we are going to discuss is the transition delay. The transition delay property specifies when the transition effect will start. The transition delay value is defined in milliseconds or in seconds. Let's set the transition delay to 2 seconds and just remove this. Now, if you hover over this box, you will see it will take 2 seconds to rotate the box to 45 degrees. So, you can see after the 2 seconds, the transition property takes place. Now, if we change here to background, you will see the box will rotate instantly while the color will change from pink to green after 2 seconds. So, this is a transition property. Is it as simple as it can be? In this video, you will learn how to add interactive hover effects to your elements. We will do an example where we will create hover effects to our buttons. So in this tutorial, we will discuss what is a CSS hover effect and then we will do an example to understand it better. So what is a CSS hover effect? A CSS hover effect is a style technique where the user interacts with an element with a pointing device, but it does not necessarily activate it. It is triggered when the user hovers over an element with a pointing device. Now let's jump to an example. In this example, we will create the hover effect which will look something like this. We have different hover effects for all the buttons. So let's get started and see how you can make this all by yourself. So we are on the Sublime text editor. Create two new files, index.html and style.css, where we will write our HTML and CSS code respectively. Start by linking the CSS file with the HTML file. Now we will add 4 anchor tags. We will specify the class name for each of them so that we can style them separately later. Put all the anchor tag inside the div tag and name the class middle. We will name the class btn, btn1, btn, btn2, btn, btn3 and btn, btn4. Just copy paste it 4 times. Save the file and let's see how it looks on our page right now. As you can see, we have the 4 text on our page. With this, we are done with our HTML part. Now let's shift to CSS and design the text and add the hover effects. So in CSS, we will start by setting the margin and padding to 0. We will also add the background body color. As you can see, the margin and padding is now 0 and we have a good background color. Now we will design the buttons and give them proper formatting. We will start with the class middle. Set the position to absolute. The top property affects the vertical position of a positioned element. The left property affects the horizontal position of a positioned element. The transform property applies a 2D or 3D transformation to an element. This property allows you to rotate, scale, and move the elements. As you can see, the elements are now in place. Now let's format the buttons. Set the position to relative. Display block. We'll keep the color as white. Font size 25 pixels. We will use the font family as Montserrat. Keep the text decoration to none. We will set the border to 2 pixels and solid. We'll keep the text transformation as uppercase. Transition allows you to change the property values smoothly over a given duration. The before selector is used to insert something before the content of each selected element. Keep the position to absolute. We'll keep the transition as all 0.6 second and ease. Let's save the file and see how it looks on a page. Now, as you can see, all the elements are in place with proper background and text. We have the padding and border properly formatted, and now we can add the hover effect to this button. Now we'll add the hover effects to the first button. As you can see, we have the hover effect on our first button ready. In a similar manner, we can add the effects to the second and third button as well. We'll just copy and paste this above code below and make changes to this code. We'll set the width to 100% here and height to 0. We'll change it to height 100%. Just save the file and refresh the page. As you can see, both the buttons have the hover effects now. Now it's time to add the hover effect to our third button. Now we'll add the hover effect to the button third. Just save the file and go to the page. As you can see, all the three buttons are ready. Now it's time to add the hover effect to the fourth button. We'll set the color to #FFF. This will change the text color to red when we hover over the fourth button. Set the position to absolute. Keep the width as 200%. We'll set the background to hash DCD159. We'll keep the Z index as -1. Keep the transition to 0.8 seconds. Set the height to 180% of the page. Now to add the hover effect, write the following code. Just save the file. Refresh. Now you can see we have all the hover effects on our 4 buttons. As you know, CSS animations is a powerful concept that is used to make your web page engaging and attracting visitors to your website. They make the user experience smooth and entertaining. So in this video, we are going to learn how to create some cool CSS effects using just HTML and CSS. So without further wasting any time, let's jump to our Sublime Text Editor. So we are on our Sublime Text Editor. For our example purpose, I have used one image from an unsplash.com and we have created a simple class div class container for it. Now, let's go and style these images to get a 3D effect. So first let's design the body part. We'll set the margin and padding to 0 pixels. We'll set the width to 100% and we'll set the height to 100% vertical heights. We'll keep the display as flex and we'll align the items in the center and we'll justify the content in the center as well. Now we'll design our container class. So for the container class, we'll set the position to relative. We'll set the width to 360 pixels and we'll keep the height to 640 pixels. We'll set the margin top to 150 pixels and we'll keep the background to white. We'll use the RGBA format. We'll use the transform property to apply a 2D or 3D transformation to an element. So we'll use the transform and we'll use its properties. We'll keep this to 30 degrees. We'll set the skew to say 25 degrees and we'll scale it to 0.8. Let's discuss more about these properties. So, the translate property defines the 2D or 3D translation. The scale defines the 2D or 3D scale transformation. And the skew property is used to skew transformation along the X or Y axis. Now let's design the images. We'll keep the position to absolute. We'll set the width to 100% and we'll keep the transition time to 0.5 seconds. Let's go back to our page and see how it looks up to this point. So as you can see, we have the images aligned as we want on a flat side. Now we will create the 3D transformation when we hover over it. So let's go back to our CSS file. So for the 3D effect, we are going to use the nth child property. The nth child selector allows you to take a single argument that describes a pattern for the matching element indices in a list of siblings. We'll design each image separately. So for the fourth image, we'll use the transform property and we'll translate it to 160 pixels and minus 160 pixels. Let's copy this code 4 times. Okay, we have to set the opacity as well. So we'll set the opacity here to 1. The opacity property sets the transparency of the element. Just change the number of the nth child elements. So here we'll keep it to 120 pixels. Minus 120 pixel, we'll set the opacity to 0.8. For the second element, let's keep the translate to 80 pixels. Minus 80 pixels, and we'll set the opacity to say 0.6. And for the last image, we'll translate it to 40 pixels and minus 40 pixels, and we'll keep the opacity to say 0.4. So now when you save the file and you will go back to the page, let's see how it looks. So if you refresh and hover over it, now you can see the image has a 3D over effect over it. There are 4 layers to the image and we have designed the opacity according to the image layer. So this is a 3D image hover. The next property we are going to discuss is a 3D perspective image. So for this, let's use a new set of images. So we'll go back to the unsplash.com again and let's select one image. This one looks beautiful. So let's copy the image address and mention it under the image tag. Just save. Now when you go back to the page, you'll see you have your image here. Now let's add the 3D perspective image design over it. So under our CSS file, let's first design all the elements. Let's keep the margin and padding to 0. Let's keep the width of the container elements to 100 pixels or say 100%. Let's keep the minimum height to say 100 vertical heights. And we'll use a background color of #333. Let's design the image as well before going back to the page. So we'll set the perspective to say 4000 pixels. The perspective property is used to determine the distance between the Z plane and the user in order to give a 3D positioned element some perspective. Let's keep the width of the image 70%. We'll keep the position to absolute. Keep the left margin to 50%. And top to 50% as well. We'll use the transform property and use the translate value of it to minus 50% and plus 50%. We'll use the transform style property and set the value to preserve 3D. The preserve 3D indicates that the children of the element should be positioned in the 3D space. So just save the file and let's go back to the page to see how it looks up to this point. So as you can see, we have the required background image and we have the image in a required position. Now it's time to style our image. So we'll use the transform property and we'll rotate. We'll use the rotate X property of it. We'll keep it to 70 degrees. Let's discuss this property translate 3D. The translate 3D CSS function repositions an element in the 3D space. It results in the transform function data type. The transformation is characterized by a 3-dimensional vector. It coordinates how much the element moves in each direction. Let's set the box shadow to minus 80 pixels, 60 pixels, 15 pixels, and RGBA value to 0, 0, 0, 0.4, let's say. Let's set the transition to all 0.4 seconds and we'll set the transform style to preserve 3D. So just save the file and let's go back to our page to see how it looks up to this point. So as you can see, the image is flat and ready for the 3D effect. Now let's design the 3D hover effect on it. So for the 3D hover effect, we'll use the hover property, image hover over the image. We'll set the transform rotate X 0 degrees, rotate Z to 0 degrees and translate 3D to 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels. Let's check this once again. This is right. Now we'll set the box shadow to 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels and RGBA 0, 0, 0, 0. Just save the file and refresh. Now when you hover over it, you will see that the perspective of the image changes. So this is a 3D perspective image. Now there are many CSS effects that you can design using these properties. In this video, you will learn what is navigation bar and its importance on a web page. You will also learn how to create a basic nav bar using HTML and CSS. So let's start by discussing the agenda for this tutorial. We will start with what is navigation bar and why navigation bar is required in a web page. You will look at some of the well-designed navigation bars on websites. After that, you will work on the code to create the basic navigation bar using HTML and CSS. So let us begin by discussing what is navigation bar. A navigation bar is a graphical user interface intended to aid the user in accessing the information. It is usually placed at the top of the page. A navigation bar needs standard HTML as the base. Navigation bars can be created either vertically or horizontally. So, what makes a navigation bar so important? A navigation bar is an important element of website design since it allows users to quickly visit any sections within the website. If you have ever visited a website without a navigation bar, you may have found it difficult to locate the page you need. You may have also had to click back several times in order to find a link to the next section you wanted to visit. Thankfully, web design has become more standardized in the recent years and nearly every website now includes a navigation bar. Keep in mind that you want to keep people on your site to explore further. A well-designed navigation bar is an important part of the user experience. Now, let us look at an example of a navigation bar on a website. We are on the homepage of Amazon website. As you can see, this is the navigation bar that has several elements on it. As the user clicks on these elements, they will be directed to the different sections of the website. The navigation bar allows the user to easily move through any section of the website. By clicking on the Best Sellers button, you will be redirected to the Best Sellers page on the Amazon. Now we are going to create a navigation bar with HTML and CSS that's going to look like this. We'll have the following sections with submenus in some of them. Make sure you have a text editor to write the code. I'll be using a Sublime text editor for this purpose. We will create two new files, index.html and style.css, where we will be writing our HTML and CSS code respectively. Let's start by adding the standard boilerplate. Keep the title as CSS navbar. Link your CSS file with the HTML file by using the link tag and href attribute. This navigation bar is going to consist of a bunch of UL tags, which means an unordered list and list items. Let's create our first unordered list, and this will be our main menu of the navigation bar. I have options such as home, about, contact, services and news. So this is going to be our main menu. Save the file. Let's see what it looks like right now by opening it inside our browser. You can see it is just an unordered list with no menu at this point. Let's go ahead and add our submenus. Home will not have any submenus, but the about list item is going to have a submenu. Add another UL tag inside the li tag. This will create a submenu inside the about item. Save the file. Just copy paste it and paste it inside the UL tag. Name them as team, clients, careers and legacy. Just make the indentation properly. If you see this in a browser, you will see that we'll have the submenus inside the About. Let's do the same thing for contacts. Just copy paste this whole section and place them inside the contacts list. Rename them according to your wish and save the file. If you go back to the browser, you will see that we'll have the submenus inside the contacts as well. As you can see, this is our complete submenus without the styling. All the HTML content is ready. Now we are going to write the CSS for it. In the CSS file, let's apply the background image first because it will make the page look a little bit nicer. I have my file on my computer. Make sure the image file is in the same folder as your HTML and CSS file. I am using a tech.jpg. And for the background size, I will set it to the cover, which is going to adjust it to the image screen, and it's going to cover the whole background of our web browser. Keep the font family as Arial. Let's see what it looks like at this stage. You can see we have a background image and the font is changed to Arial. Now let's make sure our unordered list does not have any margins or paddings by setting it to 0. Also, put the list style to none because we don't want to have any kind of bullets under our listing. Now, unordered list items. They are the main items that are going to apply the style to the list items of the main URL tag. Float all the text to the left. And set the given formatting. We will set the background color with the hash value 003542. You can choose your own value from our website known as colorpicker.com. We will fix the line height to 40 pixels. This will center the text vertically. Text align to center. This will align the text horizontally and font size to 20 pixels. Font size 20 pixels. Let's see what it looks like now. You can see the text is floated to the left. Now, let's style the actual menu link. So the menu link will be ULLIA. ULLIA. Keep the text decoration to none and color white. Keep the display as block. Now it's time to set the hover effect of our li. The UL li hover will set the formatting when the user hovers over the menu. We will use the background color with a hash value DE1FCB. Save the file and let's see what our page looks like up to this point. You can see we have the hover effect over our menus and we have the sub menus under the main menu. We want our sub menus should be visible only when we hover our menus. So we will set the UL li to display none and we will set the hover effect to the block. Let's save the file and see what our page looks like up to this point. Now you can see our navigation bar is ready with all the sub-menus and menus at proper places. We have this nice hover effect over the menus. In this video, we will discuss some cool tricks that every web developer should be familiar with and which will help you during the time of the designing of a web page. So let's jump onto a Sublime text editor and see these tricks. So the first trick is called the CSS blend mode. The CSS background blend property sets the blend mode for each background layer and you can blend it with image or with different colors. With the help of this property, we can blend background image or blend them with colors. So here's an example of the CSS blend mode. Here you can see the images are blended with different colors. So let's see how we can achieve this. So for our example purpose, I am going to use this image to our page. So in the body tag, add the image URL and the location of a file. Keep the margin left and margin right to auto. Now let's add some style to our body tag. In the blend mode, there are several modes such as normal, multiply, darken, lighter or screen. Let's blend that image with one color. So you can select the color from this HTML color codes. I'll use this color for my purpose. So just copy paste here. And in the background blend mode, let's keep it to lighten. Now if you save and then refresh here, you can see we have blended our image with color. Let's go back and change here something different. Let's keep it to darken. Let's try something different. Let's keep it to screen. So as you can see, there are several properties for this blend mode and you can use according to your needs. The next trick is called clipping. The CSS clip path property creates a clipping region that specifies the region that should be shown on the page. So let's understand this with the help of an example. Here we'll create a div and give this class, any class, say tr. The easiest way to generate the clip value is to use a generator. There are several websites that give the value of the clip. So we'll use this website to generate our clip value. Suppose we want a hexagon shaped image on our page. So here you can adjust it according to your needs, any shape that you want. Here you can see the clip value, just copy paste it from here. Now here we'll use that class that we have specified we'll just copy paste the clip value here. We'll keep the height to say 50%, let's say 60%. Set the width to 60% as well. Select the color you want to give to the clipped image. I'll use the same color from the previous example. So just copy paste this color code. Keep the position to absolute and the Z index to -1. Just save and go back to the page and refresh. Now you can see we have the clipped image on our page. Let's try something different. Let's say I want a left arrow. So just copy paste this clip path value. Just save the file. And you can see we have the arrow on our page. Another must-have for web developers is animations. CSS allows us to animate almost every property that we use in the CSS. Let's look at one example. So here in an HTML file, we'll just add one div tag first. And to start with animation, we'll have to mention a keyframe. The keyframes allow us to create different steps for our animations. We'll keep the keyframes name to blink. So here in this example, we'll create a box and we'll add different colors at different points of animations. Right, so we'll write 0% and we'll set the background to indigo. We'll change the colors 5 times, so just copy paste this code 5 times. We want next change at 30%, so we'll set the background here, suppose say red. At 50% we want it yellow. At 70 we want it green. And finally we'll change it to say blue. So inside the div tag, we'll mention the height and width of the box first. Let's say 400 pixels and width also 400 pixels. Now we'll mention the border of the box. So just set it to say 1 pixel solid black. Now for the animations part, we'll set the animation for 10 seconds and for infinite number of times. Write this WebKit so as to support in our Google Chrome. Now just save the file and go back to our page. And here you can see we have the animation on our box. You can style each and every element in HTML using animations. Another thing you can do is add CSS gradient. The CSS gradient property allows you to add smooth transitions between two or more colors. For this purpose, you can get the gradient value from a website called cssgradient.io. Here in this website, you can get the mix and match of the different colors you want to use. Let's look at one example to understand better. So here in this HTML file, first let's set the height. So we'll set the height to 100%. Now inside the body tag, we'll keep the height as 100%. We'll mention one background color. Let's select different color this time. So we will use say this color this time. Just copy paste the value here. Now for the gradient value, just go back here in this website and you can select the color you want. Let's say I want a mix of this color and you can change the shades from here. Now when you're done with the colors, just go back below and copy this code here to your page. Now when you go back to the page, you'll have a beautiful gradient here. Let's try one more. This time a linear gradient. Just copy this value to your code. Just save the file and go back to the page. And you will have a linear gradient here. In this video, we are going to learn some of the more advanced features that can be used to optimize your web page and add some extra features to it. So let's get started. So the first function we are going to discuss is a CSS pseudo class. A CSS pseudo class is a keyword added to a selector that specifies the special state of the selected elements. Pseudo class lets you apply a style to an element not only in relation to the content of the documentary, but also in relation to external factors like history of the navigator, the status of its content, or the position of the mouse. Like hover, which lets you know if the mouse is over an element or not. So, the first pseudo class we are going to discuss is CSS hover. This pseudo class is used to add a special effect to an element when our mouse pointer is over it. Let's work an example to understand how this works. So we are on our Sublime text editor and we have added a standard boilerplate to it. So first I'll create a box element. We'll give this div class box. Let's save this and see right now what is the status of our page. So as you can see, we have this Simplilearn tag and the heading that we have given that the color changes when you hover over me. Now add a style tag to define the styling of the box. So we'll keep the background color of the box as pink. We'll keep the width to 300 pixels and height to 200 pixels. We'll set the margin to auto. Let's keep the font size to 40 pixels so that we can see the text clearly. And we'll align the text to the center. Just save and go back to the page. Now you can see we have this box with the tag, the color changes when you hover over me. Now to add the hover effect, you just have to mention the class with semicolon and hover. So we'll mention the class box with a semicolon and hover. We'll mention the background color to which the box will change when you hover over a mouse. So we'll keep the background color to say a cyan color. Just save and go back to the page. So if you refresh and when you hover over it, you can see the color changes. So this is how the pseudo hover class works. The next pseudo class we are going to discuss is an active pseudo class. The active pseudo class represents an element that has been activated by the user either by pointing a device or by a touchscreen device. Let's work on an example to understand how to use the active class to change the color of active elements. The possible values could be any color name in any valid format. So we'll use the same example with some minor changes. First, let's change this text here. We'll keep it to click here to see the effects. We'll keep this part as same, and instead of hover here, we will use the active pseudo class. So we'll type active and we'll keep the background clear to cyan. Let's text align this H1 to the center. Now when you refresh and go back, so you'll see here it is click here to see the effects. Now to see the difference, now you can see when we are hovering over it, the color does not change it. Instead of it, when we click on it, the color changes. So this is how the active hover class works. The next advanced property we are going to discuss is a CSS pseudo elements. A CSS pseudo element is a keyword added to a selector that lets you style a specific part of the selected element. You can use one pseudo class element in a selector. It must appear after the simple selectors in the statement. As a rule, double colon should be used instead of a single colon. This distinguishes the pseudo classes from the pseudo element. So the first pseudo element we are going to discuss is the first letter pseudo element. This pseudo element applies style to the first letter of the first line of the block level element. Let's work out an example to understand this better. Just delete everything. So let's add some content to the body. We'll add an H1 which says welcome to Simplilearn. And we'll add an H2 which says this is an example of first letter pseudo element. Let's add a style tag. We'll align the text in the body to the center. So we'll use text align center. Let's just give proper spacing here. Now to this H1 tag, we'll add the first letter pseudo. So to add the first letter pseudo element, just use the double colon and type first letter. We'll keep the font family of the first letter as say Lucida Calligraphy. There's a spelling mistake. We'll keep the font size to 3 centimeters. We'll keep the color to red. And let's add a text shadow for better animation. So we'll keep the text shadow to 5 pixels, 8 pixels, 9 pixels, and a color cyan. Now when you save and go back, just refresh. So this WUC is a first letter pseudo element. As you can see, we have changed this first letter with a proper shadowing of a cyan color and a different font size. So this is how the first letter pseudo element works. The next one we are going to discuss is the before pseudo element. The before pseudo element can be used to insert some content before the content of an element. Let's work out an example. So just add the standard boilerplate. Inside the body, let's add welcome to Simplilearn. we'll add the text inside the Q tag. The Q tag defines a short quotation. So inside the Q tag, we'll add welcome, Q tag closed, to, and again Q tag, Simplilearn. Now that we have the text inside the body, let's add the styling. So we'll keep the font size of all the text to 30 pixels. This is the all selector we have used. Font size 30 pixels. Now before the text we are going to add some symbols. So we'll use :Q before. We'll add the content with some symbol like this. We'll keep the color of this symbol to blue. And we'll use the after pseudo class to add the content like this. We'll keep this color to red. Now that we have everything in place, let's go back to see how it looks. You can see the symbols before and after our text. So this is how the before pseudo element works. So the next function we are going to discuss is CSS loader. The CSS loader is an animation that shows the visitor about the page when it is loading. It is helpful when a page takes some seconds to load the page content. It is similar to the buffer sign. So let's see how to create a loader. So I hope you remember the concept of the keyframes and animations. If you want to revise the concepts, you can watch the previous videos on the keyframes and animations from the playlist. So let's create the loader. We have the standard boilerplate. So inside the body tag, just add the center tag, and inside it we'll add one h1 which says welcome to Simplilearn. We'll add 5 div tags with the class A1, A2, A3, A4 and A5. Just copy paste it 5 times. So this is A1, A2, A3, A4 and A5. Let's open our style tag. Inside our style tag, we'll first add color to our h1. So let's keep the color of our h1 to orange. Now comes the div tag. So for the div tags, we'll keep the display to block, keep the position to absolute. We'll set the width and height to 10 pixels each. So width 10 pixels and height 10 pixels. We'll use the calc function to determine the left margin. So to use the calc function, add calc 50% and -1 em. The calc function performs a calculation to be used as a property value. We'll keep the border radius to say 1.3 em. Em is relative to the font size of the element. 1.3 em means 1.3 times the size of the current font. We'll use the transform origin function with the value 1.3 em and 2 em. The transform origin property allows you to change the position of the transformed elements. 2D transformations can change the X and Y axis. We'll keep the animation to rotate. We'll keep the animation iteration count to infinite, and we'll keep the animation duration to 2 seconds. Let's save and go back to the page to see how it looks at this point. So as you can see, we have our heading, and you cannot see it, but we have a loader ready, and we just have to add some keyframes and animations here. So let's define keyframes with the name of the animation, rotate. So at 0%, we'll use the transform function to rotate it to 0 degrees. Just copy this. At 100%, when it's complete, it will rotate to the complete 360 degrees. So here we'll give the value 360 degrees. Now let's design each of the classes here that we have defined. So dot A1, the animation delay will be of 0.1 seconds. So for each of the classes that we have here, we have to define them with a different color, so that when the loader appears, we can see them clearly with the different colors. So for this A1, let's keep the background color to say cyan. Just copy paste it so that we don't have to write our code again and again. 3, 4, and 5. Let's make changes here. So for the A2, we want it to appear after 0.2 seconds with the color pink. Let's keep this to 0.3 seconds. The color purple. .4 seconds with color green. 0.5 seconds with color black. We have kept the animation delay to so close like 0.1 seconds, 0.2 seconds, 0.3 seconds, so that the loader appears in a complete sync with each other. So just save the file and refresh and go back to the page. Now you can see this is the loader. We have our heading, and this is like a buffer, and it will show when you have some content to load. In this tutorial, we are going to discuss what is responsive design and how we can achieve this using the CSS media queries. So let's get started. Making a website with an adaptable layout is called responsive web design, and CSS media queries are one of the most important parts of responsive design. In the past, building a website was much simpler. Today, a website layout should adapt itself not only to computers but also to tablets, mobile devices, and even TVs. So let's see how we can create a responsive web layout using CSS media queries with the help of an example. So here we are on a Sublime text editor. We have our standard boilerplate ready. So let's create something. So let's start by creating the 4 divs here. We'll give it a class name box. With an ID box1. We'll name this Windows. Just copy it 4 times. Let's rename this ID to box 2 and here we'll type macOS. For the box 3 we'll have Linux, and for the box 4 we'll have Android. Let's add some styling over here. So just open the style tag. I will text align the text to, we'll set the text align to center. We'll set the background color. Let's select some color. So we go to this website HTML color codes, choose a good color. Select this color. This looks good. We'll set the text color to white. And we'll set the font size to say something 50 pixels. And just save the file and let's go back to and refresh the page. We have some error, let's figure it out. Okay, so first this is not valid. Split this. So now if you refresh, you see we have our divs with Windows, Mac OS, Linux and Android and with this background color. So to design a responsive web pages, we use the media queries. So what are media queries? Let's first discuss this. So a media queries are used when you want to customize the website's presentation according to the user's screen size. With the help of the media queries, you can display different markups based on the device's general type, mobile, desktop, tablet, you name it. A media query is a logical operation. Whenever a media query becomes true, then the related CSS is applied to the target element. So, to start the media query, just type @ and media. Now here, we'll mention the max width to say 400 pixels. And inside this media query, we write the CSS code that should take in effect when this condition is satisfied. So here, we'll set the box 1 to display block. Now, if you go back to the page and you refresh, you see nothing happens because we have not made this display to none. So first, go back to the CSS code and set here display to none. Now you can see we don't have any display here. So let's inspect the page first. So you'll see we have our contents here. Now you can see this is the layout we are currently using. The current width is 685 pixels into height 255 pixels. Now we have set here the max width to 400 pixels. This means if this width decreases to less than 400 pixels, this CSS code will kick in. So let's decrease the width here. So as you decrease this width, you see as soon as it gets less than 400 pixels, our CSS kicks in. So we have our windows displayed here, which is the box ID 1. So this is how the media query works. Let's add some more media queries to understand it better. So just copy this code down. So now let's set this minimum width to 401 pixels and maximum to say 600 pixels. Now when this condition is true, let's say we want our box 2 to display block with color green. So let's set the background color here to, let's say, green. Now we'll add one more media query. So just copy this code, paste it here. So when the width is from 601 pixels to say 800 pixels. So we'll set the box tree display to block and color to get pink. So just save this and let's understand it on the page. So let's change the width of the screen. So see, as soon as the width goes less than 400 pixels, we have our windows on display. Now, when we increase the width size and it goes more than 401 pixels, we have the Mac OS display. Keep on increasing it. Now see, the width is more than 600 pixels and we have a Linux on display. So this is how we create the responsive web design for the different devices.
Also, if you want to become a full stack web developer, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. Check out the link mentioned in the description box below.
JavaScript was developed in the year 1995 by a person named Brendan Eich. Brendan was working for Netscape Communications while he developed JavaScript in 10 days. There were a few changes in the name of JavaScript. Initially it was Mocha, which was later changed to LiveScript, and then it finally became JavaScript. The start of JavaScript wasn't that good as so many developers who were using Java at that time. They considered JavaScript as a language for designers and non-engineers. No one ever knew that this small side scripting language would have a great future. Today, more than 90% of the websites out there, they are using JavaScript somehow. Many of you guys gets confused with Java and JavaScript. Let me clear it for you that both Java and JavaScript, they are different languages. They have almost nothing in common. Many people say that JavaScript was named after Java as a part of a marketing strategy to gain wider acceptance and recognition. In 1995, Java was a buzzword when JavaScript was developed. That's why they renamed JavaScript after Java. Let's move on to what is JavaScript. Have you guys ever been through a website where you can see images that slides automatically? One such website is Amazon. The home page of Amazon, where we can see different types of ongoing sales, is an example of JavaScript. In layman language, JavaScript is a lightweight scripting language used to make web pages more interactive and more lively. Earlier, when JavaScript was developed, it was only a side scripting language to do basic tasks like you can add pop-ups in your web page or you can make your web page more interactive. Nothing more than that. But now, the whole scenario has changed. With the help of JavaScript, we can create applications as well. If we talk about applications, let's take an example. Let's suppose we want to create an app. We can create it in Android or in iOS. But we have to learn few different languages to create those apps. For Android, we have to learn Java and XML, and Swift we have to learn for iOS. But with the help of JavaScript, you can create hybrid applications which can work on any platform without any problem. Tech giants like Google, PayPal, Amazon and YouTube, they are using JavaScript these days. The evolution of JavaScript in the past few years was unbelievable. Suppose you want to create a single page website. Every one of us is familiar with Gmail, let's suppose. So Gmail is a single page website which looks more like a desktop software than a website. So Gmail is based on Angular.js. It is a popular framework by Google which is free of cost and it is totally based on JavaScript. Now let's go over some of the features of JavaScript. These features are actually why it is considered that using JavaScript is advantageous over other languages. So let's start with some of these points. JavaScript is not a proper programming language. Indeed, it is a scripting language which works in the runtime environment just like Python. So there are few other languages like C++ and Java. They need a compiler to work. But with JavaScript, you don't need a compiler. Once you are done with the script, it will interpret and show you the output in the browser directly. Next up is lightweighted. JavaScript can provide programming facility to some extent. In JavaScript, you don't need to specify any data type or return type, which helps in making development more quicker. That's why it is known as lightweighted. JavaScript is both client-side as well as server-side technology. Client-side technology runs on the user's computer, whereas the server-side technology runs on the web browser. Initially, when JavaScript was introduced, it was introduced as a client-side technology. But with the introduction of Node.js in 2009, one can now work in the backend as well. There is a way to validate the user's data before sending it to the web server, and we can do that with the help of JavaScript. The data will be checked for correct form and value. All we have to do is start a loop, give it the condition to check the data. JavaScript is also platform independent, although originally designed to work on browsers only, but now it is a platform independent language, which means once you are done with the script, you can use it on any browser or platform without any problem. JavaScript is an object-based scripting language, although many programmers do not consider JavaScript as a true object-oriented programming language due to its lack of class concept. It does support other features of object-oriented programming, like it supports encapsulation, it supports polymorphism, and also it supports prototypal inheritance. The last but not the least feature of JavaScript is case sensitive. So when it comes to keywords, identifiers, names, and functions, JavaScript differentiates between capital and lowercase letters. We have to keep this in mind while programming. Now, I will quickly go over some of the JavaScript applications where JavaScript is currently being implemented. First one that comes to every person's mind is web development. It was also the main motive behind developing JavaScript. We have technologies like Angular, we have Node.js, we can create beautiful web pages. Also, JavaScript can be used along with HTML and CSS to make those static looking web pages more engaging. If we talk about other applications of JavaScript, we can use it in app development, either mobile app or web app. Like we took the example before that how hybrid apps made with the help of JavaScript can take over traditional Android and iOS app. One of the most important and unique application of JavaScript is in smartwatches. The Bangle.js is an open sourced smartwatch powered by JavaScript. Gordon Williams, the man who is currently working on this project, it is said that this new open sourced stack built around JavaScript will replace the onboard firmware soon. The next application of JavaScript is client-side validation. As we discussed earlier, JavaScript is used to validate the user data, whether the user's input is correct or not, by cross-checking it with the given condition. Like the user wants to enter in your website and you want it to be a user with @gmail.com in his email ID. So you will give that condition to JavaScript and it will cross-check it with the user's information. Like when the user will try to enter in your website, it will check that if @gmail.com is there or not in the user's email ID. So it can validate the user also. Apart from that, one more application of JavaScript is game development. JavaScript can be used to make fully fledged 2D or 3D games using different libraries. Although most JavaScript game development focuses on creating games used in browsers only. Till now we have an idea about what JavaScript is, its features and its applications. So if you want to learn JavaScript, you need to do some basic things to make your learning experience more smoother. Let's take a look at the prerequisites to use JavaScript. The first one is the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS. To use JavaScript along with HTML and CSS, you first need to know how HTML and CSS works. See, HTML is used to create the structure of a web page, while CSS is used to style that web page. In order to use these two with JavaScript, you need to have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS, because if you want to learn a new language, first of all, you need to know why to use that technology. And to learn JavaScript more efficiently, you need to have the basic knowledge of HTML and CSS. It's better to have a web browser that supports JavaScript like Google Chrome or Mozilla Firefox. Or you can use Safari as well if you are using a MacBook. You will need an operating system like Windows, Linux or Mac operating system to learn JavaScript. A computer with minimum 512 MB of RAM would be enough for you to start learning JavaScript. But I will recommend you a computer with 1 GB of RAM or 4 GB of RAM for a better experience. You can use any text editor. You have Notepad, which is free and is already available for Windows. if you don't want to use Notepad, you can use other free softwares like Sublime, or you can use Visual Code. In this particular course, we will be using Visual Code, and I'll tell you how to install Visual Code and what are the features of Visual Code. Also, suppose you do not have any prior knowledge about JavaScript, don't worry about it. We will take you through the whole course and we will ensure that you can understand. Before moving forward to statements and comments, here to take a note, while you are performing any calculation, let me show you. See, if you are performing any calculation, let's copy it from here and paste it here. So yeah, if you want to perform, let's add two numbers, like we want to add 45 and we will add, let's say 5. We'll save it, and here you can see the answer is 50 here, right? So if you want to perform any calculation, you have to write as it is. You can't write any calculation within inverted comma or double inverted comma. Let's try this. If you want to write any calculation within a single inverted comma, the moment you save it, it will print it as 45 plus 5. What the browser will do, the browser will interpret it as text and print it as it is. So there will be no change. So keep that in mind, take a note of it, and we are done with it right now. So let's move on to statements in JavaScript. So guys, whenever you use any programming language, you give the computer some instruction to perform any task or activity. That's common in all programming languages present out there. Like you are giving computers a few instructions to do a particular task. These instructions you are giving to the computer are known as statements. You see the code written over here. This document.write function is an instruction or statement given to the computer to write something on the browser. Like if you are writing hello world inside this function, it will print it in the browser as it is. And same for addition, subtraction, multiplication, and whatever you are writing inside it, it will basically print it on browser. Like let's suppose if we write here something else, let's suppose we write here inside double inverted comma, welcome to Simplicode. We save it. We are basically giving it the instruction to write this on the browser. So what it will do, it will write it as it is on the browser. These are the instructions we are giving to a machine to perform a basic task or to perform a certain task. So if you are writing a whole program for designing a website or for anything, you must be using more than one statement. You will use a lot of statements in a single program. So all these statements are separated by semicolons. Like here you can see after every statement I have written a semicolon. It's necessary. Let me show you an example. See, we'll remove this statement and we'll copy this line and paste it in the next line and write something else here. What we can say, this is our first program we will write. Like suppose I've written it, I'll give it the semicolon here. The moment I'll save it, see, you can see here it's written that hello world, the first statement is interpreted and written over here. Then second it come to welcome to Simplicode. See, here you can see that I have not written any semicolon, but it's still showing the output. So let me tell you something interesting. So if you remove the semicolon from any of these statements here, it will work fine, which means JavaScript will forgive you for these small errors you do. But it's always a good practice to put a semicolon after every statement, because while writing a whole program in future, you will use n number of statements. And let's see what happens if you try to write more than one statement in a single line without any semicolon. Let's do this thing here. Write more than one statement in a single line and I'll save it. See, it won't work. The moment I put a semicolon here and save it, it will work fine. So that's why I am saying that it is a good practice to use semicolon after each statement. Hope you guys are getting this. Let's move on to comments. So a comment is also common for almost all programming languages. It's a line in programming language which do not have any effect on the output of the program. See, it stays there in the code, but it does not affect the output by any means. A comment may be a multi-line comment or a single line comment as well. To write a single line comment, we just use double slash in front of that statement. Like here, if we see, the output is hello world, welcome to Simplicode. This is our first program. So to make this first statement a comment, what we'll do, we'll use 2 forward slashes in front of it and it will become a comment. So the moment we will save it, this hello world is disappeared from the output. So this is how to use a single line comment. A comment won't affect your program by any means. Let's move on to multi-line comments. To write a multi-line comment, you have to use a forward slash along with the asterisk sign. See, if you want to make these two lines as comments, to end a comment, we will use asterisk sign with a forward slash. These two statements are comments now. So the moment you will save it, welcome to Simplicode is also disappeared from the output. That's how comments work. They won't affect your program's output, but comments are very useful in programming. It's just a note for the programmers to remember what they did at that particular part of the program. Suppose you write a program. See, here the programs are not that large and the coding is not that much. But in future when you write a program, maybe the program will be of more than 500 lines or more. So suppose you write a program with more than 500 lines and come back 20 days later. So at that time you can't go through the whole code. This is where comments will help you in JavaScript. It will help you to remember what you did at that particular part of the program. You can use that stuff later again and again according to the way you want to. Before the introduction of ES6 or ECMAScript we can say, which is the updated version of JavaScript, variables were declared using a single keyword only, which is where. We'll try to declare a few variables here. We'll see how where keyword works. So let's comment this thing first. So let's declare a few variables. Let's suppose where a equals to 15. We will declare where b and the value of b will be 6. We will declare where c and the value of c would be a plus b. So here we have defined three variables a, b and c. A is a variable with value 15 stored inside it, and so is b. The value of b is 6. But c is a variable that will contain the value of a plus b. Let's try to print this on browser. Document.write, and we will print the value of c. Save it, and here you can see the value of c is 21. That's the correct answer. So similarly you can also print a and b as well. Let's print a and b as well here. What we will do, we'll copy this line, we'll paste it for a and we'll update this here as well so it won't create any confusion. So here you can see the value of c is 21, the value of a is 15 and the value of b is 6. It shows the value of all the three variables we declared. But with the introduction of ES6 or ECMAScript in 2015, two more ways were introduced to declare a variable. These are let and const. We shall discuss these two terms in the later part of this session. Let me show you how to declare a variable. There are a few things you have to keep in mind while declaring a variable name. Here we have seen we use three variables a, b and c. That was an easy task to do, but giving a variable any name like something other than a single alphabet. So you have to keep a few things in mind while naming them. Start them with a letter, underscore or a dollar sign. You can't use any sign except underscore or dollar. So if you are giving a variable name, you can't use any other sign except the underscore or the dollar sign. You can use these two signs only. You can't use any other sign. You can't use a number in the starting. Apart from that, let's suppose you want to give it a name as 9BE. You can't do that in JavaScript. JavaScript won't allow you this. If you try to save it, it will throw you an error, invalid or unexpected token. So you can't do this in JavaScript. There is no limit for the length of the variable name. But you can't use reserved keywords in a variable name. Like let's try to create a variable with name as class. Class is a reserved keyword in JavaScript. We will save it and see here it throws an error, unexpected token class. But you can use a class with capital C. Let's save it and here it will work fine. Why it works? Because JavaScript variables are case sensitive. If we try to create a variable with same name, let's see, we try to create a variable with where girl and the another variable will be where girl with capital G this time. JavaScript will treat these two variables differently. These two are different variables for JavaScript, as JavaScript is case sensitive when it comes to variables. Let's declare a few more variables. Let's remove it. We'll declare a few more variables. Let's comment this part as well.
We'll declare a few more variables. Suppose we declare a variable with keyword where, and we'll name this variable as bike name. Where bike name, and press enter. If we leave this variable without assigning it any value, the by default value will be undefined. Let's try to print the value of this variable. Right, we will try to print the value of bike name. Save it. Here you can see the value it shows is undefined. So the by default value of a variable, if you do not assign it any value, will be undefined. Let's try to give it a value. Let's suppose we try to give bike name. We use equals to operator to assign it a value. To assign, let's suppose we'll assign it Yamaha. Semicolon and press Ctrl+S to save this, and here you can see the output as Yamaha. You can also assign a value to the variable during declaration, as we have done in the previous examples. Here we have assigned the variable's value at the time of declaration only. Let's move on to let and const. So we will discuss let and const, but first we will compare let with where. Let is also used to declare a variable just like where is used, but there is a limitation to use let. Let is not accessible outside the block in which it is declared. So we will use let here only. Let bike name equals, and we will change this value as well. We'll change it to hero, let's say. Save it, and here you can see the output as hero. But if we try to put this code inside a block, let's suppose we put this code inside this block, a pair of curly braces, and we will again try to access document.write. We'll try to access bike name again. From here, from outside the block, we try to access this. Save it, and here you can see bike name is not defined. It is an error in line 18. So what's happening here? Basically, you can't access a let variable outside the scope. You can't access it from here, but it will work with where. If we try to replace let with where and save it, here you can see it says hero and hero, because first it will interpret this method and then it will interpret this as well in case of where. Due to its limited scope, let variables are used when there is limited use only. Like in for loop or in while loop, we will learn these loop in future. Let will not allow you to redeclare any variable. Let's understand this with an example. Here's the code as well. We have declared where bike name, and we'll remove this. And first we'll try to do this with where. Let's suppose where bike name equals to TVS. Ctrl+S. It says hero and TVS. So the variable name, the bike name is same in both cases, here and here as well. These are same, but with where keyword you can do that. Let will not allow you to do this. If we use let here in place of where, we'll write let as here as well, and we will change the value as well. We will give it as Kawasaki, and let's suppose Suzuki here. Save it. See, bike name has already been declared. So that's what let won't allow you to do. You can repeat the same let variable in different scope. It won't create any problem, but it will not allow you to redeclare any declared variable. So let's move on to const. We use const when there are values we don't want to change, or that will never change basically. So the keyword const is little misleading, as it defines a constant reference to a value, not the constant value. We can't change the primitive value, but we can change the properties of constant objects. Let's write another piece of code for const keyword. So let's declare a variable const x is equal to 5, comma y is equal to 7, let's say. Const So here what we have done, we declared a variable x and a variable y with value as 5 and 7. We declared this time with const keyword, and a variable z which is x plus y. We printed z on the browser and it shows the value as 12, which is x plus y. 7 plus 5 is equal to 12. Now what we will do, const will let you do this, but if you try to update the value of x, let's suppose we try to update the value of x as x equals to x plus 10. We'll print x this time. document.write x. Let's save this. It will throw an error, assignment to a constant variable in line 24. So here you want to update the value of x. You can't do this with const keyword. You can do this with let and where as well, but you can't do this with const. Also, const won't allow you to redeclare any variable, just like let. So if you try to use const x again is equal to 10, save it. So here it says identifier x has already been declared. This thing you can do with const. The scope of const is the same as let. It can be used within the block where it is declared. Data types is an essential concept in every programming language. To work on any variable, you should know its type. It refers to the kind of data which is being stored inside a variable. The type of variable is holding basically. Every programming language has its own set of data types, which is unique in its own way. We discussed earlier that JavaScript is a lightweight scripting language because we don't need to specify any data type in JavaScript. After all the variables in JavaScript are loosely packed, or we can say JavaScript is a dynamically typed scripting language. We shall discuss these properties later in this video. For now, let me tell you about different data types present in JavaScript. So JavaScript data types are divided into two categories: primitive data types and non-primitive data types. Primitive data types are stored in stack, whereas non-primitive data types, they are stored in heap. I don't want you to go deep in these two terms as if you are new to programming, so we'll leave it. Just keep one thing in mind, that primitive data types are base data types, whereas non-primitive data types are objects, or we can say they are derived. Primitive data types, they are further divided into 5 categories. They are divided as numbers, strings, boolean, undefined and null. Non-primitive data types or complex data types, we can say, on the other hand, they are divided into two parts: arrays and objects. We'll have separate videos on these topics. For now, let's discuss primitive data types. To understand primitive data types much better, let's declare a few variables here. Let's say we declare var x and give it the value as 16. We'll declare var y and we'll give it value hello world. We'll declare one more. Let's say var flag and the value will be true. Here we can talk about those properties of JavaScript which I mentioned earlier. JavaScript variables are loosely packed and JavaScript is a dynamically typed scripting language. These 2 points refer to the same thing. Here you can see we have defined 3 variables: x, we have defined variable x, we have defined variable y, and flag as well. The values for all 3 variables is different from one another. See, variable x is holding a value that is 16, variable y is holding a value hello world, which is a string. So 16 is a number, hello world is a string, and variable flag is holding a value that refers to a boolean value. In place of true, we can also write false here. So what's happening here? Here you can see there is no data type. If you are coming from a C++ background or a Java background, this will be a little bit weird for you guys, because in C++ and Java, we used to do it like we'll define an integer. Let me show you. So how we will define an integer in C++ or Java? What we'll say, we'll use int x equals to 5 or something like that. We already had a data type. For string as well, we have char in C++, but here in JavaScript, we have no data type. We are only using the var keyword. That's what we call as loosely typed. This line means that you don't have to define the data type of the variable. What happens in JavaScript is whatever the type of value you will pass to the variable, the data type will change accordingly. So you don't need to worry about if you are passing a number or if you are passing a string. Just relax. Just when you pass the value to the variable, it will be determined automatically. So these are the 3 basic primitive data types present in JavaScript, which are number, boolean value, and string. So let's move on to the next one, which is undefined. We'll define a variable p and we'll leave it as it is. So this variable p has an undefined data type. It means that any variable which is already declared but has no value inside it. it has an undefined data type. I'll tell you a basic operator, the type of operator. We'll go through the operators in later videos, but just try to understand the basic need and use it with me. For now, this operator will help you know the type of value a variable is holding. See, let's use it here. We have declared a variable p. We'll check the type of p. So to use this operator, you have to use it with document.write now. So we'll do document.write and we'll use two brackets, and inside it we'll write type of, and whatever, like if you want to know the type of variable x, let's suppose we'll write here x semicolon, save it, and you can see here it says number. This means that this variable has a value which is a number. Similarly, we will check for all the variables present here. We'll check for every variable. We'll check for y, we'll check for flag, and we'll check for p as well. Let's copy this and paste it 3 times, and let's change the value here from x to y in this line, and from x to flag here, and here we'll change it to p. So we have done it. We'll save it and see. Here it says number first. Variable y, it says it's a string, because you know hello world is a string, it's a sequence of character. For variable flag, it says boolean, so it's defined as true or false. And for variable p, it's written here undefined. With this, we are left with only one primitive data type, the null data type. There's a difference between a null value and an undefined value. Undefined means lack of value, whereas null means the absence of any value. Suppose you are using null as the value for any variable, the type of operator will return this variable as an object. But if you are not giving any value to this variable, you are leaving it after declaration, the type of operator will return undefined. Here's an example for this. See, we'll declare one more variable here. We'll declare var num. Let's name this variable num, and we will give it the value as null. We'll use document.write type of, and we will check with the help of type of operator that what type of value the variable num is holding. So let's give here num. We are good to go. Press Ctrl plus S and see. Here it says it's an object. So a null value will always be shown as an object. Type conversion, as the name suggests, conversion of value from one to another. In the previous video, we declared a few variables. We declared numbers, strings, and boolean as well. In JavaScript, you can change the data type of any variable from one to another. You can change a number to a string or a string to a number. Let's see an example of type conversion. Let's declare a variable here. Let's suppose we are using a variable. Let's say var num equals to, and the value will be 34, and we'll print it first. And we'll use type of operator to see the data type of this variable. Save it and see. Here it shows 34 and a number. I've already told you about the use of console.log. In this topic, we'll use console.log just for a change. You can use document.write as well. There's no problem with any method you are using. Let's move ahead and we'll declare a few more variables. We'll declare a string and a boolean as well. Let's suppose var str equals to hello, and we'll print it as well. Let's copy it from here and paste it here. And we'll declare one more variable. Let's say var bool equals to true. Let's print these three variables first. See, the output is pretty simple. We can see the value and data types as well. See, 34 is a number, hello is a string, and true is a boolean value. So let's convert this number to a string first. This number 34, this is a number here, right? And we'll convert this number to a string. So how to do it? That's pretty simple. All you have to do is write a word here. Let's write here. Write string with a capital S and put 34 inside a bracket. So here we are done with it. Save it and see. Here you can see 34, which was a number first, and now it's changed to a string. That's how you can
change the data type of any variable. Let's try to change a boolean value to a string now. Many of you guys gets confused with boolean. So boolean is nothing. If something is true, then set it to true, and if something is not true, like if it's false, then set it to false. See, if we talk about a real life example, say if you know how to drive, create the variable drive and set it to true. And if you don't know how to drive, set the variable to false. That's pretty simple. That's what boolean is. Let's change a boolean variable to a string. We have to follow the same steps as we did for numbers. What we did, we'll write here string and put true inside brackets. We are done with it. Save it and check the output. Here you can see the type changed from boolean to string. Like string function, we can also change a string value to a number. So how to do it? Let's take a variable. Let's say where str1 we will take. Let's say we are giving it a numeric value. Let's say 8968. And what we'll do, we'll write here console log and we'll print it basically str1, and we'll write here as well. Save it, and here you can see 8968 is a string. So how to change this string to a number? That's also a simple task. All you have to do is write here number with capital N and put this value inside brackets. Save it and see, here you can see 8968 changed to a number. It was a string earlier and now it's a number. So if it's a number now, let's update this number and we will see if we are adding something to 8968, the value will change or not. Let's update str1. What we'll do, we'll write str1 equals to str1 plus, let's add a number, say 2. So the output should be 8970 and the type of operator will give the value as number. Let's see what's the output now. Save it and see. Here you can see the output changed to 8970. But if you add an alphabet or a character in the value, then the output will be different. Here we will copy this whole code and we'll paste it here. We'll change the value of str1 equals to str2 and we'll use an alphabet along with this number. Let's suppose it's 8968A. So A is an alphabet, and what we'll do, we'll comment this line and we'll go here and change the value str1. Here we are done with it. Save it. Here you can see it says NaN. It means that it's not a number. It won't treat this string as a number because it consists of both numeric value as well as character. Now let's try to convert a boolean value to a number. In the case of a boolean variable, the scenario is a bit different. Let's try this. Let's declare a variable. Let's say we are using var bool2 and the value will be true. What we'll do, we'll print the value here. Here you can see true and the data type of true is boolean. So let's try to change this boolean value to a number. That's pretty simple task. Write here number and put true inside brackets. Save it and here you can see it says 1. In case of boolean variable, the value of true is 1 and the value of false is 0. Remember this guys, keep this thing in mind. If you are changing a boolean variable to a number, then the value of true will be changed to 1 and the value of false will be changed to 0. Now let's have a look at parseInt and parseFloat as well. After which I'll tell you one more interesting function. Let's move on to parseInt first. Here I'll declare a variable. Let's suppose I'm declaring a variable, let's say var, and we'll name this variable as number. The value will be a string. Let's suppose it's 56. We'll print it console.log. Here you can see that the output is showing 56 is a string. So the data type here is string because I have used here single inverted comma, so it will take 56 as a string. Now let's suppose I want to parse this as an integer, or say I want to change it to a number. I can use parseInt as well. Apart from number, if you want to use number, that's fine, but apart from number, if you want to use parseInt, you can use it. let's see what happens if you use parseInt. Use parseInt and put 56 inside a bracket. Save it and see, here it changed a string to a number. 56 was a string earlier, right? And now it's a number. Just like parseInt, we have parsefloat as well. Parsefloat will do the same thing, but what if you are using a decimal number here? Let's see if you are using 56.343. Save it. What parseInt will do? It will give you, let's change 56 first. Let's suppose we are using 65 now. Save it and see. ParseInt will give you the value as 65 only. It won't show you the value, the decimal value. But if you are using here number or parsefloat, it will give you the whole numeric value. Let's see what happens if you use number here. Number and save it. Here you can see the value is 65.343. Like number, if you are using here parsefloat, let's use parsefloat here. And we'll change the value here as well. Let's suppose it's 72.543. Save it and see, here it will give you the whole numeric value of the variable. I hope this is clear for you guys. Now there is one more function you can use in numbers, which is .toFixed. So this function has by default 0 value. Let's suppose I'm using here. We have to use it here only. Let's see what happens if I'm using number.toFixed. So inside bracket we are giving it a value. By default the value is 0. Let's suppose we are giving it the value as 2. Now save it and what will happen? It will give you the value as 72.54. Similarly, if you are using here some other number, let's suppose 7. You can see we have only 3 digits here. After the decimal we have 3 digits only. That is 5, 4 and 3. What happens if we run this program now? Let's save it and see. Here it says 5430000. So it will show you the value up to 7 decimal points. It doesn't matter if there are available numbers after decimal point, but it will show you the value. Instead of 7, you can also give here 30. Let's save it and see, it says 6366 and so on. Hope this. In any programming language, an operator is a symbol that makes the computer understand that it needs to do some specific task. Like if we want to perform an addition between two numbers, let's say we want to perform addition between 4 and 5. So guys, if you see the plus sign here, this is known as the operator, and the two terms which are 4 and 5, these two numbers, these are known as the operands. We have different operators for different purposes. Like we have plus for addition, we have minus for subtraction, we have star or asterisk we can say for multiplication, and many more other operators as well. So there are many more operators present in almost every programming language which is present out there. Like operators are present in Java, they are present in C++, in C. Almost every programming language out there has the concept of operators. It's essential for you to know how and where to use any operator despite of the language you are working on. One needs to understand which operators are available, right? So in this particular video, I'll take you through the basic types of operator present in JavaScript. I'll let you know the types and we'll learn about how to use them, and of course I'll take you through the different categories of operators present in JavaScript. So in JavaScript, there are basically 8 categories into which operators are divided, which are: we have arithmetic operators, we have assignment, we have string, we have conditional, we have logical, bitwise, comparison, and type of operator. We'll discuss the first 3 types in this video. That is, we'll discuss the arithmetic operators, we'll discuss the assignment and the string operators. Rest we'll talk about in the following video. First up here is the arithmetic operator. Hope you all are aware of the term arithmetic, right? So, arithmetic operators perform mathematical calculations, like it performs addition, subtraction, multiplication and division as well. So here are the few operators you can see on your screen: the plus operator, minus, asterisk, division, we have modulus, we have increment, we have decrement. So these are the basic arithmetic operator. We'll see each of these operator with an example.
So let's move on to the programming part first. So guys, I want to mention one more thing here. I want all of you to make a separate file for each topic we'll be covering from now on. Like for operators, you'll create a separate file. We'll create a separate one for control statements and other topics we'll cover in future from today. So I want you to create a separate file because in future if you want to access these topics, it will be easy for you to access those files. Instead, if you are using a single file for all the topics, it will be quite confusing. So let's start with the arithmetic operators first. Let's take two variables. We are in the JavaScript file. Let's take two variables. Let's say var x equals to 6, and we'll take another variable. Let's say var y equals to 4. Now we'll perform some arithmetic operations on these two variables. We have already seen the arithmetic operators present, like we have plus, minus, we have increment, decrement, we have multiplication, division. So we'll go through all of these, right? So let's start with it. Here we are done with our basic three operators, which is addition, subtraction and multiplication. I have commented the division because I have something to tell you about the division. So let's check the output here first. Let's save it and see. The output is addition 10, subtraction 2 and multiplication 24. For addition it added the two numbers, it's 6 plus 4. Similarly for subtraction and multiplication it is 6 minus 4 and it's 6 multiplied by 4. For division, I have left division because I hope you guys know the difference between division and the modulus operator. Let's try to use the modulus operator along with the division. So what we'll do, we'll comment these three and let's remove it from here, and what we'll do, we'll paste this here and we'll use the modulus here. So now let's check the output, what it says for division and modulus. See, we have divided 6 by 4. Division, it says it's 1.5. 6 divided by 4, that is 1.5. It will show the quotient here. For modulus, it's saying 2 because in modulus it gives you the remainder, and in division it gives you the quotient as the answer. So keep this thing in mind, guys. Keep this in mind always. Take a note of it. So we are done with division and modulus. Next up we have the increment and the decrement operators. Let me show them to you real quick. So what we'll do, we'll declare another variable. Let's say where z equals to 5, and we'll use the increment operator here. We'll use again document.write, and here let's say we write increment. How to use increment operator? For increment operator you have to use plus whatever variable you have used. So we'll use plus z, and similarly we'll copy this, paste it here, and here we'll use minus for decrement, and change here as well. So let's see what happens. Let me give some space in between them so that you won't get confused. Let's save it and check the output here. Increment is, it says 6, and decrement it says 5. So you can see here the functioning of decrement and increment operator. The increment operator will increase the value of z by 1, and the decrement operator will do the opposite of this. It will decrease the value by 1. So we are done with the arithmetic operators. Next up we have the assignment operators. Assignment operators are used to assign values to different JavaScript variables. Let's see the types first and then we'll see how to use them. So we have these assignment operators here. We have equals to, plus equals to, minus equals to, and we have multiplied equals to, we have divide equals to, modulus equals to, and a few more. So let's see each of them with example. Maybe not each of them, but we'll try to cover almost every single operator out there which is present in your screen. So let's move on and see. Let's move on to the programming part. So here we are, guys. Let's declare a few variables. Let's say we are declaring a variable a and we are giving it the value as 10, suppose. And we'll declare another one. Let's say var b and give it the value 5. So for assignment operators, what assignment operator means? We have used here the equal to sign, right? We have used a equals to 10. This means whatever value present on the right side of the operator, like here it is 10, it will be assigned to the variable a. I hope you guys are getting this. Keep this in mind. So we have the value 10 and we are assigning this value to the variable a. It says, let's try to check the output of a. Let's try to print a on the screen. Okay, document. See, here you can see that the value of a, it says 10, and similarly the value of b is 5. So let's do one more thing. We'll assign the value of a to b. How to do this? Let's change the value here only. Let's suppose we are using the value of where a as 13. Okay, and the value of where b will be providing as, let's say, a. So now let's try to print the value of b. Here we will change, we'll print the value of b only. Let's save it and see the output. See, it says the value of b is 13 because we have assigned b the value present at variable a, which is 13. That's why it is showing the value of b as 13. This is what assignment operator is. Let's try other assignment operators as well. Let's take another variable. So let's say where a1 equals to, let's say, 51. So the next operator we will be using is, let's update the value of a1 first. So how to do this? Let's say a1 equals to, no, it's a1 plus equals to 9, and we'll print the value. Let's check the output now. See, it says the value of a1 is 60. Here we have given that a1 plus equals to 9. See, a1 plus equals to 9 is the same as, if you don't want to write here a1 plus equals to 9, you can also write it as a1 equals to a1 plus 9. Both of these lines are same. Both these statements means the same. They are performing the same task. So a1 equals to a1 plus 9 is same as a1 plus equals to 9. That's what I want you to understand with assignment operators. Similarly, if you want to perform a1 minus equals to, you can do it as well. So let's say a1 minus is equal to 5, and we'll copy this line from here, paste it here again, and save it now. Let's see the output here. What it says. Some of you guys may get confused that here it shows the value of 6 is 69 of a1. So in the first statement, when we tried to print a1 here, the initial value was 51. Then this statement was performed and the value was updated to 60. Then after that, one more statement, this statement is also performed and the value updated to 69. It's 51 plus 9 plus 9, and the value we have here is 69. Now what happens if we are using the minus equals to operator? What it will do, it will decrease the value of a1 by 5. It means that a1 equals to a1 minus 5. The value of a1 is 69 and it will subtract 5 from 69. So here it says the value of a1 is 64. Hope you guys are getting this. So we have so many operators, we have so many of them. Like, let's try a few more. So we have multiply equals to, we have division equals to, we have modulus equals to. So I'll write these and then we'll see the output. So we are done with it. Let's check the output here for A3, A4 and A5. You can see for A3 we have used multiply equals to, for A4 we have used divide equals to, and for A5 we have used modulus equals to. Let's check the output here. Save it and see. It says the value of A3 50. Here we have taken A3 as 5. It's 10 into 5 because A3 equals to A3 into 5. So it's 10 into 5. It shows the value as 50. Similarly, here it says the value of A4 is 3.75 because we have used here 4. So instead of 4, let's try to use 3 and save it. See, here you can see it divides it and gives you the quotient, and the value of A4 divided by 3 is 5. So similarly for A5 it shows the value of A5 is 6 because we have used the modulus operator here, and 20 divided by 7, we have 6 as remainder. So I hope you guys are pretty clear with assignment operators now. Next up, we have string operators. The plus operator, which we used as the arithmetic operators earlier, right? It also operates as a string operator. So we can use it to concatenate two strings. That means we can add two strings as well. In JavaScript, it is possible with the help of string operator. Similarly, we have plus equals to operator for strings as well. Like we have plus equal to for assignment, it has the same functioning for string as well. Let's take the example for these two operators. Let's move on to the programming part. So here you can see we have two variables, where str1 and where str2. The value of where str1 is hello and the value of where str2 is world. So what we'll do, we will add str1 and str2. So let's check the output here, save it, and see here you can see the output as hello world. But there is no space between hello and world. Keep this point in mind, guys. So if you are adding two strings just like this, there will be no space between the two strings. So if you want to add any space between these two, what you have to do, you have to mention it here separately. And this is the syntax if you want to add space between your strings. So now let's save it now and see here you can see there is a space between hello and world. So this is the use of plus operator in strings. So the next one we have plus equals to. Let's take another string. Let's take it as where str3 and we'll give it the value as welcome. So what we'll do, we'll use the plus equal to operator here, str3 plus equals to, let's say, to simply code. And what we'll do, we'll print the value of str3 here. So save it now. So here you can see the value of str3. If we remove this line, let's see what happens now. And we'll give it a space here. Save it now. See, here you can see it says hello world. For the first str1 plus str2 it says hello world. For str3 it says welcome to simply code. See here the space is already given, so it will show this in the output. But between welcome and to, if you want to add space, you have to do the same what you have done for str1 and str2. So let's do it here as well. Plus sign, yes. Save it now and see here you can see it says welcome to simply code with proper. Cover the rest of the operators. Now we are left with 5 more. These are the first 3 operators which we covered in the previous video. Now we are left with conditional operators, logical operators, we have bitwise operator, and we have comparison, and finally we have the type of operator. So these are the 5 operators we are going to cover today. Before we start with the operators, let us first discuss associativity. Talking about associativity, it refers to the direction in which the entire expression is evaluated. For example, if you have any expression, let's say you have a plus b. So the direction in which this expression will be evaluated, either it will be from left to right or from right to left. So this is known as associativity. Let's understand it with the help of an example. So here you can see I have taken 3 variables. I have taken variable a and I have assigned it value as 12. I have taken variable b and the value assigned to b is 8. And finally I have a variable result which stores the value of a plus b. Lastly, what I'm doing is I'm printing out the result variable inside the h1 tag. Here you can see I have used the h1 tags and I have used the plus operator to concatenate the strings, right? I have concatenated these 2 strings along with the result, along with the answer of result. So the plus operator here is doing 2 different tasks, right? Here you can see it is performing the addition of 2 numbers, right? And here you can see it is used to concatenate 2 strings. So now let's talk about associativity, because I guess you guys are clear with string operator till now. We have discussed them in the previous video, right? So let's talk about associativity now. So certain operators have right to left associativity and certain operators have left to right associativity. So when I say right to left associativity, in this case the value present at the right side of the operator. See, if you are using any operator, for example here we have used the assignment operator, right? We have discussed the assignment operator earlier. So here you can see the value present at the right hand side of the operator will be assigned to the variable which is present at the left hand side of the operator. So it's going this way, like first the computer will check for the value present at the right. It's going from right towards the left. This is what we are known as right to left associativity, and assignment operators like equals to this have right to left associativity. Let's add here one more variable. Let's say we are adding a variable C, and we are giving it the value as 5. And what we'll do, we'll update result as well. Let me first show you the output of this particular program. See, the output will be value of result is 20 and hi there. Hi there is concatenated with the string value of result is, and 20 is the actual answer. The 20 is the value of result. So let's add one more variable here. Let's say we are adding a variable C and the value of C will be 5. What we'll do now, we will update result as well. Here you can see I have done A plus B plus C. So save it, and here you can see the value updated to 25. The value of result is updated, right? So the plus operator has associativity from left to right. Till now we have talked about right to left as for assignment operators, but for plus operators the associativity is from left to right. It means it will first perform A plus B, and then the value of C will be added to that of A plus B. First it will perform 12 plus 8, and then finally it will add 5 to that value. So it will be 20 plus 5, and that's why the output here is 25. We know that JavaScript is a loosely typed programming language, right? Which means that we don't have to specify data types every time. Like if we are using any data type, we don't need to specify it every time. Like let's do one thing, let's add a string here. So what we'll do, we'll add a string. Let's suppose I'm adding hello. So practically the answer would be hello plus 25 or hello 25. It should be the answer. But let's check the output now. Save it. And here you can see the output is hello 1285. What happened here is the associativity of the plus operator is from left to right. We know this. So it will start from the left and it will see that, okay, the first thing to add is a string. So it will assume that everything ahead of this will be a string. That's why we have the output as hello 12, 8 and 5. So 12, 8 and 5 all are acting as string here. Let me clear this one for you with a little bit of modification. Now what we'll do, we'll remove this string from here and we'll add it somewhere else. Let's say we are adding it here. So let's add one more variable to make it more clear. Let's say we are using variable D and the value will be 10. And what we'll do, we'll perform A plus B before the string and then we'll perform C plus D. Right? So here you can see when you save it, it says 20 hello 510. So when it reached out the first variable, it finds out that the first variable is a number. So it added the first two numbers, right? It added 12 and 8. The answer is 20. Then it came across this string hello, and then finally it assumed that everything ahead of this will be a string. So that's the output. 20 is the addition of A plus B and then the string hello, and finally we have the value of C and D as string. So we have the value 5 and 10, not 15, right? I hope you guys get this. So let's move on to conditional operators. The conditional operators assign a value to a variable based on a certain condition. Like it contains a condition, and you know, for every condition, like there exists only two possibilities. Either it can be true or it can be false. There is nothing else you can do with a conditional operator. So it works the same as if-else statements, which we'll cover in further videos. The only difference between if-else and conditional operators that it takes less time, or we can say its usage is pretty easy. So here is the syntax for conditional operators. So it seems pretty straightforward, right? So here you can see we have a variable name, we have a condition. Depending upon the condition, we have two values. Here's the example as well. See, you can see we have a variable voter. Next up we have a condition. If age is less than 18, so it will check for the condition that if the value of age is actually less than 18, let's suppose the value of age is 15. So it will check if 15 is less than 18, it's true. Then it will print too young. Or if the value of age is greater than 18, then it will print false, or you can say it will print old enough here. So let's move on to the programming part. So here you can see I have taken a variable x and the value assigned to x is 30. What we'll do, in variable y I have given it a condition. So it will check for x, which is 30, if 30 is greater than or equals to 50. So if it's true, if 30 is actually greater than 50, then it will print true, else it will print false. So we'll check the output once. Let's save it and see. Here you can see the output as false. So if you update the value of x here, let's suppose we are updating the value of x, let's suppose it's 60. Save it now and see the output has changed to true because 60 is greater than 50, right? Also, if you want to write a message here only, you can do it. Write it here as, so we'll copy it from here, we'll copy document.write and we'll paste it here. Let's remove this document.write and what we'll do, we'll use this bracket here. And if any message you want to write, like you want to write value of, so, and now what we'll do, we'll save it. See, it says value of true. So, or you can write any other message here as well. You can write value of x is greater than, or you can write whatever. So if you want to update it like value is, and here we will update true with greater, and here we will use smaller. Save it now. See, here it says value is greater, value of x is greater than y. So that's all for conditional operators. Also one more thing, conditional operators has 3 different parts, right? And that's why it is also known as ternary operator. 3 different parts, as in it has a condition, like here it is, it has a condition and it has 2 values, right? It has true or false. So that's why it is also known as ternary operator. Next up we have the logical operators. So logical operators are used to determine the logic between 2 variables or values, we can say. We use logical operators to check whether multiple conditions are true or false. Here on your screen you can see the 3 different types of logical operators present in JavaScript along with their syntax and example. So the AND or NOT are the 3 operators present in JavaScript. The AND operator, here you can see it is holding 2 values, right? It has x less than 10 and y greater than 1. So the AND operator will return true only if both the conditions are true, like x has to be less than 10 and y has to be greater than 1. So here you can see we have taken x equals to 7 and y equals to 4. So both the conditions are satisfying here. So that's why the output of the AND operator will be true. For OR operator, the case is a bit different. So if any one of these 2 conditions, like we have 2 conditions, if any one of these 2 is true, then the output will be true. And if both are false, then only the output will be false. The NOT operator, on the other hand, will check if x is equals to y. If the value x is holding is equals to that of y. If the value is not equal, then it will return true. I hope you are getting this. That's a little bit confusing, but if the value x and y holding, if they are not equal, then it will return true. If they are equal, then it will return false, right? We'll understand the programming concept of logical operators in further videos when we learn about control statements. We primarily use logical operators with the if statement, through which we'll come across in the following video. In the next video, we will go through the control statements. So we'll understand the programming part of logical operator there only. Next up, we have the comparison operators. So comparison operators are similar to logical operators in some way. They are also used to check for true and false. As the name suggests, we use comparison operator to compare two values, or we can say to compare two variables using different operators. So here you can see on your screen, these are the different types of comparison operators present in JavaScript. We have equals to, we have not equals to, we have equal value and data type, we have greater than, less than, and we have a few more. So I hope you guys must remember from the previous video that a single equals to operator is an assignment operator. So if we are using a single equals to, then it will be considered as an assignment operator. For comparison, we have to use double equal to. Keep this thing in mind. Whenever you are using any operator in JavaScript, or especially the equals to operator, so if you want to compare two values, you have to use double equals to, because single equals to is used to assign values. This is an assignment operator. So let's move on to the programming part now. So guys, here you can see I have taken a variable x and the value assigned to x is 10. This code seems a little bit longer to you, but that's a simple piece of code. Like, I've used almost every comparison operator we came across in the previous slide. I've used each one of them, and I've used the document.write after every comparison operator to put some spaces in between so that you guys don't confuse between them. So let's check the output now. See, as you can see, I have used the double equals to, the triple equals to, I have used x not equals to it. So let's check the output, save it, and see. Here it says false, false, true, 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 false, true, false. So for x equals to 8, it compared the value 10 with 8. And 10 and 8 are not equals to. So the output will be false. As similar for 10, and we have used the triple equals to operator, which means equal value and data type. So both 10 and 8 have equal data type. They both have the same data type, that is number, but the values are different, so it will print false. For x not equals to 8, it says 10 is not equals to 8. Yeah, 10 is not equals to 8 actually, so it will print true. Similarly for x not equals to 8, it will check that both the values are not equal but the data types are equal, right? So it will print true for this as well. For x greater than 8, yeah, 10 is greater than 8, so it will print true. Similarly it will check for x smaller than 8, and it will check for x greater than equals to 8, and also for x less than equals to 8. So by now you have understood how comparison operators work. So comparison operators are the easiest to use in programming. And that's all for comparison operators. Let's move on to the next one we have. The next type of operator we have is the type of operator. You guys have an idea about the type of operators, right? As we have discussed it earlier. In case you haven't watched the previous videos, let me give you a brief introduction about this type of operator. So the type of operator is used to provide you with the type of whatever value you put to the right of it. Like if you are using any data type and you want to know about the data type of a particular variable, let's say, so you can use the type of operator. It will tell you the actual data type of any variable. So in JavaScript, as we have discussed earlier in the video where we have particularly discussed about the data types, so there are 5 different types of primitive data types, right? We have the numbers, we have strings, we have boolean, we have null and undefined. So let's try to use type of operator. So here you can see I have used 4 different variables, which are I have used variable x, variable y, and variable flag and variable p. So the values are different. The x is holding 17, y is holding hey there, and flag has the value as false, and I have defined p but I have not assigned it any value till now. So what I'll do, I have used the type of operator to find out the type of every variable. Like here I have used it for x, for y, for flag and for p. Let's check the output now, save it and see. It says number, string, boolean and undefined. See, here we have given x the value as 17. So 17 is a number, then it says it is a number. For hey there, it says it is a string. For false, it says it is a boolean value. Like in boolean value, we have only two values like false and true. So for variable p, it says undefined. You know, there is a difference between undefined and null data types. Undefined means lack of value, whereas null means there is absence of value, that there is no value at all. So suppose you are using null as the value for any variable, right? The type of operator will return object. But if you are not giving any value to any variable, like you are using the variable as it is, like here we have not given it any value. So if you are doing this, the type of operator will return undefined. So let's take an example of null as well. Let's declare another variable, let's say var abc, and we'll give it the value as null. So and finally what we'll do, we'll use type of operator. Save it and see, here it says the type of variable abc is an object. So remember this thing, guys. And now we are done with almost 7 operators we had, and we are left with one operator only. So let's move on to our last operator, which is the bitwise operator. This operator doesn't have that much of practical usage in the real world. They are not definitely useless, but this is something like we are not going to use on a daily basis. So in computers, if you know, the numbers are stored in binary format. Bitwise operators work on 32-bit numbers. And we have decimal numbers, like we understand decimal numbers. Computer works on binary numbers, right? So when bitwise operators are used, any operand present in the operation is first converted to a binary number and then converted back to a JavaScript number. So here you can see on your screen, we have 4 different bitwise operators. We have the AND operator, we have OR, we have NOT, and we have XOR, or we can say exclusive OR. The result and the answers are also here. It's pretty simple. See, we have used the AND operator before as well while we were in logical operators, but the syntax was different, and here you can see we have a single ampersand sign to use bitwise AND operator. So here you can see how the decimal number first changes to a binary number. Suppose we have x as 5. Here you can see x is first changed to a binary number. This is the binary equivalent of 5, and 1 is also changed to a binary number, and finally the result, whatever result we get, it is changed to a decimal number. So that's how bitwise operators work. Let's take an example of bitwise operators. So here you can see I have taken two variables. I have taken variable x, and the value of variable x is 5, and another variable is y, and the value of y is 1. And then I have used all the 4 bitwise operators, like I have used x and y, I have used x or y, I have used not x, and I have used the XOR operator between x and y. So let's check the output now. Here you can see, if we talk about the output, see, here it says 1, 5, minus 6 and 4. So for x and y, see, the value of x is 0, 1, 0, 1, and for AND operators, it will return 1 if both the values are 1. If any one of the two values are 0, then it will return 0. So what it will return here, it will return 0 for 0, 0. For 1, 0, it will also return 0. Similarly for 0, 0, it will also return 0. And for 1, 1, it will return 1, which is the binary equivalent of 1. So the answer here is 1. For x or y, it will return 1 if any one of the two values are 1. See, if both are 0, it will return 0. If any one of the two values is 1, it will return 1. It will return 0 again, and finally it has two ones, so it will return 1. And 0, 1, 0, 1 is the binary equivalent of 5. That's why the output here is 5. For NOT operator, it works a little bit different. It gives you the output which is same as minus x minus 1. So minus x minus 1 will be, see, minus x minus 1 will be minus 5 -1, which is -6. So this is a bit different here. The NOT operator here is a bit different. For XOR operator, or we can say exclusive OR, it will return 4. Why it will return 4? It will return 1 when any one of the two values is 1. If both are 1, then also it will return false. It will return 1 only in one condition. If any one of the two values is 1, then only it will return 1. That's why the output here will be 0 1 0 0. That's why it's written as 4, which is the binary equivalent of 0 1 0 0. Let's suppose we have a piece of code that has n number of statements. Here, let's say we have this code, and so the conventional workflow will be, it will first execute the first statement, then second, then third, and so on till statement n, right? So this is the basic flow, right? From statement 1 till statement n, and it will execute each statement in between. However, in real world, the scenario is different. Like, we don't write the code in same manner every time. For example, let's suppose you are in line 5 and you want to print this line 10 times. So what should you do? You can write this line 10 times, or you can copy paste it, right? Okay, let's forget about 10 times. Let's suppose you have to use this code, or we can say, let's suppose you have to print this statement 100 times. Doing this, like copy pasting it for 100 times or writing this statement for 100 times, that's useless and unnecessary, right? So that's where control statements comes into picture. We'll discuss them in a while. Let's assume another situation. This time you want to make a choice based on certain conditions. You can use conditional operators, but then it has limitations, right? To tackle this problem, we have control statements in JavaScript. So these are the very basic reasons why we need control statements for performing a certain activity. Like, if we want to perform a certain activity n number of times, or if you want to make a certain decision making kind of scenarios in your program, that's where we need control statements in JavaScript. In JavaScript, we have two different types of control statements depending upon what action we are performing. So we have the conditional control statements, and we have the iterative, or we can say looping control statements. Talking about conditional statements, as the name suggests, we use conditional statements when we have to make decisions based on conditions. When we have two choices, or when we can say when we have two different conditions and we want to make choices accordingly, so that's where we use conditional statements. We have two different types of conditional statements: the if-else statements and the switch case. Talking about the iterative statements, as the name suggests, if you want to perform any action more than once, or maybe n number of times, instead of writing them again and again, we use loops. So loops are basically statements. We use loops to perform any activity n number of times with specific conditions. So in JavaScript, we have four different type of loops. We have for loop, while loop, do while loop, and foreign loop. So the for loop, while loop, and do while loop, you might have heard about them earlier because they are also present in other programming languages. But this foreign loop, this is a new type of loop present in JavaScript. We use foreign loop with objects. We'll go through objects in upcoming videos, and of course we'll be looking at each of these control statements in detail. We'll have a particular video for each of these topics. Now let me introduce to you the break and the continue statement. They are not the types of control statements, but they do assist in other control statements. The break is used to exit a switch statement or loop. Like, when used in a loop, it breaks the loop and continues executing the code after it. And on the other hand, the continue statement breaks a single iteration. When used in a loop, when we use continue statement in a loop, it breaks a single iteration, and it breaks the iteration only if the specified condition occurs, and then it will continue with the next iteration in the loop.
Also, if you want to become a full stack web developer, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. Check out the link mentioned in the description box below.
So the if-else conditional statement is used whenever we work with condition. It can be either a single condition or maybe more than one condition or multiple conditions we can work with. So let's try to write a basic program with a single condition. So then we'll move on to multiple conditions using the else if statement. So we'll create a new file today. So I hope you guys know the importance of creating a separate file for every topic. You know, it will be easy for you to work to find out that separate file later if you want to revise that topic. So here is the program where we have taken a variable x and the value of x is 10. So what we are doing in this program is we are checking if the value the variable x is holding, that is the value 10, and if the value is less than 10 or if the value is greater than 10. So we have only two conditions, either the value can be less than 10 or the value can be greater than 10 or equals to 10 as well. So here in this program what we'll do, we'll update this value as 8. So the variable x is holding the value 8. So to check the output, let's save it, and here you can see it says the value of x is less than 10. Of course the value 8 is always less than 10, right? So for 8, that's fine, it will say the value is less than 10. And similarly, if we do the same for, let's say 11, save it now and see, it says the value of x is greater than 10. So that's quite simple, right? But what if we are giving the value as 10? We know 10 is equals to 10. So save it now and see, here you can see it says the value of x is greater than 10. This is happening because what we did, as we told the interpreter to check the value if the value of x is less than 10. We didn't mention that if what to do if the value is equals to 10. So it will check for only x is less than 10, not for equals to 10 or greater than 10. So here what it is doing, it is checking if the value is less than 10. So that it says okay, let's print this statement if the value is less than 10, or if the value is not less than 10, or if the value is equals to or greater than 10, it will print the value of x is greater than 10. To avoid this type of misunderstanding, we use an else if statement. So the concept of else if statement is the same as if statement. What we are doing, we are using multiple conditions, right? We are giving it more than one condition. So how to use else if? It's quite easy, and the syntax is also similar to the if statement. The only difference is that it contains an else before if. So it's an else if. So what we are doing is we are giving it a condition that else if x equals to 10. So now what it will do, it will check for two conditions, that if the value x is holding is less than 10 or equals to 10. And what we'll do, we'll update it as. So let's check the output now. Save and see, here it says the value of x is equals to 10, right? So I hope you guys are getting this. The execution flow for this program will be like, it will check for the first condition if x is less than 10. If yes, it will print the value of x is less than 10. If no, it will move on to the following condition. Like under the else if statement, it finds a condition that if x is equals to 10, it will check for it. If yes, if x is equals to 10, then it will print the value of x is equals to 10. Or if not, then otherwise it will move to else statement and print the value of x is greater than 10. We don't need to specify any particular condition for this, you know, because we have already specified the two conditions, that if x is less than 10 or if x is equals to 10. Now we'll take a look at some basic programs. Other than this one, we'll take a look at a few more basic programs. So here's the another program. What we are doing here is we are taking a variable x and the value of x is 5. So what we are doing is we are checking if the number is an even number or an odd number. The thing you have to keep in mind is the logic to find whether a number is even or an odd number. So to check whether a number is even, what we do, we'll divide that number with 2, right? What basically we want is we want the remainder as 0 when we use the modulus operator. So what we'll do, here we have written x mod 2 equals to 0. So if the remainder is 0, then the number will be an even number because it is divisible by 2.
else it will be an odd number. So that's quite simple, right? Let's save it and check the output. For 5 it says odd number. Yeah, 5 is of course an odd number, right? So that's for even and odd number. So here we are with another program. Here it says we have a variable y and the value of y is, let's say, 8. And what we are doing here is we are checking if a number is positive or negative or 0. So we have 3 different conditions. Either number can be positive or it can be a negative number. Any number greater than 0 is a positive number, right? And any number less than 0 is a negative number. And the third one is a number 0. It's neither positive nor negative. So let's check for the number 8, save it and see. Here you can see it is a positive number. Let's see for -2. Save it now. It says a negative number. For 0 it will say 0. So these two programs are quite simple, guys, right? The conditions are pretty simple. We use modulus operator, we used greater than or less than sign, and that's quite easy to use, right? So let's move on to the next program, which is a bit tricky than these two. So what we'll do in our next program is we'll check if a number is positive or negative, and at the same time we'll check for even and odd also. If we are giving any number as input, like let's suppose we are using 5, we'll check if the number is positive or negative and odd or even. So we'll do this simultaneously. Let's move on to this program. So there are two ways to check whether a number is positive or negative and odd or even. So the two methods, we'll discuss them one by one. The first one here is to use nested if, and the another one is when we use logical operators along with the if else if statement. So this one here you can see right in front of your screen is the nested if method. So here you can see we have used the if statement. We have given one more condition inside another if statement. So first it will check whether a number is positive or not. For x greater than 0, it will check if the number x is greater than 0. Then if yes, if it will find it that yes, this number is greater than 0, then it will move on to the nested if and it will check for odd or even. For odd number and even number, it will check if it finds that the number is even, it will print that the number is positive and even. If the number is not even, it will print the number is positive and odd. So here you can see the difference. What the interpreter is doing is it will check for the number as positive, and if the number is positive, then it will move on to the nested if and check for the even or odd. So if it finds that the number is even, it will print positive and even, otherwise it will print positive and odd. Then it will move on to the next condition, which is for negative number. If x is less than 0, then it will again move to the nested if and it will check for even and odd. So if it finds that the number is even, it will print negative and even, otherwise it will print negative and odd. And the last condition is for the number 0. Let's try to find out the output of this, and what we'll do, we'll update the value of x as 8. So save it now. Here it says the positive and even. So 8 is a positive number and even as well. Let's update the value of x as -5. Save it now. It says negative and odd number. -5 is a negative odd number, right? So that's how it will check for positive or negative and odd or even. So we are doing both the things simultaneously in a program. We have an alternate method as well. Here you can see on your screen we have written a program, and here we have taken a variable x. The functioning of both the programs is same. Both of these programs will check for positive or negative and odd or even. So here you can see I have taken a variable x. Let's say the value of x is 7. It will check for x greater than 0 and x mod 2 is equals to 0. So we have 4 different conditions, right? A number is greater than 0, that means a number is positive and even. A number is positive and odd. A number is negative and even. A number is negative and odd. And the final one is a number is 0.
Okay, we have 5 conditions and we have to specify these 4 conditions here. So here you can see we are using the logical AND operator. This means it will print this statement. Let's suppose for this statement, it will print this only if both the conditions are true, right? If the value x is holding is both greater than 0 and an even number. So if you try to find out the output now, save it and see here it says number is positive and odd. So the number 7 is greater than 0, but the number 7 is not an even number. That's why this line is not there on the browser. It will print this line because the number is positive and odd. The switch case is another conditional control statement, just like the if-else control statement. There's a difference between the usage of if-else and switch case statement. Now both if-else and switch case works with conditions, and we have to choose when to use switch case over if-else. Switch case is generally preferred over the if-else when there is n number of test cases present, or we can say when we are working with a lot of conditions. Let's say we are working on a program and you ask the user for an input between 50 and 100, a numeric input basically. And in the output, we have to print the textual form of that number. Suppose if the user enters 75, right? The output will be like this. So what we are doing, we are taking a number from the user as an input and we are printing the textual form of that number, right? So we can use the if-else or we can say else-if control statement, but the program will be so lengthy and not so clean. Also, switch case is much more efficient than if-else when it comes to execution time. Like if we have n number of conditions, then using switch case is a better option. We'll get to know why in a bit. So let's move on to the programming part, and today we'll write a program where we have to find the month in a year by accepting its number. So we have 12 months in a year. For example, if we enter 4, then the output will be April. And if we enter 8, then the output will be August, because August is the 8th month of the year, right? So I hope you guys are clear with the question. Of course, we can do this program with the help of if-else statement, but we discussed earlier that using if-else in such cases is not efficient, right? We can use switch case in this scenario. So let's create a variable first. Let's say we are creating a variable where month, and you can give any value to this variable from 1 to 12. You can provide it with any initial value. So let's create a variable first. Let's say we are creating a variable where month, and the value we are providing it 1 as the hardcore initial value. For simplicity, again we are not taking the input from the user or from the browser. To do so, we have to first go through the DOM manipulations, and we'll go through it in later videos. So let's start with the switch case now. The syntax for switch case is quite simple. Just write down switch and pass the variable month. So we have to check in this round bracket for the variable month, because you know any value you are providing to month, the switch will check the program accordingly. So for now we have taken the value as 1 for month. We can take any value, like we can take 3, we can take 11, 12 or any value other than 1 to 12 as well. So whatever value you are providing to the variable, you can provide the variable to the switch statement, right? So next up we have an open and a curly braces. For the body of the switch case, we have to test for 12 different conditions inside this, starting from 1 to 12, right? So the syntax goes like this. You have to write case and then the value month variable might hold, like 1, 2, 3 and so on, followed by a colon, right? So we have to write the value 1 and a colon, not a semicolon but a colon. Keep this thing in mind, guys. And below that we are going to write what we want when the value is 1, like what the output we want when the value is 1. So we have to write document dot write and whatever you want as the output. Like for 1, the first month is January, so we are writing here January and a semicolon. So if the value of the month is 1, you will get the output as January. Save it, and here you can see the output is January. Let me increase the font size for this as well. So here you can see the output is January, right? Next, we'll use a break statement. If you guys remember, we discussed the break statement in the control statements video, right? The break statement is not actually a type of control statement, but it assists other control statements, or we can say it helps us manage the control statements, right? What this statement does is, once we are done with our output, we get our output, right? Once we are done with case 1, we get our output as January. This break statement helps us to come out of the switch case. So to understand this much better, let's write here one more case. So let's say we are writing here one more case as case 2, and the output will be document dot write. The second month is February, right? And February here we can write. So we'll include one break here, like we'll come in the first case and include a break statement. So here's how you can write a break statement, how you can include a break statement in your code. So let's check the output now. So for now it says January. So if we don't include this break statement here, when the interpreter will execute this code and it will see that the case is 1, right? So it will print January, but it will print other statements as well. So for example, if we remove this break statement and save it now, see, you can see here the output as January and February. January and February both are getting printed on the output. So we need a break statement to break it here. See, the value is 1, and if we include break statement here, the moment the interpreter finds the answer, the correct answer as January, it will come out of the switch case. So I hope you guys are getting this. Similarly, we'll write all the cases for all the months. Let me show you all the cases. So here you can see on your screen that we have 12 different cases from 1 to 12, one for each month, depending on the value the variable month is holding, right? The output will be June if the value is 6, and if we say 10, the output will be October, and so on and so forth. Now, the question here is, what if we try to write a random value for the variable month? By random value, we mean that if we try to write any value other than these 12 values from 1 to 12, if we leave these values, then if we try to write another value, like if we write here 13, so what will be the output now? Let's save it and see. There's no output, and there might be no error for this as well. So if you try to check for an error, go to inspect and check out. See, there's no error, right? So in that case, we have one more case, like we have default case. So let me show you how to include default in your program. What you have to do is write here default with a colon and write document dot write, and let's suppose we are writing here wrong input. What is happening is, let's try to run this program first. Press Ctrl plus S, and now you can see it says wrong input for value 13. So what is happening is, the switch case will first check these 12 cases, and any value other than 1 to 12 will get the output as wrong input. It works the same as the else statement, right? In else statement, we don't need to specify any particular condition. Any condition other than the if condition or else if condition will fall inside the else statement. It's not necessary to add default in your program. It's just if you want to give the user a prompt that he has entered a wrong value. So you must include this default case in your program every time while using switch case, because it's quite useful, you know. Okay, so this is the complete program to find out the month by accepting its number. If you try 6 and save it now, it will say June. If we try 10, save it, it will say October. If we try 12, save it, it will say December. So I hope this is clear to you guys. Next up, let's discuss about switch case in detail, because the switch case in JavaScript works differently from other languages. Like, switch case is also present in C++ and Java, but in JavaScript it is a bit different. So in JavaScript, switch case can accept numbers, it can accept strings and boolean values as well. Now let's have a look at how the switch case works with string values. So here is an example of string values. You can see the value variable month is holding is June, right? And you can use this string in case as well. So here you have to give the case as a string value, right? Because we are using switch case statement with strings. So the first case here is when the value will be June, the output should be 6th month, and when the value is July, the output will be 7th month. So let's check it out if this is working or not. Let's save this program and see. For June it says 6th month, and similarly we can check it for July as well. Let's check for July, save it and see, it says 7th month. You can include the default case as well if you want to. It will be similar, like there's no difference for default case. Let me show you how. We'll write here wrong input. And save it, and now let's try to change the value here. Let's say we are using May. Save it and see, it says wrong input. What if we use a numerical value here? Let's try to use 2. Save it now. It says wrong input for 2 as well. It will give you the output when the value is either June or July. So any other value you try to use here, it will give the output as wrong input. In the same way, it works for Boolean values as well. Let me show you how it works for Boolean values. So what you have to do, instead of 2, you have to give here a Boolean value. Let's suppose you are writing here true. And for true, you have to change the case as well. For true, you have to change the output as, let's say for true, the output will be 1. Okay, and similarly for false, the output should be 0. And the output should be wrong input for any other case, right? So save it now and see, here for true it says 1. The output you can see here is 1. And if you try to do the same for false, like let's write here false, and now try to check the output. See, here it says 0. You can see the output is correct, right?
Before jumping into the for loop, let's first understand what exactly a loop is, right? So a loop is basically a programming construct that executes a piece of code as long as a certain condition is met. Alright, and there are two different types of loops. We have entry control loops and exit control loops. Now, what exactly are entry control loops? Now, these are the loops where the test condition is checked before executing the piece of code. For example, you have the for loop and the while loop. So in their case, before entering the loop, the condition is checked, and only if the condition is met, it enters the loop and executes the code. Alright, when it comes to exit control loops, the test condition is checked after the loop has been executed. Alright, so in this case, the loop at least gets executed, the code in the loop gets executed at least once. So the example for this is the do while loop. Alright, with this basic knowledge, let's go ahead and learn about the different loops. So the first loop is the for loop. Alright, so what exactly is a for loop? This is the basic logic and the flowchart in front of you. So what exactly happens is that, say for example, you want to print the word looping, say 10 times, right? So what you can do is you can start and you can have a for loop which goes from 0 to 9. And then you increase the number by 1 every time you print the loop. Once it's equal to 10 or even greater than 10, it ends the loop, right? So let me help you understand this better with an example. So let's go to our editor, that is VS Code. Here I've created a folder called demo_loops, within which I've created a file called for loops. Alright, so now let's just write down our initial code for HTML, that is HTML, and then I have a head tag within which I say JavaScript loops. Alright, now I have a body tag within which I give a heading for clearer understanding. Let me have a heading, say JavaScript for loops. Alright, let me just call it for loop. Now let's have the script tag within which I'll have a variable say x, and now we'll have the for loop. So we say for x equals 0, x less than 5, x plus plus, within which I say console.log of x. So basically what happens is, now you have the first variable which is called the counter variable. Now this keeps track of how many times the code is being executed, right? And next, I less than 5 is the condition. Now the loop keeps executing as long as the condition is met. And lastly, the counter variable is incremented, and usually it's incremented by 1, right? So here we've done the same thing. And inside the loop, we print the value of x. Alright, so let me save the file and then execute it. Alright, it's printed JavaScript loops here. Let me just go back. Okay, my bad. I missed out on the title tag. So this has to be enclosed within the title tag. So let me just change it here. Now let's save this. Let's go back and just refresh the page. And that is it. So whatever is in the title tag basically appears here. Alright. So now since we're printing the value of x on our console, we'll have to inspect our element. So let's go here. And here let's check on console. And here you can see all the values have been printed from 0 to 4. Alright, now this is a simple for loop. So next up is a while loop. Now the logic is similar to that of a for loop. First, the condition is checked, and if the condition holds true, then the code is executed, and if it is false, it terminates. Alright, so moving on, let's understand the general syntax. So here, first you have the variable whose value keeps changing, and then you have the ending condition, which is basically the maximum value a variable can reach. Alright, so let's go back to our VS Code. And here, for better understanding, let me just change this to JavaScript while loop. Alright, let's just delete this, and here, let's initialize the value of x to 1. And now I say while x less than or equal to 5, within braces, I say console.log of x, and then I increment the value of x. Alright, so let me save this and let's execute the file. Alright, so it says JavaScript while loop, and let's inspect. And here in our console, it displays the values of x. Alright, so according to the logic, x is initially initialized to 1, and the value gets executed once it enters the while loop. Alright, it's incremented and then checked every time until the value reaches 6, right? And then it breaks from the loop since the value does not hold true, and then it terminates. So this is the logic behind the while loop. Next up is the do while loop. Now here, as you can see, first the code is executed, and then the condition is checked. If the condition is true, then the code execution continues, and if it falls, it's terminated. Alright, so this is an exit control loop. Also, in an exit control loop, the code is executed at least once. So let's go back to our VS Code, and here, let me just delete this. Now let's initialize x to say 15, alright? And now I use the do keyword within which I write the code. So first I'm going to print the value of x. Console.log of x, and then I increase my value. And here I mention my test condition, which is while x less than, say, 10. Alright, so according to the logic, initially the value is x, and once it enters the loop here, it should print the value of x, which is 15. Alright, and then it increments the value. But once it comes out of the loop, it checks for the condition. Here the condition says less than 10. But since x is not less than 10, it prints the value x, that is 15, and then terminates. Alright, so let's save this and execute it. So let me execute this. And here, let's check the console. So there we go, it prints 15. So what it does is that it prints the value 15 first and then checks the condition. Now, let's go ahead and change the value of x to say 5. Alright, so now it enters the loop and then it prints the value of x and then increments it. And when it comes out of the loop and checks the condition, as long as the value of x remains less than 10, it prints it. Okay, so let's save this, go back here, and let's refresh the page. And here you can see the values 5 to 9 are printed. So this is how the do while loop works. Moving on to the next concept, breaking out of a loop. Now, as the name suggests, break is the keyword that is used to break out of a loop. Now here is a simple code for you. So according to the logic, it prints the values between 1 to 10. And say at the value 5, you want to break out of the loop. You can simply use the keyword break. So let's go back to our VS Code. And here, let me just make it simple and say for x equals 1, x less than or equal to 10. Let's increment it. And within the loop, let's display the value x on the console, and then we're going to check for the condition if x equals 5. Alright, so if x equals 5, we break out of the loop. So let's save the file and execute it. And there you go. It's displayed the values from 1 to 5. So basically the code inside the for loop is executed, and once the value of x reaches 5, it breaks from the loop. Simple, right? Alright, so let's move on. Next up, we have skipping a loop cycle. Alright, so here, what exactly we do is we make use of a keyword continue to skip a particular loop cycle. Say in this case, we have a for loop which displays the values of I ranging from 1 to 10. However, we want to skip the cycle when it reaches the value 3. So what we do is we make use of the keyword continue here. So basically it displays 1 and 2 and skips the third cycle and then directly displays 4. Alright, so let me show you in our VS Code editor. Here, let me just remove this and say if x equals 5, I'm going to continue. Alright, after which I'm going to say console.log of x. So let me save this and then execute it. So here, let me refresh the page, and there we go. As you can see, it displays 1, 2, 3 and 4, and the fifth cycle is skipped. Alright, and the rest of the digits are displayed. So that is how you can skip a loop. I highly suggest you also practice all of this and then play around with loops to get a better understanding.
Today we are going to take input from the user with the help of a text box in JavaScript. What we'll do is we'll create a text box, and any value the user will write inside the text box will be stored in a variable, and then we will print that variable in a message using the alert method or in the console. So whatever we want to do, we can do it. So let's create a small login page with no styling, because we'll be focusing more on the HTML and the JavaScript parts. So for that we have to go to our HTML file. So here's a HTML file, and we'll write here input, and then we'll write here type is equals to name, and then we'll write here placeholder is equals to, let's say, enter name. This placeholder is an attribute that gives a slight hint. Whatever value we write here will be printed inside the box. So this enter name will be printed inside this particular text box. So save it, and here you can see on the browser we have a text box here. Here you can see how this value is written inside the text box. You can see here enter name is written inside a text box, indicating the user to write the name here. So let's create another text box here for the password. So we are creating a login page, right? So we'll be needing name and password. So we'll use the br tag here, and then we'll write here input type is equals to password, and then we'll use a placeholder here and we'll write here enter password. This type attribute here plays a vital role on this input element, because we have different types of values we can use inside a text box, like we have numbers, strings, week, time, email, password, and many more. So here we are using password. So save it, and you can see here we have two text boxes over here in the browser. So we have a text box for name and we have a text box for password. Next up, we need a button to perform a task, right? So we'll use the onClick method along with this button. We can either use the button tag or we can use the input tag along with type is equals to button. So we'll write here input type is equals to button, and the value will be, say, submit, or we can write here login as well. Save it, and here you can see we have a button over here named as submit. So we are done with the login setup here. We have a text box for the name and one for the password. So we'll write any name here. You can see, let's write here Kaushal, and then we'll write the password here, let's say any random password, and nothing will happen if we click on this submit button. So let's add some functionality to this submit button here. So we'll go back to our HTML file and we'll write here on click. So we'll write here a function name print. Fine. We'll create this print function now. So we'll go to our JavaScript file and we'll create a function here. So let's say function name is print, and then we have the body of the function. Now this function will be called whenever we click on this button. So whenever we click on this submit button, this print function will be called. Now we want this button to do something, right? We want it to perform a certain task. What we want to do is we want the user to write their name and password, and we will print this name and password in the pop-up with the help of alert method. So we'll use the document.getElementById method for this task. Let's give those elements their IDs. So we'll give these two input tags their IDs. So we'll write here ID is equals to, let's say, uname or username, and then we have the password. For password we'll give the ID as upass. Fine, save it, and then we'll go back to our JavaScript file. Now both these elements have their own IDs. We'll use them in the JavaScript file. So we want to use the values given by the user, right? For that, we'll create two variables here inside the function print to hold the reference of original values. So for that, we'll write here where x is equals to document.getElementById, and then we have the ID as uname for the username, and then we'll write here dot value. Next up, we'll take another variable, let's say where y, and then we'll write here document.getId
get element by ID again. Then we have the ID as upass. We'll write here dot value. Now what we did here is we use the IDs to get the reference of those values which the user will input. You might have noticed here that we have used the value property here after the IDs. So this value property returns the value attribute of any text box. So now we have the values here present inside variables x and variable y. The next thing we want to do is we want to print these values, right? So for that we'll use the alert method. So it's quite easy to use. We'll write here alert and then we'll write here the name is, and then we'll print x. So because variable x is holding the value of name, then we'll use /n, and after that we'll write here the password is, and then we'll print the value of password. So we are done with it. We have printed the values of x and y here. Now save it, and now we'll enter the values here. Let's say the name is Kaushal and the password is Simplilearn. The moment we click on this submit button, there will be a pop-up with a message. You can see it here. The name is Kaushal and the password is Simplilearn. So we printed these variables here along with the alert method. So this is how we can take input from the user in JavaScript. So we already discussed that we want to create a login form here with a specific name or password, right? Let's say we want the user to be allowed only if the password is Simplilearn. Otherwise, the user should be restricted from entering the web page. So this is a simple task. All we have to do here is we have to use the if-else control statements. So for that, we'll write here after this statement, we'll write here if, and then we'll write here, let's say we are doing it for password, right? So we'll write here y is equals to Simplilearn. Then we have the body of if, we'll write here alert login successful, and then we'll write here else. The statement will be alert wrong password. So we'll keep this line here. So what will happen is the moment we'll press the submit button, it will go to the if else statement and it will check if the password entered by the user matches the correct password or not. So if the password matches, it will print login successful. Otherwise, it will print the wrong password. And then finally, it will print the name entered by the user and the password as well. So let's save it, and we'll write here the name as, let's say, Kaushal. And the password, let's say the password will be different this time. We'll write here Simplilearn. So this password does not matches the original password, right? The original password is Simplilearn. So what we are expecting is it will return wrong password here. So let's save it. The moment we press the submit button, you can see here we have a pop-up with message wrong password because the password we entered is Simplilearn. So if we press OK here, in the next message you can see the name is Kaushal and the password is Simplilearn. Fine. So let's do it again. This time we'll enter the correct password. We'll write here Simplilearn and we'll change the name as well. So let's say the name is Rahul. Submit it, and here you can see we have the message as login successful. We'll press OK, and here you can see the name is Rahul and the password is Simplilearn.
In this tutorial, we will see how we can use radio buttons to take input from users. Now, HTML radio buttons are created with the help of input tags, and the type for creating radio buttons is radio. We can use radio buttons on multiple occasions. For example, we can create a quiz question using a radio button. At one time, only a single radio button will be selected, and we can use it to find the correct answer. So today we will use radio buttons along with the ID attribute, and then we will create a JavaScript function to find the correct answer for a quiz. So without wasting any time, let's move on to the programming part. So first we will see how to add radio buttons to our HTML document. In the HTML file, we will write here
input type is equals to radio, and then we have value is equals to, let's say, option 1, because we are using multiple options, right? We have multiple options for a single question, or we have multiple options here. So we'll write value as option 1, and then we'll write here the value we want to print. So we'll write here option 1. Fine. Save it, and we have a radio button over here. You can see we can check it, and it has no functionality till now. So let's add another button first. So what we'll do, we'll copy this line from here and we'll paste it, and then we'll change the option as option 2 and the value also as option 2. Right, save it again, and here you can see we have 2 radio buttons now. Let's add a submit button here first. So we'll write here input type is equals to button, and then we have value is equal to submit. Save it, and here you can see we have a submit button as well. One thing you might notice here is we can check both the text boxes, right? We can check option 1 and option 2 both at the same time. So if we want to select only one checkbox at a time, we have to group them. So we'll use the name attribute and the same name for these 2 radio buttons. So the name will remain the same for both of these radio buttons. So we'll write here name is equals to, let's say, G1, and then we'll write here as well, we'll write here name is equals to G1. Now these 2 radio buttons belong to the same group. Save it, and now if you try to check both these boxes, you can see we can't do it now because we have grouped them, and now we can select only one radio button at a time, right? Now the next thing we are going to do is we'll move to a JavaScript file and we'll create a function there. So we'll move to a JavaScript file. So here's our JavaScript file, and we'll create a function here. So let's do it first. So we'll write here function. Let's say the function name is fun1. Fine. And then we have the body of this function. So inside this function, we'll write here, we'll take 2 variables again for both the elements. So we'll write here var x, and then we'll write here document dot get element by id. Then we'll write here the id. So let's provide the id to those elements as well. So we'll write here before name we'll provide the id. So let's say the id for the first radio button is red1, and the id for the second one will be, let's say, red2. Fine. Save it, and we'll go back to our JavaScript file. We'll write here red1, and then we'll take another variable. We'll write here where y is equals to document dot get element by id method, and then we'll write here the id. So the id for the second radio button is red2. Fine. We don't need the value property here. Next up, we have to use the if else statement to print something, right? So we'll write here, we'll use the if else statement. We'll write here if, and then we have x dot checked is equals to true, then it will return something, right? So we have a condition here as if x dot checked is equals to true. This particular statement will check if the radio button whose reference is available at variable x is selected or not. This dot checked is the property for a HTML element. If the radio button is checked, the output will be something. So let's add the output here as well. So the output will be, if the radio button is checked, will be like, we'll write here alert, then we'll write here the option selected is, then we will write here x dot value. So it will print the value of x as well. Now we have another condition here. We'll write here if y dot checked is equals to true, then it will return the option selected is, we'll write here plus y dot value. We are doing this because we have 3 different conditions here, right? If we select option 1 or if we select option 2, or if we are not selecting any of these options, right? So we have a else condition for that, and then we'll write here else. So here we have to write else if, and then we'll write here else, and the else part will print alert no option selected. Save it, and let's do one thing first. We'll call this function with the help of onClick method. So we'll go back to our HTML file and we'll write here in this element, we'll write here onClick, and we'll call this function onClick. So we'll write here fun1, and we have this function here. Save it, and here we are good to go. So if we move back to our JavaScript file, you can see here we have three conditions: either X is checked or Y is checked, or none of these are checked. So let's check the output now. We'll select option 1 first, we'll submit it, and here you can see we have the output as the option selected is option 1. Fine. Press OK, then we'll refresh this page and we'll select option 2, and now we'll press the submit button. So here you can see on selecting option 2, we have the output here as the option selected is option 2, right? So what if we are not selecting any of these two radio buttons? So click the submit button here, and you can see we have the output as no option selected. So I hope you guys got it. Now the syntax will remain the same if we want to create a quiz. So next up what we are going to do is we are going to create a quiz. So here is the code if you want to create a quiz on your own. So we have a question here. We have a question as JavaScript was developed in the year, and then we have two options for it. We have 1998 as first option. So if we go here, you can see we have the first option is 1998, and then we have another option is 1995. Obviously we know the answer for it as 1995. We'll change the function name here as fun1 and save it. The JavaScript file for this code will look like this. So we have three conditions here again. If X is checked, then the output will be wrong answer, and the correct answer is Y. And then we have another condition for Y. If Y is checked, or we can say if 1995 is checked, we'll have the output as right answer. And then we have another condition: if none of these radio buttons are checked, we have the output as no option selected. So let's see if the code works fine. So save it, and we'll go to the browser. So we'll select option 1 first. So we'll select this 1998, submit it, and here you can see we have the output as wrong answer. The correct answer is 1995, right? We have the value of Y here. The value variable Y is holding is 1995. So we printed it over here, and we have the output as Y dot value, which is 1990. So if we refresh it and if we select 1995 here, then we'll press the submit button, and here you can see we have the output as right answer. Fine. Press OK, and we are going to do it again. So this time we won't be selecting any of these options. We'll just click on this submit button, and we have the output as no option selected. Fine. I hope you guys understood it. In the last few videos, we discussed the same thing, right? We saw how we could take input using text boxes, and then we saw how we can take input using radio buttons. Today we are going to grab users input with the help of a select box in JavaScript. So without wasting any time, let's move on to the programming part directly. First, we'll see how to create a select box in HTML, and then we'll move on to the JavaScript part. So let's move on to HTML, and we'll create a select box here. If you guys remember, we used the input tag in the previous few videos for text boxes and radio buttons. But for the select box, the scenario is a bit different. We have to use the select element in HTML. So we'll write here select. So we have the select element here. We have to use this for select box in JavaScript or in HTML. So this select box is used to create a drop down list of some elements. So we can add as many elements as we want to that list. So we'll use the option tag for each component we are going to use. So the code goes like this. We'll start with the select tag, and let's save this and see if it makes any changes to a browser. So you can see it on the browser that we have a button over here. Now we'll add options to this drop down list. For that we'll use the option tag. We'll write here option, And let's say we have three options. We have three car manufacturers name. So let's say the first name is BMW. Then we'll copy this statement and we'll paste it again and again, and then we'll change the name of manufacturers. So let's say another manufacturer is Audi and the last one is Ford. Fine. We have three manufacturers now. Save it, and you can see it over here. We have a drop down list of three different elements. We have BMW, Audi and Ford here. Next up, we'll add a button. So a submit button, as we did in the previous few videos. For that we will write here input type is equals to button, and then we have value is equals to submit. Fine. Save it, and we'll use a BR tag here. Save it now, and here you can see we have a drop down list here, we have a select box here, and then we have a submit button over here. Fine. Now we want to print the option we selected by clicking this submit button. For that we have to add functionality to our HTML document, right? So we'll follow the same steps as we did in the last video, wherein we used the radio buttons and the text boxes. So we'll write here inside this input tag, we'll write here on click. So what we want to do is we want to call a function on clicking a submit button, right? So we'll write here a function name. So let's say the function name is selected, and we have to use the ID attribute in the select element, right? So we'll use the ID attribute here. We are not going to use our ID attribute inside the option tags, but we are going to use the ID attribute inside the select tag. So we'll write here ID is equals to, let's say, 1. Fine. So we have an ID here. Now we have to use the value property here as well. So I hope you guys remember the value property which we discussed in previous videos. So the value property is used to access these values, right? So we'll write here value is equals to BMW, and then for Audi the value will be Audi, and then for Ford the value will be Ford. Fine. Save it, and here we are done with the HTML document. So next up we'll create a function in the JavaScript file. So let's move on to the JavaScript file, and we'll create a function over here. So we'll write here function, and the function name is selected. Then we have the body of this function, right? So we are going to repeat the same steps. We are going to take a variable x which will hold the reference of select statement. So we'll write here document dot get element by id, and then we'll write here the id. So the id is 1. So now we have a variable x which holds the reference value of select element, right? Now we have used the document dot get element by id method to get the reference of the selected value. Next up, we'll use some properties for select element while printing the value with alert method. So if you guys remember in the previous video wherein we used the dot checked property for radio buttons. So similarly we have some more properties here for the select boxes as well. So let's have a look at them. So we'll write here alert, and then we have a property which will go like this. We'll write here x dot options, and then we have this brackets and dot value. So this options property here is a collection of all the options we have in a select tag. We have multiple options, right? This property works on arrays. So we have an array of all the elements and we can access any of them. For that we will write here the index value, right? So let's say the index value is 0. We want to print the element present at number 1. So we'll save it, and the moment we press submit button, you can see here we have the output as BMW. Now one thing to notice here is it doesn't matter which option the user chooses, the output will remain BMW for all those cases because we are using the first element of the array. So no matter which option the user is selecting, the message will be there with the value present at index 0. So we can say now that we can't use static values, right? We can't use 0, 1 or 2 here because we want to provide the value dynamically, because we have three different values here and we want to print the value which the user selected, not the one present at index 0, 1 or 2. So for that we have another property here. We have to write here x dot selected index, and one thing you have to remember is we have to write here x dot selected index or any variable we are using here. So we are good to go now. Save it, and if we press submit now while clicking on BMW, so our first option is BMW, let's press the submit button, and here you can see we have the output as BMW. And next up we'll be selecting Audi and we'll press submit. So here you can see we have the output as Audi now. And finally we have Ford as well, so let's check it as well. So press the submit button and here you can see we have the output as Ford. So this is how we can take inputs in JavaScript from drop-down lists. Next up we'll go through a simple program as we did in the last video, wherein we'll create a quiz question and we'll check if the option selected by the user is correct or not. So this is the code for that. So we have the question here as JavaScript was developed by. We are using another question different from the one we used in the last video. So we know who developed JavaScript, right? So we have a question here, JavaScript was developed by, and then we have two options for the same question. The first one is Brendan Eich and the second one is Guido van Rossum. So then we have the ID as 1 for the select element and the values are also the same. Then we have a button over here which will call function 1 on clicking. And if we move to a JavaScript file, we can see here we have a function fun1 and then we have a variable x which holds the reference of value returned by document.getElementById by method, and then we use this value. So we have used here x.options. So what we are doing is we are basically checking that if the selected value is equals to Brendan Eich or not. If the value is equal to Brendan Eich, then the output will be the answer is correct, else the output will be the answer is wrong. So let's save it and we'll move back to our HTML file and we'll save this file as well. So now here you can see we have a question over here and we have a select box which has two options, Brendan Eich and Guido van Rossum, right? So let's select Brendan Eich first, press the submit button, and here you can see it says the answer is correct. Fine. Next up we are going to use Guido van Rossum and we are going to press submit button. So here you can see the answer is wrong.
Also, if you want to become a full stack web developer, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. Check out the link mentioned in the description box below.
We have been using the document.getElementById method for the past few videos, right? We know it is used to access an HTML element with the help of an ID which is uniquely provided to each element. So we used that method with text boxes, then with radio buttons, and then with select boxes as well. So today we are going to use a method that is somewhat similar to document.getElementById method. So we'll be using the document.getElementsByTagName method in JavaScript. As the name suggests, this method is used to access a bunch of similar elements with the same tag. So we have tag name in our method, right? So we can access a bunch of tags with similar name. Like if we have a few div tags present in our program and we want to change each div tag's style, we can do it with the help of this method. So we'll look at the syntax first and then we'll move on to the difference between ID and tag name methods. So let's move on to the programming part directly. What we'll do is we'll create a few div tags first and then we'll change the style of these div tags with specific styling properties. We are not going to use CSS for that, but in JavaScript we have other styling properties as well. So we'll be using those styling properties. So let's create the div tags first. We'll write here div and then let's say we are writing it, this is section 1. So we'll copy this line and we'll create 4 similar div tags, right? We have section 1, 2, 3 and 4. Save it, and you can see over here we have 4 different sections present. Now this is a very basic example, and here we have different sections present, right? Next up, we'll try to access these div tags with the help of tag name method. So let's add a button over here, and then we'll move on to the JavaScript part. So we'll write here, let's use the br tag, and we'll write here input tag. Again we'll write a input type is equals to button, and we'll use the onClick method as well. So we'll write here onClick, and let's say our function name is fun2, and then we have the value of this button as, let's say, submit. Close the input tag and save it. So here you can see we have a button over here, submit button, and you can see here nothing is happening on clicking on this submit button. So next up, what we are going to do is we are going to add functionality to this submit button. For that, we have to move to our JavaScript file, and we have to create a function over there. So we'll write here in the JavaScript file, we'll write here function fun2, and then we have the body of this function, right? So the syntax is a bit similar to that of the document.getElementById method. What we'll do here is we'll take a variable x, and then we'll write here document.getElementsByTagName, and then we'll write inside the brackets the name of tag we want to access, right? So here we have added 4 different div tags. So in this case, we'll write here div, and we can similarly access any of the tags present in a HTML document. We can access paragraph tags, we can access anchor tags, and any tag we want to basically. So save it, and here now we have a variable x that holds an HTML collection of all the div tags present inside the HTML file. This means that we have an array of references of all the div tags here inside this variable x. So if we try to make changes in a single array element, just like we did in the select box example, wherein we use the array index to access a particular element present at a particular array index, right? So we can do the same here. We'll write here x, and then we'll write the index number. So this particular statement will access the element present at number 1, or this particular syntax will access the first div tag of HTML document, because we know arrays start from 0, and at 0 the first element will be present. So this div tag will be present at number 0, and then we are going to use the style property. So we know that x here is not a variable only, actually x here acts as an object, and we know that different objects have certain properties in JavaScript. So style is one of those properties, and next up we'll write here, let's say, font family. So what we are doing is we are doing the CSS part with properties present in JavaScript. So let's say we are changing our font to Courier New. Fine. So this is a font name, and we can use any font name over here. So save it. What will happen now is on clicking the submit button, the font of this particular section, the font of div 1 will change to Courier New. So let's try if it's happening or not. So on clicking the submit button, you can see over here the change between this line and other 3 div tags. Clearly the font is changed. The new font is Courier New, and what we did here is we changed the font family of this particular div tag. So similarly we can make more styling changes to other div tags as well. So let's do it here, and we'll make changes to each of the div tags we have in a HTML file. So let's say here we are using the color property, and we want to change the font color to blue. Fine. Then we'll do the same for element present at number 3. For that we'll write here x, and the index number will be 2. So then again we'll use the style property, and then let's say we are writing here font style. Fine. And the font style we want it to be italic. And then finally we have one more property. Let's say for the so let's say for the last div tag we are using the background color. Fine. And we'll write here the color name is red. So we are good to go now. Save it, and we have 4 different properties over here. For section 4 we are changing the background color. So 3 will be the index number of the last array variable. So save it, and on pressing the submit button you can see the change over here. So for section 1 the font is changed to Courier New. For section 2 the font color is blue. Let me zoom it out a bit to show you guys. You can see over here the color is blue. And then we have italic text in section 3, and finally for section 4 we have the background color as 4, right? So you can see how we are accessing any particular element of the array. Now why we are using these properties separately for each array element? So if we try to make changes on each element of the array, we simply can't do it in JavaScript at once. So if we try to write here, so let's comment this out first. What we'll do is we'll write here x.style.fontFamily. So basically what we want to do is we want to change the font family for all the div tags present, right? Because we know the variable x is holding an array of all the div tags present in our HTML file, right? So we'll save it, and you can see over here if we are clicking on this submit button, you can see nothing is happening. So if we go to our console, and you can see it over here that we have an error here. So it says it cannot set property font family of undefined. So this is the problem with this get elements by tag name method. To overcome this problem we have a solution as well. So the solution for this problem is we have to use the for loop here. So how this for loop works, so we'll write here for, and then we'll take a local variable I, and the initial value will be 0. Then we'll write here I less than x dot length, because we want to traverse the whole array, right? And then we'll write here the condition I plus plus. So we are good to go. Then we have this body of for loop, and inside here we'll write x, and the index number will be I, because it will keep on changing and we are in a loop. So we'll write here dot style, and then let's say the style we want to do is font weight, and what we want to do is we want to make our font bolder. Fine. So comment this line as well, save it now, and you can see over here everything is clean. Now what will happen is on pressing the submit button the font will change, the font weight will change basically. So let me zoom this, and if we click on this submit button you can see the font is more bolder, right? So if we are using another property here, let's say the font we are using here background color, and we want the background color to be yellow. Fine. So save it, and on clicking the submit button you can see the background color for all the div tags for all the 4 section is changed to yellow. Fine. So this is how we can access all the elements of an array at once. Now what we did is we started a loop and traversed every element in the array and applied the same property to each element. So this is how we can do it with the help of tag name method in JavaScript. Now what if we have hundreds of similar elements like div tag present in our website and all of them are present at different locations? So let's try to do it, and what we'll do is we'll insert certain different elements in between these div tags. Fine. So we'll include a form, and then we'll include some radio buttons, and anything we want to do we can do it. So we'll add some more elements in between these div tags. So here you can see we have inserted 2-3 more elements in between these div tags. So save it, and you can see after each section we have something else. Here we have a form with 2 different text boxes. We have name and age, and then we have a submit button as well. Then after that we have section 2. So this is our section 2. Then after section 2 we have radio button and the value is A. Then we have another radio button B, and in between we have all the div tags present. So basically what we want to do is we want to change the style for each of the div tags, right? So we will change the background color here. So let's say we'll write here red, and what will happen is on clicking the submit button, on clicking this submit button, what will happen is the background color of each div tag. So the background color for section 1, 2, 3 and 4 will change to red. So let's try to do it and let's see if it's working or not. So we'll click on this submit button and you can see it over here. We have all the div tags with background color as red. So this is working totally fine. One more thing we'll discuss before wrapping up this video is the uniqueness of ID attribute for each element. So we are saying this for a long time that the ID for each element should be unique. Why so? Although we saw in the past videos that we can use the same ID for two different elements when we did the same for accessing a CSS styling property using the ID attribute. But if we try to do the same thing with JavaScript, we'll get an error. For example, if we try to access the value of any particular element with the ID attribute, but we have two elements in a HTML file with the same ID. So it will throw an error in that case basically. And this is the reason why we use the tag name method in JavaScript, so that if we want to access multiple elements of the same name, we can do it with this method. Because it's not possible to use the ID method separately for each element present in the HTML document, right? Because we have certain same HTML tags present within an HTML document, like we have the div tags here. Similarly, a website is long enough to have multiple similar elements present within it. So that's why we use the document.getElementsByTagName method in JavaScript. So guys, in the past few videos, we used two different methods of accessing an element from an HTML file using JavaScript properties. So we know the difference between the ID method and the tag name method, right? Today we will use another method to access a particular element in JavaScript. That is the class name method, or we can say the getElementsByClassName method in JavaScript. So before discussing the class name method in JavaScript, let's look at why accessing an element is important in JavaScript. So we know that the document object model is used to change, add or delete HTML elements. We saw earlier that we could change HTML elements or the CSS style of any element in the document with the help of JavaScript properties. So to make specific changes to those elements, we need to access them using particular methods. So we discussed two such methods before, the ID method and the tag name method, right? So let's move ahead and look at the class name method of accessing an element in JavaScript. As the name suggests, the main attribute in this method will be the class name. So we know the difference between the class and the ID attribute used in HTML. We know that ID has to be unique for each element, but we know that many elements in an HTML document can have the same class, right? So we used class to access specific CSS properties in the previous videos, and that is the only benefit of using classes in JavaScript. So we can say that a single class can be used by many elements within an HTML document. So let's dig a bit deeper into this concept. So let's say we have 5 elements present on our website and we want to make changes in 3 of these elements, right? So let's write the code here and it will be easier for you guys to understand. So we'll write here in the HTML file, we'll add 5 different elements. So let's say we are writing here div, and then inside this div we'll write this is section 1. We'll copy this, we'll paste it here. So we'll use 2 div elements and 2 paragraph elements, right? So here in this p tag we'll write this is section 3, and then we'll copy this line, paste it again, copy this one as well and paste it here. So we have section 1, section 2, 3, 4 and 5. So out of these 5 different elements, we have 3 div tags and we have 2 paragraph tags. So we'll discuss why we have taken 2 paragraph tags in between the div tags. So we are done with it. Here you can see we have 5 elements present in a HTML document. 3 of them are the div tags. Section 1, 2 and 5 are div tags. And 2 tags in between are the paragraph tags. So now let's suppose we want to change the style of 3 of these elements. Let's say 1, 4 and 5. So we can do it in 2 ways, right? Either we can use the ID method or we can use the class method. However, we can use the tag name method as well, but
we have to use two different variables for that, right? That will be a lengthy process. Why two different variables? Because we have two different tags present here, right? We have to create separate variable for the div tag and separate one for the paragraph tag. So that will be a lengthy process. So we'll consider ID method and the class name method for here. So considering the ID method, the document.getElement by ID method, we have to provide unique ID to each element. So we have to provide unique ID to this div tag, then we have to provide to each and every element here, right? So because we need to access three of these elements. So at least we have to provide the ID to those three elements which we want to access. Right. So in such cases, we can use the class name method where we want to access more than one element, but not all the elements in an HTML file. So we'll use the class attribute in each element we want to access. So let's say we want to access section 1, 2 and 5. So we'll write here class. Let's say the class name is CLS1. We'll copy this, paste it here, and we are accessing 1, 2 and 4 because 1, 2 and 5 are the div tags, so we can access these with the help of tag name method as well. So we'll access 1, 2 and 4. Fine. So we have used the class attribute here. Next up, we'll create a button and then we'll add functionality to a HTML document. So let's create a button here. We'll again use input type is equals to button, and then we have on click, and on clicking it will call func1, and then we have the value as submit. Fine. So save it, and here you can see in the browser we have 5 sections over here. We have section 1, 2, 3, 4 and 5. Then we have a submit button which will call the function on clicking. So we haven't added functionality till now. So let's move ahead to our JavaScript file and we'll add functionality to a HTML document. So inside this JavaScript file, we'll write here function, and then we have the function name as func1. Then we have the body of this function. So the syntax remains a bit same. So we'll take a variable first and then we'll use the document method to take references of all the elements from a HTML file. So we'll write here where x is equals to document dot get elements by class name, right? And then we'll write the class name here. So the class name is CLS1. Till now what we did was we took the references of all the required elements and stored them inside a variable named x in the form of an HTML collection. So now we can make changes to these elements, and what we'll do is we'll again use the style property to make styling changes in those 3 sections. So we have these 3 sections present inside an array and we can access any one or all the 3 elements, right? So we'll write here x and then we'll provide the index number. So let's say we want to access section 1, that is the first div tag. So we'll provide the index number as 0. Then we'll write dot style, and this style is a property dot. Then let's say we want to change the font style. So we'll write here font style. Font style will be italic. Save it. So this piece of code will change the font style of the element present at index 0. Save it, and on clicking the submit button here on the browser, we can see the change in this section, right? So if it's not visible, so let me zoom it a bit for you. Here you can see, guys, the font at section 1 is changed to italic, right? So in this case, we have all the 3 elements present in a array and we can make changes to each of these elements. So let's try to do it, and we'll use element present at index 1 now. We'll copy this line and we'll paste it here again 2 times because we want to make changes to all the elements, right? We'll write here 2 and we'll write here 1, and let's say we want to change the font color for this one, and the font color will be blue. For this we'll change the font weight, let's say, and we want to make it bolder. So we'll write here bolder. Save it,
And on clicking the submit button, you can see we have all the three sections with some minor changes. The first one is changed and we have italic over here. For the second one, we have blue color as font color. And for the third one, which is section 4, we have the font weight as bolder. So you can see the change over here. So this is how we can make change to each element separately. And we can also make changes in all the elements at once as well. So for that we have to use the for loop, just like we did for the tag name method, right? So for that we'll write here. So let's comment these three statements first. And then we'll write here for, and we'll take a local variable here. We'll write here where I is equals to 0. I will start from index 0 and I will go till x dot length. And then we have the condition as I++. So inside the body of for loop, we'll write here x, and instead of index number, we'll write here I, because we want to traverse the whole array. Then we'll write here style dot, and let's say the style we want is background color. We want the background color to be, let's say, yellow. Fine. So this is how we can use the for loop. Save it, and we'll see on clicking the submit button on our browser, the background color for all the three sections, that is 1, 2 and 4, is changed to yellow. This is how we can use the document.getElements by class name method to access all the elements present in an HTML file with a particular class. Next up, let's discuss the difference between the ID method, tag name method and the class name method. So we'll discuss when to use which method. So let's start with the ID method. So the ID method is used when we want to access a single element, and we have to provide a unique ID to that element in order to access it. So the ID method is quite useful when we want to work on a single element. Apart from that, if we want to work on more than one element, we have two other methods. We can either use the class name method or the tag name method for more than one element. So the tag name method is also quite useful when we want to access elements with the same tag name. We can access all the similar tags present within an HTML document with the help of tag name method. The only problem is we can access similar types of tags only at one time. We can't access two different types of tags with this method. So this is where the class name method comes into play. We can access more than one element with this method, and the elements can be different, just like we did here. We had div tag and paragraph tag, right? So the section 1, 2 and 5 are from div tags, and the section 4 and 3 are from the paragraph tags. So we can access two different tags with same class name with the help of class name method in JavaScript. So with this we came to the conclusion that more than one element in the HTML file can have the same class and can be accessed with the class name method. So by now I hope you guys understood the concept of all the three methods which we have discussed: the ID method, the tag name method and the class name method in JavaScript. We can use any of these methods according to our needs.
We'll be learning all about React.js. So let's jump in and see what's in store for us. So we'll be covering topics on what is React, why React, features of React, React prerequisites, and its industry trends. Let's go ahead and begin with what is React. React is a JavaScript library used to build fast and interactive user interfaces for both web and mobile applications. Now, one thing that makes React extremely powerful is the fact that it's open source. Any user can access its source code, modify it, and enhance it. In a typical model view controller architecture, React defines the view part of the application. It is also responsible for how the app looks and feels. Fun fact, React was built by Jordan Walke, an engineer at Facebook. Now let's go ahead and see how React works in real time. Consider a typical web application, say Instagram. The entire UI of the web page is divided into several components. We have the search component, a profile description component, stories component, and a post list component. These components make the code easier to debug and always remain discrete. Components also make development and maintenance of web applications faster, as multiple developers can work simultaneously on different components of the same web application. Now let's see why React is so popular these days. React helps in creation of dynamic web applications. It also provides performance enhancements. Now there are several performance enhancements like virtual DOM and one-way data binding. We'll learn about these topics a little later in the video. React uses reusable components. Now this helps decrease the development time. React involves unidirectional flow of data. React also has a small learning curve. Compared to other frameworks like Angular, React is much easier to learn. React can also be used for mobile applications. React recently released an extension called React Native that is used for developing mobile applications that are cross-compatible. It also has dedicated tools for easy debugging. Now let's dive in to the features of React. First, let's understand JSX. JSX is a syntax extension to JavaScript. Using JSX, we can add HTML to the JavaScript file. All coding in React is done using JSX. It also helps in making the code easier to understand and debug. Ultimately, JSX is a combination of JavaScript and HTML. Now let's consider a small example. Const simple here is a JavaScript notation. H1 tags indicate HTML. Again, the semicolon indicates JavaScript. Note that the semicolon is not mandatory. However, it's a good practice to include it. Moving on, the next feature is virtual DOM. DOM, which is an acronym for Data Object Model, actually defines how documents are accessed and manipulated in a web page. It represents the entire structure of the web page in the form of a tree. Now let's see how this actually works. React creates a virtual DOM that is the exact copy of the real DOM. Traditionally, whenever something changes in the web application, all objects in the real DOM are updated. This makes it extremely slow. Let's see how React counters this. Now consider two objects whose states have been changed. React now compares the virtual DOM with the virtual DOM snapshot that was taken right before the update. By comparing the new virtual DOM with the pre-update version, React figures out exactly which virtual DOM objects have changed. Now React only updates those objects on the virtual DOM. This makes a big difference when it comes to speed. Coming to the next feature, performance. React uses virtual DOM. As discussed earlier, virtual DOM impacts the speed of the web applications. We also took an example of Instagram and learned how multiple components can affect the development time. They help improve performance drastically. The next feature is one-way data binding. This means information flows in only one direction. One-way data binding is specifically used when information is displayed and not updated. Remember that the components of React are functional in nature. That is, they receive information through arguments and pass information via their return values. The next important feature is extensions. React has many extensions that we can use to create full-fledged front-end applications. It provides server-side rendering, which means that the application is rendered on the server rather than in the browser. React Native, which is a React extension, is used for developing mobile applications. There are many other extensions that React provides for every scenario in web development. Now let's look at a few of them. React Native lets you build mobile applications using only JavaScript. A React Native app is a real mobile application and not just a web application running on your mobile devices. Thousands of applications like Facebook, Instagram, Pinterest, Skype use React Native. The next popular React extension is Flux. Flux is the application architecture that Facebook uses. Flux implements a unidirectional flow, which makes it easier to understand what actually is going on. Now let's see how it works. When we trigger an action, the dispatcher will get notified. The dispatcher receives actions and dispatches them to the stores. A store is what holds the data of an application. Stores will register with the application's dispatcher so that they can receive actions. Data from stores is displayed in views. Actions define the internal API of your application. They capture how anything might interact with your application. The last feature of React is debugging. React applications are easy to debug thanks to the large and active developer community. You can practically debug React codes within your browser. Now notice the small React extension icon at the top right corner. This developer tool allows the user to inspect the code and also easily debug it. Moving on, let's learn about the building blocks of React. Components, state, and props are the essential concepts that one should know before implementing React. They are the foundation on which React is built. Now, what exactly are React components? Components are the building blocks of any React application. React divides the user interface into multiple components, wherein each component defines how a particular element is viewed in the application. React components remain discrete and are processed independently. Another feature is reusability. Components can be reused multiple times across the application. This reduces the development time. Consider the following code snippet. A component is implemented as a JavaScript class having some state and a render method. State is the data which we want the component to render. The render method is responsible for how the UI looks and feels to the user. The next concept is state. State of a component is an object that holds some data. This data influences the output of a component. Every time the state of an object changes, the component is re-rendered onto the screen. Now let's see what props are. Props, or short for properties, allow us to pass arguments or data to components. Properties help make components more dynamic. It is important to define all the properties, their types, and their default value. Props are passed to components in a way similar to that of HTML tag attributes. Now consider the following code snippets. This shows exactly how properties are passed to components. Also, detailed illustrations on components, props, and state will be shown in the upcoming videos, so stay tuned for that. Moving on, let's go through some of the things that you should know before you can actually start working on React. You should be familiar with programming concepts like functions, objects, arrays, and classes. One should also have a basic knowledge of JavaScript and a familiarity with HTML. Don't worry if you feel like you're not good at them. Once you start working on them, you'll get a good hang of it. Finally, let's go through the impact of React on the IT industry and get insights into the salaries of React developers. Statistics show that React developers earn way more than other web developers. According to PayScale, the average salary for a React developer in the United States is a whopping $91,000. The average salary for a React developer in India is 7.25 lakhs per annum. Over the recent years, React has gained immense popularity and is being adopted by many companies. According to the data by Google Trends, React has had a better growth scale compared to other frameworks like Angular and Vue. Statistics show that front-end developers have wholeheartedly adopted this lightweight framework, foregoing other available options. If you are skilled and have a knack for front-end development, React can help you gain fantastic career opportunities. Lastly, talking about a few companies that use React devotionally, we have Facebook, Instagram, Netflix, Dropbox, WhatsApp, among others. In today's video, we'll be learning all about React installation on Windows. So without further ado, let's get started. To set up the React development environment, we need two things installed: Node and a text editor of your choice. So let's begin by installing Node.js. We can head to the official Node.js website, say download Node.js. So here you can see the Windows installer. Depending on your system, you can either download the 32-bit version or the 64-bit version. So I'm going to go ahead and click on the 64-bit version. Since it's already installed on my system, I'm not again installing Node. You can follow the installation guidelines and download it. Once you're done with Node installation, you can go ahead and download a text editor of your choice. So I'd suggest VS Code. So let's head to the VS Code page. Say download VS Code. Click on the first link and download the 64-bit version for Windows. Once you're done with the installation of both Node and your text editor, you can start creating your first React application. So for that, let's create a folder. I'm creating it on my desktop, while you can create it in any of your drives. Let's call it first React. Now open your command prompt. Now you can type in the path for the folder that you just created. So say cd users first React. Now go ahead and type in the command npm install -g create React app. Okay, so this command installs all the necessary React.js modules. Now to check if the version is correctly installed, you can type in create React app version. So you can see the version here. Now let's continue and develop your React application. Type in the command create React app and you can give a name to your application. So I say my app. Now this should take a couple of minutes. Okay. Once you've successfully created your application, they say to begin by typing the following commands. So let's do that. Say cd my app and npm start. This should typically start your application, and here we go. Alright. You can also open your application in the text editor that you've downloaded. So let's go ahead and open VS Code. VS Code, File, Open Folder. Go to your desktop or the drive that you've saved your folder in. First React, My App, and I say Select Folder. So as you can see, all your modules have been imported. You can click on app.js and start editing. In today's video, we'll be learning all about the most basic infrastructure of React.js called components. Without delay, let's begin and look at what's in store for us. So we'll be touching on topics like what are components, types of components, nesting components, higher order and pure components, and a brief description about component lifecycle. Alright, to begin with, what exactly are components? Components are the building blocks of a React application wherein each component represents a part of the user interface. Now to make it more understandable, consider the Facebook homepage. The entire UI can be broken down into several elements. Say we have the credentials component, the sign up component, the image component, and the logo component. Notice that each component adds something to how the homepage looks. Alright, reusability is one of the salient features of React components. One component can be reused several times across the application, and this improves the development speed. Components can also be nested. One component can internally consist of several other components. In its minimal form, a component must define a render method that specifies how exactly the application looks and feels. A component can also receive properties from its parent components. Also, you'll get a better understanding of all of these when we start working hands-on, so don't worry. So, moving on, let's look at the different types of components. First, we have the stateless functional components, and then we have the stateful class components. Now, functional components are typical JavaScript functions that return HTML. Now, they can be contained in a .js or a .jsx file. Coming to class components, these are regular ESX classes. However, it's mandatory that they contain a render method that in turn returns HTML. They can also be contained in .js or a .jsx file. Okay then, let's go ahead and build our first React application using components. Alright, so I've opened my text editor, that is VS Code, to build my application. Also, I suggest you watch the React installation on Windows video to help you get started. The video briefly explains how to install Node and how to start building your first React application. In my case, I've opened a folder called React Component Tutorial, and here in my source folder, I have app.js. Now, app.js is the main component that gets rendered to the DOM. Let me show you that. Here in index.js, you pass app.js, which is a component that gets rendered to the React DOM. So app.js consists of several other components that can be nested. So as you can see, app.js is a functional component. And before moving on, let me get rid of all the unnecessary code. So let me delete all of this and return an h1 tag that says hello, welcome to Simplilearn. Let me save it, and if you look at the browser, you'll have hello, welcome to Simplilearn. Now let's go ahead and display another message. Say h1, this video is about components. Alright, let me save it and let me check the browser. It gives you an error. So JSX uses a conventional rule which states that all HTML tags have to be enclosed within a div tag. So for example, I say div and I enclose it. So let me save and check my browser again. Here you go. So multiple HTML tags have to be enclosed within the div tag. Moving on, let's create a first functional component. To do that, I'll first create a folder in my source folder, say components. Within that, I'll create a file, say functional component.js. Alright, so the first thing we have to do is import React. So I say import React from React. The general syntax for a functional component involves the keyword function and say functional component. Now you say return an h1 tag, or I've already used h1 tags, so I'll say paragraph and I say this is a functional component. Alright. Before explaining to you how these components are exported and imported, let me show you the general syntax for a class component. So I create another file, say class component.js. I again import React from React. The general notation is using the class keyword followed by the name of the class extending from the base class react.component. So going ahead, I say class component extends react.component. Now the key feature of a class component is the usage of a render method. So I say render, within braces I say return a paragraph tag saying this is the class component. Alright. So moving on, let's see how these components can be nested into the main component, that is app.js. Components can be nested into the main component using import and export keywords. So as the name suggests, export feature is used to export a particular file or a module, and import is used to import a particular file or a module into the current existing module. So we have two different types of exports. You have default export and just export or named export. So a default export is used to export just one object, be it a function, a class, a variable, from the file, and there can only be one default export per file. And when you're importing it, you can specify the address and use the word import before it. So let me show you how it works. Let's go back to our editor and then functional component. And here I say export default and the name of the functional component, that is functional com. So let me save this, and going back to my app.js, I say import name of the functional component, that is functional com from, and I pass the path, this components / functional component. Also, let me get rid of these unnecessary files here. Now let's define functional component in our app.js component. So here I say functional com. Let's compile it and check our browser. Here it says this is our functional component. Moving on to my class component, it's the same syntax here as well. I say export default name of my component, and in my app.js I import it. Import class comp from the path, and again I'll have to define it in my return method. I say, so let me compile it and check my browser. It says this is the class component. One unique feature of default export is that I can rename the file while I'm importing it. So for example, I can rename it as say FC, and while I'm defining it, I'll have to make sure I use the same naming conventions. So I say FC again. And when I check it, it says this is the functional component. There's literally no difference. The next type of export is the named export or just export. So a named export can be used to export multiple objects, be it functions, class, etc. from a file. Now there can be several named exports from a single file. One hack is that while you're importing, it cannot be renamed. So let me show you how this works. Okay, so let's create another class in our class component. So I'll just copy paste this. Let me give it another name, say class comp1. And the message that I want to display is, hey, I'm another class. Alright, so when I'm exporting it, I don't want default. So let me take it off and say export here. Alright. In my app.js, while importing it, I want to import both the classes. So I'll include them within curly braces here. I say class comp, comma, class comp1. And then again, I define it here, class comp1. Let's compile it and run it, and here we go. Here you can see, hey, I'm another class. So we've successfully exported both the classes from the class component and imported it back in our app.js component. One advantage of using named export is the fact that I can choose to import the classes that I want to. Now say for example, I do not want to import class component here. So let me take it off, and here let me comment this. Now let's compile and see. Hey, I'm another class. The second class got imported while the first class that was defined earlier is not imported here. Alright, so next up we have higher order and pure components. Now I won't get into the nitty-gritties of it because they're advanced topics, but to give you a brief insight, higher order components are basically functions that take in a component and return a new component. The whole ideology behind higher order components is to facilitate the reusability of component logic. Okay, so let's see how this works. Let's go back to our code editor. Let's create a component in our components folder. Let's call the component click.js. Alright, so here we define a class. I use the snippet RCE. Here we go. We get the entire format using the small snippet RCE. And here I'm going to make use of a button. Now say I use the tag button and I'll say clicked one time. Every time the user clicks on the button, the value gets incremented. So for this, I'm going to use a variable say count, and I'm going to use the concept of states. So let's go ahead and define our variable count and initialize it to 0. So for that, I'm going to use another snippet called rconst, and here this dot state equals my variable count, initializing it to 0. So let's define the count variable in our render method. So I say const count equals this dot state. So every time we click on the button, the count value has to get incremented, right? So we make use of an event called onClick equals this dot update click. Now update click is going to be another method that we have to define now. So every time the button gets clicked, this method is called. So let's go ahead and define the function. So it is update click equals, it's going to be an arrow function, and I say this dot set state is nothing but count this dot state dot count plus 1. Okay, and here we say count times. Alright, so once this is done, let's import our component in app.js. So here again, I say import click from components click, and let's define it here. So let's check our browser. Every time we click on the button, the value gets incremented. Alright, so let's go ahead and create another component, say counter.js, wherein every time the user hovers the mouse on the button, the count value increases. So let's go ahead and do that. I say counter.js. I'm again going to use the snippet RCE to create a class component. And here in my div tag, I define a button and say incremented to, for now I say X. So now let's go ahead and add the event. Say button on mouse enter. I'm going to call the method this dot increment count. Okay, so once you're done with that, let's go ahead and define the increment count method. I'm going to copy the same code that I've mentioned in my click.js. So I say copy this. Alright, so one change is that I'll change the name of the method and call it increment count. Again, let's define the count in our render method. So I say const count equals this dot state. And here I change X to count. Now let's go ahead and import it in our app.js. So I say import counter from components and counter. And let's define it here. Alright, let's save it and let's run the code. Okay, so as you can see, you see another button here incremented to 0, and every time I move my cursor on the button, it increments. Mind you, I'm not clicking, I'm just hovering my mouse. Okay, to learn how higher order components work, we'll have to pass counter.js and click.js as parameters to give birth to an entire new component. So for that, let's go ahead and create another component for our HOC. Let's call it higher order.js. Okay, so I say import React from React. After that, I say const updated component equals original component. That's going to be an arrow function again. And within curly braces, I define my class. That is class, say, new component extends react.component. Inside, let's define a render method that returns the original component with a modification. That is, I want to type the user. I want to append the user before the actual message is displayed. Alright, so let's go ahead and close the tag and return new component, and let's export this. Say export default updated component. Now we import higher order.js in our counter.js and click.js and pass these components as parameters. So let's do that. Let's go to our counter.js, and here I say import updated component from /higher order component. And here, while exporting, I say updated comp and pass this as my parameter. Let's do the same to click.js. Here I import updated comp from higher order component, and here I pass this as a parameter. Now here in our higher order component, we've defined a property name and initialized it to the user. So we'll have to include this in our other components, that's counter and click. So let's do that. And here, right before incremented to, I say this dot props dot name. Let me save it. Let me do the same thing here and say this dot props dot name. So if you go back to our browser, here you can see it says the user clicked 0 times and the user incremented to 0. Okay. So this basically shows how React implements reusability of components. Moving on, our next topic is pure components. Now, another way to create class component is by extending pure component from React. A pure component avoids unnecessary re-renders. Now, how does it do it? It does not implement the should component update method. Now, you'll learn about this method a little later in the video. Now, this method enables re-rendering of components to the DOM. But a pure component, on the other hand, ensures a shallow comparison of states and props and checks if a re-render is actually necessary. Only then does it render to the DOM. A React component can be considered pure if it renders the same output for the same state and props. So let's take an example to explain pure components. So let's go back to our VS Code and create 2 component classes, one for a regular component and the other for a pure component. Now using this example, I'll show you exactly how pure component is more helpful. Okay, so let's create a pure component.js file. I say pure comp.js. So here I'm going to use a snippet rpce that is going to create a pure component class. Let me get rid of this export. And here in my div tag, I'll display the text, say I'm the pure component. Alright, now let's go ahead and create a regular component. I may call it regular component.js. And here I'm going to use the snippet RCE. And the message that I'd want to display is I'm the regular component. So to draw a comparison between the regular component and the pure component, let's create a parent component for the two. So let me create one here. I'll call it parent component.js. And this is again going to be a regular class component. And here I display the message, I am the parent component. To change the state of the component, we're going to make use of a constructor. So let's use the snippet rconst. And here let me create name. You can give anything and I say Simplilearn. Now we make use of the component didMount lifecycle method to set a time interval. Now don't worry about this. We're going to learn about it a little later in the video. So moving ahead, I'm going to make use of the method and say component didMount. And here I say set interval. And the first argument is going to be an arrow function and the second will be the time interval. And I'm going to be setting it to 3 seconds. Now within the arrow function, I'll make use of the setState function to set the state of my property. However, I do not change the name. I keep it Simplilearn itself. Moving on, let's import pure component and the regular component into our parent component and then pass name as a property. So to do that, first import pure comp from pure component and then I say import regular comp from regular comp.js. And here let's say regular comp name equals this dot state dot name and I say pure component name equals this dot state dot name. Now let's include the property name in both our regular and pure components. So to do that, let's just say this dot prop dot name and here I again say this dot prop dot name. And finally, let's import parent component into our app.js component. So here I say import parent comp from, okay, and here let me define parent comp. So now if you look at the browser, we have I'm the parent, I'm regular component Simplilearn, and I'm the pure component Simplilearn. We've got the result as expected. Now to check if the pure component is actually re-rendering or not, let's include simple console.log statements. So here I say clg snippet and here I say pure component render. And in my regular component, I do the same thing. I say console.log regular component render. Now let's do the same in our parent component as well. Here I say parent component render. Alright, so let's go back to our browser and inspect it in our console. First the parent component gets rendered, then the regular component, and then the pure component. After that, for every 3 seconds, only the parent component and the regular component is rendered. For the same state and prop, the pure component is not re-rendered. So in conclusion, pure components optimize React codes and also improves performance. So coming to the last topic, component lifecycle. So basically, component lifecycle explains the stages the component goes through. The entire lifecycle of a component can be divided into three parts. We have mounting, updation, and unmounting. So the first thing that gets invoked in the life cycle is component will mount. It is invoked right before the initial rendering occurs. Then we have the rendering method. Now once a component is inserted into the DOM, component did mount gets invoked. Coming to the next phase, we have updation. When a component receives props, component will receive props gets invoked. Set state is called when the state of the property changes. So every time there is a change, React decides whether the next component's state should trigger a re-render or not. To do that, should component update method is called. Component will update is invoked right before re-rendering. After re-rendering, component did update is called that makes updates to the DOM. And the last phase is unmounting. Component will unmount method does all the necessary cleanup and erases all the allocated memory and cycles. In our previous video, we learned about React.js components in detail. And now, moving ahead, let's learn about another striking feature of React.js called props. Props, short for properties, allow the user to pass arguments or data to components. A parent component can pass additional information to its children using props. Properties help make components more dynamic. Props are passed to components in the way similar to that of HTML tag attributes. Now we'll look at this a little later in the video. Props in a component are read-only and cannot be changed. One thing to remember is that props are sent by the parent to the children components. Hence, the children components cannot make any changes to these props. Now that we've learnt about props in brief, let's go ahead and create our application using props. If you're new to this tutorial, I suggest you go to the React installation and React components video on our channel. So back in my code editor, that is VS Code, I've opened a folder called React Props. And now I'm going to create a component, a class component, and I'll call it class props.js. So let's create the class component. I give RCE, the snippet. And here I display a message saying an h1 tag basically. Alright. Now let me get rid of export here and import it in my app.js main component. Here I say import class props. Alright. Now we define the class component in our render method. Let's say. Alright. Now if we go back to the browser, you see hello learners, welcome to Simplilearn. Now let's say we want to individually welcome every student. Instead of retyping the message for everybody, we can pass their names as props. Now let's see how to do that. Now we pass the name as a property from the main component, that is app.js, to the child component and render this onto the browser. So let's do that. So here, while I'm defining my child component, I say name. I save it, and here in my child component, instead of learners, I use the keyword this dot props dot name. Let me save it, and if you look at the browser, we'll have hello learner 1, welcome to Simplilearn. Now let's go ahead and welcome learner 2 and learner 3. So I again say class props name equals learner 2. Alright, so if we save and look at the browser, we'll have all the 3 learners displayed on the browser. We can also pass multiple props to the child component. Now say for example, we want to welcome the student from a particular place. So we say welcome learner 1 from place X. So I can here define another property, say place, and say place. Similarly, I can do it for the rest too. Say place Y. Now let's go back to our class props.js component and here say hello learner 1 from this dot props dot place. Let me save it, and if you look at the browser now, we have hello learner 1 from place X, place Y, and place Z. We can also display whatever we want between the opening and closing tags when invoking a component. Now this is facilitated using props.children reserved keyword. Now let me explain to you how it's done with an example. Here, let's split the self and closing tag into an opening and a closing tag. And in between them, let me display a message within the paragraph tag. Let me say, and in my child component, after my h1 tag, let me use a paragraph tag, and here let's use the reserved keyword this.props.children. So let's save it. And now if you look at the browser, you can here see the message displayed child component. So props.children can be used when components do not know about their children ahead of time. This is commonly seen in components like sidebar and dialog that represent generic boxes. So let's go ahead and create a button tag and check again. So here I'll split it and add a button tag and say click. And let's check our browser. Here we go. We get the output as expected. Alright, we saw the usage of props for class components. Similarly, we can use it for functional components. So let's go ahead and create a functional component. Let me call it, I say import React from React. And then I say function props. And here I return an h3 tag. I'll say this is functional component, and I'll return another h3 tag saying hello learner. So let me save this and let's export it. Export default function props and import it in our app.js again. Import function prop from function prop. And here in our render method, let's define it. Let me call function prop name. Let me give learner 4 and place say A. Let me close it. And back in our functional component, instead of learner, I say props.name. Let me save it. Now, if you look at our browser, it gives us an error. It says props is not defined. So let's go back to our code editor and pass props here to our functional component. Also, let me define hello props.name from props.place. Let me enclose it within the div tag here. Let me save it. And now if you look at our browser, here we go. We get the output as expected. So let's begin and learn what exactly is a state in React. Typically, a state is an object that stores the values of properties belonging to a component. Now, these values can change over a period of time either via user interactions or network changes. And the state helps facilitate this functionality. Every time the state changes, React re-renders the component to the browser. The state is initialized in the constructor. A state can also store multiple properties. A method called setState is used to update the value of the state object. Now this function performs a shallow merge on the new and the previous state. Conventionally, a shallow merge ensures that the previous state values are overwritten by the new state values. Moving on, in our previous video, we learnt about props. And although props and state dictate and control the behavior of a component, they have significant differences. So let's go ahead and draw a comparison between the two. Firstly, props in a component are used to pass data and event handlers to its children, while state on the other hand is used to store the data that has to be rendered on the web page. Props are immutable. Once set by the parent, they cannot be changed. State holds volatile data and can be changed over time. Props can be used in functional and class components, while state is restricted to class components. Props are set by the parent component, while a state is generally updated by event handlers. Now that we've learned all about state, let's go ahead and build an application to see the working of state. Alright, so in my code editor, that is VS Code, I've created my application, say state, and here in my source folder, I have my app.js file. Now here, I'm going to get rid of all the unnecessary code that I'm not going to be using. Also, I suggest you go through the React installation on Windows video to help you get started with creating your first application. So let's create our class component, say class app extends react.component. And inside I have a render method that returns an HTML tag. Let's display a message, welcome. Let's follow the JSX conventions and enclose all the HTML tags within the div tag. So I say div class name equals app. We also have to import the app.css file, import app.css. And so we save it, and if you look at the browser, we have welcome. Now let's beautify our code. To do that, let's add some styling. So here in my app.js class component, I say styles equals, and I say font style, and I set it to say bold, and I say color, say teal. And here in my h1 tag, I say style equals this dot styles. So let me save it. And if we look at the browser now, we have welcome in teal and it's bold. Now let's go ahead and create a class component to understand state. So first I create a folder and I call it components. And inside this folder, I create a class component and I call it new comp.js. And I use the snippet RCE to create the class component. To give you an insight into what we're doing today, we'll display a message asking the user to subscribe to Simplilearn. Once the user clicks on the subscribe button, we instruct them to click on the bell icon. And finally, we display a thank you message. Now to do all of this, we're going to make use of state. And as mentioned earlier, we initialize the state object in a constructor. So let's use the snippet rconst to create our constructor. Now in the state object, we initialize a property, let's call it message, and we display a message saying subscribe to Simplilearn. Let's save it. And here in our render method, let's say class name equals app, and let's create an h3 tag, and within the tag I display the message. So I say this dot state dot message. Let's save it, and now let's import it in our app.js component. So I'll get rid of export here, and here I say import new comp from components and new comp, and let's define it here and say new. So we save it and look at the browser, it says subscribe to Simplilearn. Alright, again to make our code look more presentable, let's add in styles. So I'll just copy the same styles that I've added here and I paste them here, and instead of bold I make it italic, and I change the color to say purple. And again in my h3 tag I define style and initialize it to this dot styles. So let me save it, and now if you look at the browser, it's in italic and it's in purple. Okay, so moving ahead, let's create a button that reads subscribe, and once the user clicks on it, the button should read subscribed, and the message displayed above should instruct the user to click on the bell icon. To do that, let's first create a button. The message that I want the button to read is subscribe. However, this message gets changed once the user clicks on the button. So instead of explicitly mentioning subscribe here, I create a prop. I say sub and I say subscribe here. And back in my render method, I say this dot state dot sub. So let's save it. And if you look at the browser now, you have a button which displays a message subscribe. Now once the user clicks on the button, the message displayed should change to click on the bell icon to never miss an update. So let's create an event handler for that. So here, button on click, I call another method, and let's call the method button change. Okay, so this method should update the state and change the message and sub values. To do that, we make use of a setState method. Now a state can be updated in response to event handlers, server responses, or prop changes. Now all the updation can be done using the setState method. Now this is the general syntax used by the method. We'll however look at this further in the demo. Now the setState method conventionally enqueues all the updates made to the component state and instructs React to re-render the component and its children with the updated state. Now let's go back to our code editor and look at the working of this method. Now here I define the arrow function, button change. If you are not familiar with arrow functions, I suggest you read up on them. And this is the general syntax. And here I say this dot set state. and inside I change my message to hit the bell icon to never miss an update, and my sub value changes to subscribed. Let's save this. And now if you look at the browser, when we click on the subscribe button, the message changes to hit the bell icon to never miss an update. So moving ahead, let's use a bell icon so that the user can click on it. Once he clicks on the image changes and a thank you message appears on the screen. So for that, I have two images. I have bell A and bell B. So I drag and drop both the images in my components folder. Alright. Now let's import these images into our new comp.js file. Here I say import bell A from bell A.png, and again I say import bell B from bell B.png. Alright, let me save it. To display the image on the screen, we make use of the image tag. Now this tag has two attributes. One is the source attribute that specifies the URL, and the other is the alt attribute that specifies an alternate text for the image. So here in my component, I make use of a paragraph tag that will help display the image in the next line, and then I use the image tag. Now since my image changes once it's clicked, I have to define a property and pass the event handler click that will update the image. So here, before specifying the source, let's go back to our state and define another property that is image URL, and let's set it to bell A, since that is the image that I want to display first. Let me save it, and here in my image tag I say source equals this dot state dot image URL, and then we have the alt tag, and I do not want to display any message, so I leave it as it is. Now let's save it, and if you look at the browser, we have a bell displayed. However, now let's change the dimensions of the bell. I do not want such a huge bell. So back in my VS Code, I define style with width, say 30 pixels, and a height with again 30 pixels. Let me save this. And now if you look at the browser, we have a smaller icon. So once the user clicks on this image, the image changes and the message displayed here gets updated. To do that, we'll have to define an event. So let's go back to our VS Code, and here in my image tag, let's say on click, I define a method, say this dot image change. And now we define this method here. I say image change. I make use of an arrow function again. And again, I use the setState method. I update the image. So I say image URL is now set to bell B. And the message is updated to thank you, happy learning. So let's save this now. And if we look at the browser, we see the image, and once clicked on it, the image gets updated and the message changes. So finally, let me refresh the browser once and show the full execution. Let me refresh. Following the instructions, let's click on the subscribe button. And now it says hit the bell icon, and once I do that, the image updates and the message changes.
Also, if you want to become a full-stack web developer, then the postgraduate program in full-stack web development, in collaboration with Caltech CTME, can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. Check out the link mentioned in the description box below.
We're going to cover the topic of what is Angular. I'm sure all of you use mobile and web applications. Be it from social media to healthcare, e-commerce, and net banking, these apps are used by billions of people across the globe. Now, the main reason we use these apps is that they offer seamless user experience and interface. But how are they developed to provide such reliability? One of the frameworks that is widely used to build such robust apps is Angular. So let's dive into the session now. So here is a list of topics that we're going to be covering. First up, we'll see why Angular was introduced. Then what is Angular? Features of Angular, Angular architecture, advantages and limitations of Angular, the learning curve of Angular, and finally we'll look at some of the companies that deploy Angular. So without further delay, let's begin. Why Angular? Now, JavaScript is the most commonly used client-side scripting language. It is written into HTML documents, enabling interactions with web pages in many unique ways. So, as a relatively easy to learn language with almost pervasive support, it is exceptionally well suited to develop modern applications. But the question arises, is JavaScript ideal for developing single-page applications that require modularity, testability, and other features? Perhaps not. However, we have a variety of frameworks and libraries designed to help us with such things. With respect to front-end development, Angular and JavaScript together bring in structure and consistency to your web applications and also provide scalability and maintainability. Now, Angular is specifically developed for single-page applications. So now the question arises, what exactly is Angular? Angular is an open-source JavaScript framework written completely in TypeScript. Now, it was primarily aimed to develop single-page applications and is maintained by Google. Angular as a framework provides a few advantages while also providing a standard structure for developers. It is designed for web, desktop, and mobile platforms. Now, if you have a doubt here as to what exactly single-page applications are, let me help you with that. Now, these single-page applications are basically applications that get loaded just once. So the main page gets loaded onto your browser. So any further interactions does not lead to loading of subsequent pages. Anything that has to be done further is just an addition to the already loaded page. So these single-page applications are primarily developed using Angular. Moving ahead, let's look at the features of Angular. We have 4 features that we're going to be discussing. We have the document object model, TypeScript, data binding, and testing. Now let's look at them one by one. Now the document object model treats an XML or an HTML document as a tree structure. Now here every node in the tree structure defines an object representing a part of your document. Angular uses the regular DOM. Now let's suppose you've made 10 updates on a single HTML page. So every time you make a change, the corresponding DOM or the tree structure needs to be updated. Now Angular updates the entire tree structure of HTML tags. Moving on to our next feature, we have TypeScript. Now TypeScript defines a set of types to JavaScript, which helps you write JavaScript that is easier to understand. Now all the TypeScript code compiles down to basic JavaScript that can run smoothly on any platform. Now TypeScript is not mandatory for developing an Angular application, but it is highly recommended. The main reason it's highly recommended is that it offers better syntactic structure while making the code base easier to understand and maintain. Now TypeScript can be installed as an npm package. Now to do that, you just have to run the command npm install -g TypeScript on your command prompt. Next up is data binding. Now data binding is a process that allows you to manipulate web page elements using the web browser. Now, it mainly employs dynamic HTML and does not require complex scripting or programming. It is used in web pages that include interactive components like calculators, tutorials, games, etc. Now, incremental display of a web page makes data binding extremely convenient when pages contain a large amount of data. When it comes to Angular, it uses two-way data binding. So any changes made in the UI element is reflected in the corresponding model state. And conversely, any changes made in the model state are reflected onto the UI state. Now, this allows the framework to connect the DOM to the model data via the controller. The last feature we're discussing is testing. Angular uses Jasmine to run its various tests. The Jasmine framework allows various functionalities to write different kinds of test cases. Karma is a task runner for the tests that use a configuration file to set the startup, reporters, and testing framework. So with that, we've covered the features of Angular. So let's go ahead and understand the architecture of Angular. Now, Angular is a full-fledged MVC framework. It provides a strong opinion on how the application should be structured and offers bidirectional data flow and updates the real DOM. MVC, short for Model View Controller, is an architectural pattern that separates the application layer into model, view, and controller. Now, model here relates to all the data-related logic. View, on the other hand, is used for UI logic of the application. And controller is the brain of the setup. Now it is an interface between the model and view. Moving on, let's look at the advantages of Angular. First up, we have custom components. Angular allows you to build your own components that can pack functionality along with rendering logic into reusable pieces. Data binding. As discussed, Angular allows you to effortlessly move your data from your JavaScript code to the view and react to user events without having to write any code yourself. Dependency injection. Angular allows you to write modular services and have them injected wherever they are needed. This greatly improves the testability and reusability of the same. Don't worry if you can't wrap your head around these topics. We're going to discuss them further in the coming videos. Next advantage is testing. Angular has been built from the ground up with testability in mind. You can literally test every part of your application. Comprehensive. Angular is a full-fledged framework and provides out-of-the-box solutions for server communication, routing, and more. Lastly, we have excellent browser compatibility. Angular is cross-platform and browser compatible. An Angular application can typically run on all browsers, be it Chrome, Firefox, Safari, and platforms like Windows, macOS, and Linux. Now, many versions of Angular have been released ever since its inception. All of these versions have added to the efficient working of the framework. Now, here are the different versions released. First up was Angular 1. It was built on JavaScript and completely based on controllers. Next release was Angular 2. Now, this incorporated the component-based approach, wherein the entire UI was divided into several components and lastly integrated to give the final logic. Next was Angular 4. It included router updation. Angular CLI or Command Line Interface 1.0 was introduced, however not deployed. In this release, the Angular CLI was optimized and commands like ng-update and ng-add were added. In the Angular 7 release, prompts were introduced which provided tips in CLI about the functions being used. In Angular 8, IV renderer and Bazel were introduced. And finally, the most recent release was Angular 9. Now this came with the better framework and Angular material. Now this completely switched to the IV renderer as a default compiler. Now that we've learnt about the pros of using Angular, let's look at some of the limitations of Angular. First up is a steep learning curve. Now since Angular is a complete full-fledged framework, it becomes difficult for learners to begin with. You need to be acquainted with simple topics and then move on to more advanced topics to become proficient in this language. Next up is limited SEO options. Now, Angular offers limited SEO options and poor accessibility to search engine crawlers. It's verbose and complex. Now, a common issue faced by the Angular community is the verbosity of the framework. It also poses to be complex compared to other front-end tools. And lastly, migration. Now, one of the drawbacks of Angular is poor migration. Now, it becomes difficult to port legacy code to Angular-style architecture. Also, with each new release, it is painful to upgrade and a lot of them are not backward compatible. Next up, let's look at the Angular learning curve. Now, if you wish to learn Angular, you need to be acquainted with basic topics in Angular. Some of them are directives, modules, decorators, components, services, dependency injection, pipes, and templates. Now, once you've mastered your basics, you will want to go and understand more advanced topics such as change detection, zones, AOT compilation, and rx.js. However, the learning curve of Angular is clear-cut. In the beginning, it could be a little intimidating, but once you start using the tool, it becomes way more easier to comprehend and understand what is going on. And lastly, let's look at some of the companies that use Angular today. Many top-tier companies like Nike, Forbes, Google, HBO, Sony, Upwork, among others, readily deploy Angular. So moving on, let's look at the prerequisites for Angular. First up, we have Node.js. Angular uses Node.js as its base for a large part of its build environment. So as a result, to get started with Angular, you will need to have Node.js installed on your environment. So head to their official website and download the latest release for your corresponding operating system. Next up is the Angular CLI. Now this command line interface is a tool that makes it easier to bootstrap and develop your Angular applications. Now to install the latest version, run the command npm install-g at angular/CLI. You gotta run this command on your command prompt. And finally, to confirm installation, check for its version. Now the next thing that you will need is an IDE or a text editor to type your code. Now there are several IDEs that you can choose from, but in this series we've used VS Code throughout. So it is available on all platforms, so go ahead and download it if you haven't already. Now moving on to the final part is the demo. Now that you have a basic understanding of Angular and its prerequisites, I think you're ready to create your first Angular application. So let's head to our VS Code and begin. Here I've created a folder called Angular on my desktop and opened it on my Visual Studio Code. So to create your app, you need to open the terminal. Just go here and select New Terminal. And now type in the command ng new and provide the name for your app. So I'm just going to say hello world. So now this is going to create, just say yes. So basically what happens is that when you run the command, it will automatically generate a skeleton application under the folder that is hello world in our case. And it includes a bunch of files and installs all the necessary dependencies for the Angular application. So this could take a while. So once you've created your application, to run it, first change the directory. So let's say cd hello world. And now use the command ng serve. Now once it's compiled, you need to go to your browser and type in localhost 4200. And once you do that, you can see your UI. You can see that the application has been loaded onto your browser and it says hello world app is running. So this is how you create your application. So let's go back to our VS Code. Now as you can see here, there are many files and folders that are created, right? So let's look at a few of them. Of course, we can't explain everything, but I'll brush through a few of them. So the first main component is basically the root component. Now the root component here is the index.html. So here, if you open the file and see, it's a very small crisp code, right? But the most important thing in the file is this app root element. So what this does is it's basically the marker for loading your application code. So this is extremely important. So the next important file is the main.ts. Now this is a part of the bootstrapping piece. Alright, so the index.html file is responsible for deciding which files are to be loaded, correct? The main.ts file, on the other hand, identifies which Angular module is to be loaded when the application starts. So this is just a brief explanation as to what they are doing. Next, we have the app folder. Now here, we have the app.module.ts file. Now this application module file can be thought of as the code configuration of your application. So here's where the source code starts from. And moving on, we have the app.component.ts. So these are all TypeScript files, hence the extension TS. Now this file basically is the root component of your application. And then we have the HTML file for the same, which defines the appearance of what you can see on your browser. So let me just change the message that is being displayed. So I'll say, hey, welcome to this Angular tutorial. So let's save this, and when we go back to our browser, we can see the message, hey, welcome to this Angular tutorial being displayed. So like this, we can make a simple change and then it gets rendered onto your browser. So this was just a brief explanation of what happens in the background of your application. First, we'll get acquainted to what exactly Angular components are. Then I'll help you create an Angular component by showing a quick demo. And lastly, we'll learn about component decorator metadata. But before we begin, make sure to subscribe to our channel if you love watching new and interesting technology videos. Also, hit the bell icon to never miss an update. So what exactly are Angular components? Now, I'm sure everybody uses web applications, and one of the most widely used applications is Gmail, correct? Now, to help you understand what components are, consider them as Lego blocks. Now, they basically are combined together to form the final application. So in this case, here we have the logo component, then you have a sign-in component, an image component, and then a create account component. Now, all of these components generally don't affect the working of each other. But however, when embedded, they define the UI of your application. So I hope you understood what components are. So to go ahead, let's discuss some of its common features. Now, firstly, they are the building blocks of an application. Generally, you have a root component, which is basically the app component, and then it branches out into other components, creating a hierarchy. And these components are a subset of directives. Now, don't worry about what directives are because we'll cover them later on in the series. But to give you an idea, there are three types of directives. You have the structural directives, the attribute directives, and the component directives. Only one component can be instantiated per element in a template. Now, components are typically custom HTML elements, and each of these elements can instantiate only one component. Now, don't worry, you'll understand this better when I show you the demo. Nextly, a TypeScript class is used to create a component. Now, this class is then decorated with the @component decorator. Now, the decorator accepts a metadata object that gives information about the component. Now, a component must belong to the ng module in order for it to be usable by another component or application. And finally, components control their runtime behavior by implementing lifecycle hooks. So this was just a brief introduction to what Angular components are. Now, you will only be able to understand the working of components when I show it to you practically. So let's head over to our Visual Studio Code. Now here, back in my VS Code, I've created a folder called Angular Demo, within which I've created an Angular application called Demo Components. Once executed, the browser looks something like this. So if you haven't watched our previous video on getting started with Angular, that is Angular Hello World, I highly suggest you go through that video first. It helps you create your first Angular application. So now let's go ahead and create our first component. Now the command used to create our component is ng-gc and your component name. Once executed, it creates 4 different files. Now let's just see how this works on our VS Code. Now what you can do is head to your terminal and type in the command ng-gc and provide a name for your component. For example, I'm going to just call my component text component. Alright. So what it does is that it creates 4 different files. You can see you have 4 different files that have been created, and finally it updates the file that is app.module.ts, indicating that this new component has been created. So here in your source folder, within which there's an app folder, and again here you can see that your 4 different files have been created. First is the HTML file, wherein you can define all the code that you want for your component. Next you have the CSS file for your styling. Then you have the .ts file, which includes the component decorator. And finally you have spec.ts, which is basically a unit test file. Alright, and then in your app.module.ts, you can observe that the component that you've created, that is text component, has been imported. That is what the message conveys here. Alright, now let's go back to our app.component.html. Now this basically has all the code for your application, so let me just get rid of it. And I'm just gonna display a basic heading saying hello, welcome. Alright, so let me save it, and if you go ahead and look at your browser, hello welcome message is displayed. Now let's go back to our component.html file, and here let me provide a message. let me say H3, and let me display a message saying, welcome to this tutorial on Angular components. Alright. Now in your text component.ts file, which is your TypeScript file, the selector mentioned here is app-text component. Now go ahead and copy this. And in your final component.html, go ahead and create your custom HTML tag with the selector that you just copied. Now this indicates that the component that you just created, that is the text component, is being incorporated in the final render. So what happens is that whatever is defined in the component.html file is also being rendered in your final output. So when I save this, let's go ahead and check our browser. You can see that the message welcome to this tutorial on Angular components is displayed. So this was a simple creation of a component. Now for this, let's give it some styling. So here, go to your .css file and provide some styling. Say for example here I just say text align, and let me say center. And also in my app.component.cs I'm going to give the same thing. I'll say h1 text align is center. Alright, so let me save this, and there we go. Now we can also create multiple components and define the tags in the app component. Now the components are executed sequentially. So now let's create another component just to give you a brief insight into it. Let's say ngGC image component. Now here I'm going to be adding the Simplilearn logo. So I'll show you how that works. Now you can see that a new component has been created with 4 files again. So in my assets folder here, I've added the logo. So what I can do is back in my HTML file, I can go ahead and create an image tag. So first, let me just display another message here just to avoid any confusion. And let me say this is the image component. And then let me say image source equals, so the source is basically assets / logo.png and class equals center. Alright, so you can also head to your CSS file and provide any sort of styling that you need. So let me just say text align to be center, and then let's create a styling for the image, and here I mentioned the code for the image. So let's save this, and from the .cs file let's copy the selector and create a custom HTML tag in our final component.html file. So there we go. Let's save this and check the output, and there we go. First, the hello welcome message is displayed. Next, you have the message displayed from the first component, and then you have the second component. So this is how you can create your own components, and don't forget to incorporate these selectors into your final HTML file. So moving on to our next topic, component decorator metadata. Now as mentioned earlier, the @component decorator accepts a metadata object that provides information about the component. Correct? Here is a list of properties of the metadata object. First up is the selector. Now basically the selector is a CSS selector that identifies this particular component in a template. Now this corresponds to the HTML tag that is included in the parent component. You can create your own HTML tag. However, the same has to be included in the parent component. So to help you understand that better, let's head back to our VS Code and say for example in our text component here, the selector says text component, correct? For the time being, let's change it to say n component. Alright. Now when you save it and look at the browser, the message is not displayed. So what we can do is you can copy this selector and then include this here. And now you can see that the same component has been rendered onto your output. Alright, so the selector plays a crucial role in that. Next up, we have the template. Now, a template is an inline defined template for the view. Now, the template can be used to provide some particular markup. The markup could typically include some headings or paragraphs that are displayed on the UI. Next up, we have template URL. Now, it is the URL for the external file containing the template for the view. So here you can see, this is basically the external file that contains the template for the view. Next up, you have styles. Now, these are also inline defined styles that can be applied to the components view. So, any code that you provide in the .css file can also be included here. Next, you have the style URLs. Now, this is a list of URLs to your style sheets that are applied on your components view. Next up, you have providers. Now, this is again an array where certain services can be registered for your component. Lastly, we have animations. As the name suggests, these are animations that can be listed for your components. First, we'll understand what exactly dependency injection is. Then we'll understand the demerit or the drawback of not using dependency injection. Then we'll understand dependency injection as a design pattern. And finally, I'll help you understand the entire concept with the help of a demo. So let's begin. What exactly is dependency injection? So let's consider this. I'm sure you're aware that Angular uses the concept of components. The entire UI of the application is divided into several components. Now, what if all of these components perform similar tasks, be it accessing the database, rendering images, etc.? Now, instead of writing the same piece of code for every component, you could write the code once and then perhaps inject the same code into every component. Now, this is supported by dependency injection. Now, to give you a better example, consider two classes A and B. Now, let's assume that A uses the objects of class B, and normally in object-oriented programming, an instance of class B is created so that A can access its objects. But using dependency injection, we move the creation and binding of dependent objects outside of the class that depend on them. So dependency injection or DI keeps the code more flexible, testable, and mutable. Also, classes can inherit external logic without having to create on its own. And lastly, DI benefits directives, pipes, and components. Next up, let's have a look at the drawback of not using dependency injection. Now let's consider class postal details that is dependent on the number and the address class. In the postal details class, the constructor creates copies of the number and address. So when you instantiate a new postal details class, the constructor instantiates a unique number and address. Now, although this looks simple, there's a problem with this code. Let's assume that the number and address class constructors now accept parameters. When we change the numbers class, the postal details class gets broken. Now to overcome this, what we need to do is we need to pass parameter to the number constructor. So this applies to address as well. The first drawback of using this traditional method is that the code is not very flexible. Anytime the dependencies change, the postal details class needs to be changed as well. And the second drawback is that the code is not suitable for testing. Once you instantiate the new postal details class, you get the same number and address. Even if you change the number and address classes every time, what if these classes are in turn dependent on other classes? Then it's going to be a chain reaction. So to overcome this, we make use of dependency injection. Now let's look at DI as a pattern. Dependency injection, as you all know, is a coding pattern where a class receives its dependencies from an external source rather than creating them on its own. So here in the above example, we have moved the definition of dependencies from inside the constructor to the constructor's parameters. So the postal details class doesn't create the dependencies anymore. It just consumes them. So the postal dependencies class doesn't create the dependencies anymore. So with that, we overcome the drawbacks of not using DI. So now that you know what exactly dependency injection is and how vital it is, let's look at a simple demonstration to understand the concept better. Now, services, classes, modules, components, all of these are benefactors of dependency injection. So in the demo, I'm going to be showing how dependency injection can be used with the help of services and injecting these services into classes. So the main thought behind this is normally components are used to ensure just a good user experience. These components do not generally execute tasks. So to execute these tasks, we make use of services. So a component can delegate tasks like fetching data from the server, any network related issues, etc. to a particular service. And these services can be made available to components. With the same thought, what I'm going to be doing is I'll be creating a service that performs the task of displaying an employee list. Later, we're going to inject this service into the class using dependency injection. So let's head to our Visual Studio Code for the demonstration. Alright, so as discussed, I'll have to first create a component that displays a button for the employee, and then I have to create a service class and inject it into my component. Now this service holds the employee details such as name, employee ID, email ID, etc. So first, let's go ahead and create a component. So here, let me just type nggc, and the name of the component I'm providing is empinfo.
If getting your learning started is half the battle, what if you could do that for free? Visit SkillUp by Simplilearn. Click on the link in the description to know more.
Alright, so as you can see here in my app folder, I have the component with 4 different files. Alright, so the next thing we have to do is we have to create a service. So to create that, we make use of the command nggs. You can either give s or service, and the service name I'm providing is records. So let me just say records here. Alright, here you can see 2 files are created. There is a spec.ts file and the .ts file. Alright, so now the service contains all the employee data that needs to be displayed. Right, so let's go ahead and write the data. So first we're going to make use of 3 arrays. I'm going to be displaying employee records for 3 employees. So I'll have to create 3 arrays and provide certain information. So let's go ahead and do that. Alright, so the array I'm creating is called info1 for the first employee. And I'm going to be passing information like name, employee ID, and the email ID. So the array is of type string, and within which, let me just mention the details. I'm giving random information. I'm just saying Adam Taylor and some random employee ID, and let's say at@abc.net. Alright, so I'm going to be creating 3 records, so I'll just copy the same thing and paste for the rest too. Let's just change here, provide a different name here. And same for the last one. And let me change the name of the array as well. Alright, so with the agenda to retrieve this data in our component, we make use of the method for the same, right? So this method returns the employee data. So let's go ahead and create this method. I'm going to call it getInfo, and then just say string, and then this will just return this .info1. Alright, I'm going to be calling it getInfo1 for better understanding. Same for the rest too as well. I'm just going to return different arrays here. Alright, and lastly info3. Alright. Now in order to retrieve this information in our component, we need 3 more arrays, right? 3 more arrays that will receive this data. Let's go back to our component.ts file here and then type in the following code. So I've created 3 arrays again, info received 1, 2 and 3. Now what we need to do is we have to accept the information that is being sent from the service, correct? Now as I mentioned, services are implemented with the help of dependency injection. So what we need to do is we'll have to first import the service into the component.ts file. The key reason behind doing this is that when Angular creates this component, an instance of this service class is also made to perform the necessary tasks. Correct? So let's go ahead and just import it here. So I'll say import records service from and let's say records.service. Alright, and what we have to do next is that we must also declare this instance that is being created in the providers array of the component. Alright, so let's just say providers and then say records service. Alright, now we've created the instance of this class, right? However, to access this instance, an object is also created. So this object will in turn access the methods and variables of the service class. So for that, we have to create another object. So let's do that here in our constructor method. Let's say constructor private, and the object I'm creating is called our service. You can give a name of your choice, and then I'm going to just say records service. Alright, now this object will help me retrieve data from the service. So let's go ahead and use this in order to get the employee details. Alright, so I've created 3 different methods here: get info from service class 2, 1 and 3. And these methods will retrieve the data and add it to our array here, that is info received. Alright, and lastly we'll have to create an unordered list in our HTML file here. We haven't added anything, so let me get rid of this. So now I have to create 3 different buttons for 3 different employees, and when the user clicks on the button, the data is retrieved from the service and then displayed on the UI, right? So as you can see, I've created buttons for 3 different employees, and then I've made use of a bootstrap class called list group info, and then I've interpolated info which displays the contents of the info variable. Alright, now in order to call the methods in the .ts file, we have to bind them with the button. So since it is bound with the click event, every time you click on the button, the information is displayed. So now the last thing we have to do is we'll have to create a custom HTML tag for the component and then add it to the main component. So let's just do that. Let me copy this here. And then in my app component.html, let me get rid of this. And then let me just create this. I've just created the custom HTML tag for my component. And now just to beautify the code, I'll write a heading. And let's say employee details. And then I'll also add the Simplilearn logo, say image source. I've added the image here, so let me just say logo.png. I've also added some styling to it. Alright, so now let me just save this and have a look at the browser. So here we go. We have the logo here and then employee details heading. And then we have 3 different buttons created, that is employee 1, 2 and 3. And when I click on it, the information of the employee is displayed, the name, the ID and their email address. So yeah, so this is how you can make use of dependency injection and inject a service class into a component. So dependency injection plays a crucial role in Angular. We'll understand what Angular forms are. Then we'll look at the different types of form building supported by Angular. Next up, we'll get acquainted with features like form control and group control. And we'll learn all of this with the help of a simple demo. So without further ado, let's begin. So what exactly are Angular forms? Now I'm sure every application that you use comes with certain amount of form filling, correct? Be it your login credentials or your sign up forms or any sort of registration forms, etc. So forms are an integral part of a web application. You need forms to update your profile or to enter sensitive information, or also to perform any sort of data related tasks. So now let's look at the different types of form building supported by Angular. First up, Angular supports 2 types of form building. First, you have the template driven approach, and second, you have the reactive approach. Now let's look at them one by one. So talking about template driven approach, in this method, the conventional form tag is used to create forms. So Angular automatically interprets and creates a form object with the help of the directives. Now controls can be added to the form using the ng model tag. Now multiple controls can be grouped using the ng control group module. So it basically uses several module classes to provide controls. Now if you don't get this, don't worry, you'll understand better when I'm showing you the demo. Next up is JSON values. So form value can be generated using the form.value object. Form data is exported as JSON values when the submit method is called. Lastly, basic HTML validations can be used to validate the form fields. In the case of custom validations, directives can be used. So arguably, this method is the simplest way to create an Angular form. So moving on to reactive approach. Now this approach is the programming paradigm revolving around data flows and propagation of change. Now with reactive forms, the component directly manages the data flows between the form controls and the data models. Now reactive forms are code driven unlike template driven approach. Reactive forms eliminate the anti-pattern of updating the data model via two-way data binding. So it does not use two-way data binding. And typically a reactive form control creation is synchronous and can be unit tested with synchronous programming techniques. So now let's go ahead and look at form control and form group. So consider a typical form consisting of fields like name, age, and location. Now a form control is basically a class that enables validation of these fields. For each input field, an instance of this class is created. Now these instances help check the values of the field and see if they're either touched, untouched, dirty, pristine, valid, invalid, and so on. So this allows you to check every field for the value. It makes it easier to understand which field's value is invalid or which field has not been entered, etc. Now moving on to form group. So a form group class represents a group of controls. A form can have multiple group controls. The form group returns true if all the controls are valid and provides validation errors if there are any. So I hope this was clear. So moving ahead, let's look at the demo to explain all of these features. I'm sure it will become extremely clear once you look at the demo. So for that, let's head to our VS Code. So back in my VS Code, I've created a component called form component, and I've also included the Simplilearn logo just to beautify the appearance. So once you execute the code, this is what you're going to see on your browser. So you just have the logo at the moment. The first thing we need to do is we'll have to import the forms module. Alright. So, but before we begin, let me tell you what the use case is. So we're going to be creating a user registration form, which is going to include 4 fields. That is the first name, last name, email ID, and a password. Alright. So now let me show you how to import the forms module. So in your main app.module.ts file, you'll have to import forms module from Angular Forms. Alright. And then in your imports, you'll have to just call it here. Alright, so this is just a simple step. And now once you're done with that, let's go ahead and start our form creation. So here in my component.html, let's enclose the entire form within a div tag. So here, let me say div class is a container within which let me just have one heading which says user registration. Alright, and now let's go ahead and create our form. So first let me just say form. Now I'm going to create a div class for every field. So say div class equals form group. I'll explain it to you a little later. Now first let's create a label. So label tag for, basically it's the first name. So let me just say first name. And the tag will basically have first name again. Alright, and let me just break the line. Next we have the field. So let's say input. Type is text. Name is first name. And we have a class which is the form control class. Alright. So this we'll have to do for all the other fields. So let me just copy this and paste it like 4 times. I'll also add the tag pre for spacing. Let's do that here. And finally, we'll have the button. So let's just add that here with a type submit. And let's just say submit on the button. So now let's go ahead and change these values here. So here let me just change it to last name. Here as well. And here as well. And in this case it is going to be email. So let me just change it here. And finally we have password. So let's add that here. Alright, so let's save this and just have a look at our browser. So there we go. We have our user registration form ready, but I would like to align it to the center. So let me just do that. So here in my CSS file, I'm just going to align all the div tags to the center and the label tag to the left. So let me save this and look at the browser now. And there we go. We have our registration form with a logo. So this is how you create a simple form. Now we'll have to add a directive called ngModel. Now this directive, when added into the input tag, will provide form controls to every input field. Alright, so here let's just go ahead and say ng model. That is it. So let me just copy this and paste it for every other field. Alright, let me save this, and back in my browser, let me inspect, and here you can see different types of classes like ng untouched, ng pristine, ng valid are added, right? So this indicates that Angular has recognized the form tag and it has added these classes to the form as well as all the fields. So this is achieved when you add the ng model directive in your input tag. Now, back in my VS Code. Now every form has an output property attached to it called ng submit. Alright, so this property can be bound within a method called the submit method. So once submitted, this method is called, right? So once we click on the submit button, this method has to be called. So to include that, we'll have to just say form ng submit equals submit. Alright, so now we'll have to define the submit method in our component.ts file. So here, let me just go to our component.ts file and let me just get rid of unnecessary code here. And let's define a function called submit. And then here, let me just console log form submitted. Alright, so let me just get rid of this as well. It's unnecessary here. Let's save this. So what it means is that every time you click on the submit button, this method is called. Alright, so let's just have a look at the browser. So first let's go to our console. And when I click on submit, it says form submitted. Alright. So the next crucial step is to generate JavaScript representation. Now we'll have to make use of another directive called ngForm that is assigned to a template variable. Okay, so this JavaScript representation helps with validating all the fields. So I'll help you understand that better. So back in our HTML file, let's just create a variable first. Let's call it login. Alright, and say ngForm. Okay, now the ngForm object includes the JavaScript representation. So now while you're calling the submit method, you're going to pass login as a parameter. So let's just say login here. And in my TS file, again, let's just say login. And along with it, I want login to be displayed. So I say login again. So now let's save this. And if you have a look at the browser, let's click on submit. And now here you can see the JavaScript representation. So within form, I can check for email or say first name. And here for this field first name, you can see different properties attached. You can see invalid. Is it invalid or is it untouched, which is true, or are there any errors? So this basically gives you all information about the particular field. So we can make use of this feature to validate the information. So we're going to learn about that in our next segment. Moving on to form validation, one way to ensure that incorrect fields are not submitted is by disabling the submit button. Correct? Now apart from this, you can also specify certain properties in your input tag for the corresponding input field. Now, let's say that the fields can't be empty and the form only accepts names with the minimum length of 2 and the maximum length of 7. Alright, so here in my input tag, I just mention required, meaning this field cannot be empty, and min length to 2 and max length to say 7. Alright. So to check this, let's go to our browser, and here let me submit the form without filling the first name, and evidently there has to be an error. So when I submit it and I look here what's on forms and here controls, and my first name, you can see that an error is shown. Here it says required equals true. That means there is one error. Now you can make use of these form control objects. You can leverage form control objects to ensure field validation and display a message whenever an error occurs. Right? So to do that, you need to access these objects like errors or invalid or touched. All of these properties or objects need to be accessed. For that, we'll have to create a template variable. And then this variable is assigned to this object. So back in our VS Code, let's create a variable. Let me call it name. And let's say ng model. Alright, here the variable name receives the control object. So here back in my browser, when I submit again without the first name, you can see that the invalid property is set to true. Correct? So this helps us use this property to alert the user with the help of a simple if logic. So back in my VS Code, let me create another div tag within which I mention ng if, within which I'm going to use a simple if logic. So let's say ng if name, which is our template variable, name dot touched and name dot invalid is true, right? Then I'm going to alert. So I'm going to make use of an alert here. Let's say alert danger. Alright. So in my CSS file, I'll have to mention the simple styling for alert. So here, let me just say, so we're going to have the background color red for danger, alright? And here, I'm going to display the message invalid in bold. So now, let's go back to our browser and check it. So let me proceed without entering the last name. It says invalid here. So this was a simple demonstration to show you form validation. Of course, you can modify the code depending on your requirement. Say suppose the length of the first name is too short, then you can alert the user with a different message. Or suppose they have missed out on filling a form field, then you can again alert the user. So you can basically make use of the nested if condition, right? Now just to help you understand that better, let me just show it to you. Now back in my HTML file, instead of invalid, let me have another tag, a paragraph tag, within which I make use of ng if again. Now ng if name dot errors dot required is true. Then I display the message first name required. Alright. And if the length of the first name is not 2, now if the length of the first name is less than 2, then I'm going to display another message. So let me just say name dot errors dot min length. If this is true, then I'm going to say sorry, short first name. Alright. So let's save this and have a look at the browser. When I proceed without providing the name, it says first name required. But when I type in one character, it says sorry, short first name. But if I type in another character, it accepts. So I hope this made you understand how form validation works. So this was just a simple demonstration again. Now I highly recommend you explore these properties and play around with these objects. Trust me, it's really fun. So I hope this tutorial helped you out. Let's have a look at the basics of routing. Now I'm sure that you've observed that the URL changes every time you click on a particular link or on an icon on the user interface. Correct? Now this basically indicates that you are navigating throughout the application. Now to achieve this navigation, we use a mechanism called routing. Routing is essentially used to navigate through a website or a web application. But how is it achieved in Angular? Especially in Angular, routing plays a major role. It is used to create single-page applications. Now these applications are loaded just once and new content is added dynamically. Applications like Google, Facebook, Twitter, and Gmail are a few examples of single-page applications. The best part of using single-page applications is that it provides an excellent user experience and you don't even have to wait for new pages to load, which by extension makes single-page applications extremely fast. But how is this new content loaded? Enter routing. Now routing is the mechanism that, as discussed earlier, that is used to navigate through the application and load new content. Routing helps Angular configure the route and the component that needs to be displayed. Now I'm sure you're going to understand the concept of routing better when you work on it hands-on. So in the demo, we're going to be navigating to the login and the home pages of a web application with the help of routing. So let's head to our Visual Studio Code. So basically, the objective of our application is to navigate to home and the login pages. So when I click on the login icon here, it loads the login page. And here you can see the extension /login. And similarly with home, once you click on it, some new information gets added and the URL changes with a /home appended. Alright, so this is the main objective of our application. So to create it, let's head back to our VS Code. Alright, so here I've created a folder called demo_angular and I've created a file called demo routing. Now the first thing you want to do is open the index.html file and make sure that the base tag is added. Now although this is generally added when your app is created, if it is not, then add a base tag with href attribute which is set to a /. Alright, now this is generally done to tell Angular to construct the URL while navigating with a /. Alright, and the next thing you want to do is open your app.module.ts file and check if the app routing module has been imported. If not, go ahead and import it and then also mention it in your imports array. With that, the initial setup is done. Now to create the nav bar, the code that I'm going to be using is already explained in the previous video, that is Angular Bootstrap. I highly suggest you go through that video before watching this. So the code is already available. I'm just going to create a component and write the code for it and paste the code in it. So let's do that. Let me say ngGC navbar. Alright, so this component is now created. Now here in my HTML file, I'll just get rid of this and paste the code for the navbar. So here we go. I've pasted the code for the navigation bar. And back in my app.component.html file, I'll just remove all the unwanted code here and just specify the custom HTML tag for my navbar. So Let me just create one here. Alright, let me save this. Let me just run the application and see if it's displaying correctly. Alright, so when I open the browser, the navigation bar has been created along with these different options, that's home, about, services and login. Alright, and we also have the Simplilearn icon here. Alright, now the next step is to generate the components to display the login page content and the home page content. Now again, I have used Bootstrap to define the user interface for these files. You can easily find the code online. Just search for Bootstrap login templates, and depending on your requirements, you can choose the appropriate one. So first, let's create the components for my two files, that is for the home component and the login component. So let's go ahead and do that. NGGC, I'm just going to call it login for my login component. Alright, and then I'm going to say NGGC home for the home component. Alright, so I'm just going to copy the code for the login component. So back in my login.html file, I'll just paste the code here. Okay. Also note that I've added the Simplilearn logo in my assets folder and then just provided the source for it here in my login component. Alright. So next up is the home component. And if you've seen the previous video, that is Angular Bootstrap, you might have seen that we created three different components, that is intro, courses and footer, which included the content for the intro message, for the courses and the footer message, correct? So here we're going to just paste the code for all of these three and then just display it when the home button is clicked. Alright, so what I'm going to do is I'll just paste it here. So this basically has all the content. One thing I want to tell you is that in the previous video, we made sure that the code was written in three different components. However, for this, I've just added all the code in the same component. Now, I agree that this is not the best practice. So if you want, you can go ahead and create three different components and separate the code into these three components and just add the custom HTML tags in your home component. I'm just hoping you're following me right now. And also here in my assets folder, I've added a video and the YouTube logo that needs to be displayed when the home icon is clicked. Alright, so now that we've created the home and the login components, the next step is to configure the routes for the application. Alright, so here you can see that we have a file called app-routing-module.ts file. So here we have the routes and the router module that is imported, and we also have a constant called routes, which is strongly typed to routes from the router package. Alright, now this array is used to define all the possible routes in the application. Now each route is basically an object with a path. So here in my routes array, I'm just going to go ahead and create the paths. That is, we have two different routes, right? One is for login and one is for home. So I'm just going to create a path object. So let's say path. Sorry, within curly braces, I say path. And then the path that I'm going to give is login. This is basically what will appear on the URL. Alright. And the component that needs to be navigated to is nothing but the login component. So let me just say login component. As you can see, the login component has been automatically imported. Now same with the home path. So let me just say path home, and the component that needs to be rendered is the home component. Alright. Now the next step is to link these routes to a button in the nav bar, that is the home and the login button, right? So we're going to make use of the nav tag and an anchor tag for this. You can see that we have a nav tag and an anchor tag which encloses the login and the home components. Alright. Now we're going to make use of two directives from the router package called router link and router link active. Now these are specified within the anchor tag. The router link basically holds the path to the page, and the latter, that is the router link active, specifies one or more CSS classes that will be applied when the router link is active. Alright, so to do that, let me just add router link. Alright, in our case it is home here, and we're going to have another directive called router link active, and we're just going to say active here. Alright, same for the login icon here. Let me just copy this, and instead of home, the path we created for this was login. Alright, so this is how you can bind the route to your specific button on your UI. Now, despite of all this, how are we specifying where these components are to be displayed? Right? The answer to this is using the router outlet directive. Now again, this directive is available in the router package. So we have to add that in our app component.html file. So here, just go ahead and type router outlet. Alright, so with that, we've created a simple navigation bar which has different options, that is home, about, services and link. And once the user clicks on the home icon, it displays the content that is in the home component.html file. And once the user clicks on the login component, it displays the content in the login.html file. Alright, it's as simple as that. So now let's go to the browser and see if it executes correctly. So alright, we have the navigation bar, and once I click on the home icon here, alright, yes, we see that all the content has been loaded. You can see we have the intro section, we have the courses section and the footer section as discussed. And the most important part is that here in our URL, you can see that /home has been appended. This shows that a route has been created that navigates to the home component. So we've successfully created a route here. And for login component, when I click on this icon, you can see that the path changes here and the login component gets displayed. Alright, so this is how routing is achieved in Angular.
Also, if you want to become a full stack web developer, then the postgraduate program in full stack web development in collaboration with Caltech CTME can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. Check out the link mentioned in the description box below.
And in this video, we will be creating a AngularJS project. But before we jump to the coding part, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and press the bell icon so you will never miss any update from Simplilearn. So without further ado, let's see how our application will look like at the end of this video. So let me show you how our application will look like. So like this, our application will look like. Here you can add anything like, share and comment. You can also remove it or mark as done like this. You just have to click and just remove if you want. From here you can just write anything and just add, or like this, if it's done or you want to remove it. So before we jump to the coding part, let me just tell you about an Angular overview. So what is Angular? Angular is an open source JavaScript framework written in TypeScript. Google maintains it, and its primary purpose is to develop single page applications as a framework. Angular has clear advantage while also providing a standard structure for developers on a team to work with. It enables users to develop large applications in a maintainable manner. So there are so many advantages using Angular, but the two I love the most is data binding and browser compatibility. You can also check out our videos on Angular for deep understanding. So what is data binding? Angular enables users to effortlessly move data from JavaScript code to Vue and react to user events without having to write any code manually. And the browser compatibility, as Angular is a cross-platform and compatible with multiple browsers, an Angular application can typically run on any browsers. For example, Chrome, Firefox and others such as Windows, macOS and Linux. So let's open our Visual Studio Code. Let's cut this. The first thing we're gonna do is we're gonna create an Angular project. For that, let's open our command prompt. In this command prompt, we'll write a command npm install globally at Angular CLI. Press enter. So for this, you must have Node.js and npm installed in your system. It'll take a couple of seconds to install the files. Let's wait a minute. Meanwhile, let me tell you why we use Angular. JavaScript is the most commonly used client-side scripting language. It is written in HTML documents to enable interaction with web pages in many unique ways. As it is relatively easy to learn language, it is well suited for developers for modern applications. Let's wait a couple of seconds more. So our Angular application is installed. So now we're gonna create a project. For that, we're gonna write ng new and the project name. Here I'm gonna write Angular app. Press enter. We're gonna ask you few steps. Yes, I'm gonna type CSS and it will install all the necessary packages. Let's wait a couple of seconds more. Let's discuss some other things about Angular. JavaScript ideal for developing single page applications that we all know, but that requires modularity, testability and developers probability. Perhaps not. These days, we have a variety of frameworks and libraries designed to provide alternative solutions. With respect to front-end frameworks, Angular addresses many, if not all, of the issues developers face when using JavaScript on its own. So Angular is the best app or tool to develop applications. So Angular is the one thing I love the most. So let's wait a more seconds. So all the packages are installed successfully. So now let's open our Visual Studio Code. Let's cut this, and inside this let's open our folder. you can check the path of the file where you have installed this. So in my system, it's in the user. Here, and Angular app is here. So I'm gonna open it. So this is what it will open. So those most of the code we are going to do is in this source file. So we're gonna open this app. So let's delete this. We're gonna not need it in our application. We don't need routing as well. And now let's open style.css. Let's delete this and let's write some global styling here. First write margin, give it a 0, padding 0, border box and font family sans serif. Let's save this file and let's open index.html. So here it's Angular app. Now let's just run this and see how it's looking. For that, let's type control and backtick to open the terminal, or you can also go here let me just first zoom out a little, then new terminal. Inside this new terminal, I'm gonna write ngserve open. Let me show you. So we're gonna type yes, enter. Let's wait a couple of seconds. So as it's saying, this can't compile. So let me see the issue here. It's saying most of the times the app routing, the file that I have deleted. So because this file has been called somewhere, because of this error is coming. So I'm gonna go here and see where this file is called. So we're gonna remove this part, this app routing module part. Now let's save it. Now let's see where are the issues here. Let's again do the compiling until it's being compiled. We're gonna see where are the this is the HTML file, the CSS component is empty, this HTML only, the issue is coming, so it must be in the last of this. Yeah, let's remove this save this file, and as you can see, it's compiled successfully. We're gonna go again to our Angular application. As you can see, it's showing this. So to create a new component, we're gonna write this command ng generate component and the file or the project name. Angular material, for that we're gonna write this command, and like this there are so many other commands also. If you want to learn Angular, you can just click on that and it will open the Angular IO tutorial part. So we don't need that. Let's delete this, and the application that we have created, let's delete it also. Let's minimize this and let's work on our code. Let's minimize this as well. We don't need components, so let's delete this part. Let's delete this, and here we'll write app. It's here. I'll use h1 tag, and inside this I'm gonna write from Simplilearn. Let's save it and see in our browser. It's saying hello from Simplilearn. Isn't it amazing? Let's write here Angular to do app. Let's just save it. It's saying Angular to do app. Now let's make it under header tag. Let's write this one between this, so we'll make this under header. It's working fine. Now I'll create a component. For that I'll create a new terminal. In here I'll write a command ng globally components. In that I'll write to do. Enter. So as you can see here, component inside this app has been created under to do. So here as you can see, so many to do components and TS file has been created, a TypeScript file. So everything looks good here. We don't need this file, so we're gonna remove it. So let's minimize this, and inside the components folder HTML, let's delete it and create a class to do. Inside this class I'm gonna create another class. Let's name it as to do. Let's make this as to do's and this as to do. After that I'll create a class of ID that we can fetch the numbers. For the junk data, I'll write 0. After that, we'll write dev class content, whatever we're gonna post inside that. So I'm gonna write content, and inside this I'm gonna write my to do. After that, I don't need any div now. We can create a button of class delete, and then inside that I'm gonna write so it's fine. Let's see in the browser how it's looking. Wait a couple of seconds. I'll read the code. So first we're gonna call it inside this. Okay, let's write app to do's. So it's not fetching it. Let me see. Module. Okay, let's first see in the modules that should provide that to component is automatically, as you can see here, the to component is automatically has been imported in this. Let's see the issue. Let's first see the component name inside this file. Okay, the component is app.todo. That's why it's not fetching. Let's delete it. Now save it. Compiled successfully. 0 my to do and remove button. Let's move forward now. So this is fine, but we need to loop this so many times. So because of that, we can't write it so many times. For that, we're gonna create an array inside this to do component. Under this constructor, now we can use Angular engine. For that, I'm gonna write title. Here I'm gonna write to do, not component. Okay, let's see. So let's save this file and we'll go back to our to do component.html, and inside this we're gonna call this class. So the name of the class here is title. That's why I'm calling this here. Let's see. You will see to do. If we'll change this to do app, now let's save this. It will show us to do app. Okay, so this is how we can inject our variables inside the DOM. So now let's delete it. Do's. Let's add here let's save this. Let's compile error inside this file only. The title. So we have created an array here. So let's create a file because we don't want to access it from here. So we can create a file. Let's name it as to-do, or let's models first. Let's just create a folder first. Inside this models, we'll create a file to.TypeScript. Inside this, we'll export a class to. Here we'll give the content a string, and when it'll get completed, we'll get boolean. So as you can see here, intent and showing errors. Sign. It's working fine. Now let's save this file. Let's move forward. Let's first import to-do. We'll import this module to-do.ts file. So it's in this to-do from tag modules and to-do. This is the path of this. So let's save this. We have to write to-do array. Components are done. So this is a keyword. So this array insert this. Here we'll write content. It's true, complete, completed. Okay, it's content is what we are going to show. So it's will come under again first content, and here we'll write true. So it's fine. We'll create two, so we'll copy it from here, paste it under there. It looks Let's save this. The error is coming. Can't fetch it, so I guess the reason behind it is it's fetching it. Yeah, let's save this. Still compilation error is coming. Let's delete it. It's showing similar only. We're gonna have to work on our code. Let's minimize this. Now here we'll call a function attribute for the asterisk equals to let to do of do's, and then let I equals to index. Index will come under here, so this looks fine. Let's save it. So it can't fetch it, so we're gonna pass the index here. It's not fetching. So, okay, we have declared here as I as index, so we're gonna write I. Let's save it. Compile successfully. 1. Okay, fine. Before we go deeper into the code, I'm gonna copy this CSS file from here. Let's copy this and we're gonna paste it the component part. There are just simple CSS commands. You'll get this code in the description box. Let's save this. Let's cut this. CSS is not fetched. Let me just see. Oh, I did a mistake. The CSS should come under to component.css. Let's save this. And let's save and cut this also on this. Now we'll open our app. So our application is going to look like this. These buttons are not functional right now, but we'll make it functional. So let's style it. Remove will remain the same because it is coming under the button part. Now we're gonna call methods, and the methods are like just functions. Okay. Now index. After that, of to do. Complete. When it will get complete, then mark as done. Otherwise, it was empty. So it's done. It's completed. Okay. Let's see this. Now, what we're gonna do is we're gonna make a method or a function so that whenever we click on this part, it'll just get cut or mark as done. For that, I'm gonna go to this to component, and under this, I'm going to create a method toggle done. Here I'm gonna pass the ID, and inside this, so this, I'm gonna make it as here. To tools dot map. Don't worry, I'm gonna tell you how this is working and what I'm doing. It's not fetching v and I. Just wait. Here I'm gonna write the function. If I is equals to ID, then p dot completed will get cut equals to not v dot completed, or if not, then return v. So what I'm gonna do here is, okay, this is left. I'm gonna pass the number here. We'll pass the number inside this ID. Things look normal. Let's find the issue here. What's the issue? Okay. We have declared v and I, but we can't fetch it because it's under this only. So to access this v and I here also, okay, check this. Let's see. It's second and it's coming like this. Let's go back to our code and make it it as false only. Let's make this also. This both are coming like this. Okay. Let's declare the click function inside our component HTML. Okay. Here only I'll declare click. Whenever we click on any item, it'll pass through toggle. Done. Function. And here we're gonna pass inside the toggle I. So whenever we call this, we'll pass through I. Let's save this. Here also in the delete part. We're gonna do it later. Let's save it first. Let's see. Whenever we click on this, it'll either like this. Fine. Let's just go back to our code. After this, we're going to create a delete method. Let's name it as delete to do. This will implement inside remove. Like here. So to delete, we're gonna write again this to do equals to this dot to do filter method. Here we'll call v and I again. This time we'll not repeat the old mistake. We're gonna write not equals to id. When I is not equals to id, remove it. This is a function. So we're gonna call it like we call inside our toggle done. So we're gonna save this. Going back to our code. After this, we'll write click. Whenever we click, it will call delete to do. And inside this, we'll pass index. Save this. Coming back to our component, let's just create our add to function. So let's first declare here the number. We are giving here number is whenever we'll put the number, only that time it will work. So we can't add a string here. So that's why we are declaring here number. Let's just delete this for now. Save it and see. Okay, the remove function is also working now. Going back to our code, what we'll need is remove or add. So now we'll work on let's create. First thing we're gonna do is inside this .html. So we're not writing to do. We'll here create a class, div, class name, we'll give it to do's, and inside this let's create a form. So this form will create an input from the user. So what he or she wants to enter in this. So first thing we'll need is the text. Next we need is the name. Input to. After that placeholder. Inside that box that will get created, we'll write enter your to. After that you get the class of input to do. I have declared here as to do input. Now ahead, let's one thing I'm forgetting is the ng model. We'll get red because we are not so this is coming red because we haven't created this input to do in the component. So we're gonna create it right now only. First let's just save this. Okay, and let's delete. Okay, let's just delete this, save this. It's coming red. Okay, let's to do is a string of here I'm declaring what will come under the string is a boolean only, or not boolean, string value only. Let's open this. Here I'm gonna import a ng module from Angular core, I guess. And the module is already fetched, so we're gonna need only import forms module. Angular form. Let's save this. Put it inside our app module. Yes, here we're gonna write this module. Where is app.module? We're gonna add this. Let's save this. So we've called this one. So it's working now. This div is not working. Let's delete this. So everything is working fine now. There is nothing. And you can add. It's not adding. Now everything is done. We're gonna create add to do, and inside this we will call this dot to do's dot push it. Content which will come under this will be content, whatever comes under this, and to do, and then completed, then false. Let's close this, and after this let's create the empty string here called to do. Let's run this. It's the app we are looking for. Hello from Simplilearn. And whenever we click on it's marking as done. We can also remove it. Yeah, and we can also add it. Like, share. If this is marked as done, then click here as done.
Now, React is a JavaScript library for UI development. It is managed by Facebook and has an open source community of developers. The framework was introduced in May 2013. It is currently one of the most popular front-end libraries for web development. Moving on to Angular. Angular is an open source JavaScript framework for web development and mobile development. It is TypeScript based and is managed by Google's Angular team and the Angular developer community. Launched in September 2016, Angular, also known as Angular 2.0, is a complete rewrite of AngularJS, which was introduced in 2010. It competes directly with React frontend library. Moving on, let's go ahead and compare the performance. Now, React's performance is greatly improved with the introduction of the virtual DOM and is generally better than that of Angular. React uses the concept of virtual DOM that puts less load on the browser. React was released with the USP of being faster than other frameworks available. Furthermore, since the data binding process is unidirectional, bindings are not assigned watchers as in the case of Angular. When it comes to Angular, it performs worse, especially in complex and dynamic applications. The performance of Angular apps is negatively affected by bidirectional data binding. Angular uses traditional DOM that updates the whole web page even if a single element is changed. However, the most recent update of Angular has greatly improved its performance and it does not lose to React anymore. So moving ahead, let me give you a brief insight into the learning curve. React is a library and not a framework. It is quite simple to understand if you're familiar with JavaScript. However, it takes time to learn how to set up a project properly. So you need to learn the Redux library, which is used in more than half of React applications for state management. React depends on other libraries to add functionality. Constant framework updates also require additional effort from the developer. Complex to understand. Some complicated features are embedded into the framework core, which means that the developer cannot avoid learning and using them. Angular itself is a huge library, so initial learning effort is worth it since you probably won't have to learn other libraries like React. Moving ahead, let's look at the community support. React framework is one of the most popular JavaScript frameworks worldwide. It has larger community support, and you may face a lack of documentation at times. The community support makes up for the lack in documentation. When it comes to Angular, even though Angular was released before, its adoption is lesser when compared to React. Comparatively, it has a smaller community support. Documentation is on point and definitely better in the case of Angular. Also, the community support has improved over the few years. Moving on, let's look at adoption and application. React was released in May 2013. React is more popularly adopted by developers due to its simplicity. It is actively used by companies like Facebook, Twitter, Netflix, Airbnb, and many others. Now here, New York Times is one of the many popular websites built using React. Every news section acts as a separate component. So if any one of the component updates, the entire web page doesn't have to reload, making the web app feel much faster and smoother. This is just to give you a brief example. When it comes to Angular, it was released in October 2010. Even though it is improved now, developers used to ignore Angular due to its complexity at the time of its release. Angular is used by Google, Apple, Nike, McDonald's, and other companies. Now, Gmail is one of the many popular websites built using Angular. Only the initial loading takes time, but after that, everything is so smooth because it is preloaded onto the web browser. Similarity of React and Angular in the last 5 years. We can clearly make out that React's popularity is increasing over time, while Angular's popularity is more of a straight line. Moving on to job trends, a React developer's average salary in the United States is around $91,000 per annum. In India, the average salary of a React developer is around 7.35 lakhs per annum. When it comes to Angular, an average salary of an Angular developer in the US is around $73,000. When it comes to India, the average salary is around 4.88 lakhs per annum. So in conclusion, Angular is a full-fledged mobile and web development framework. React is a library only for UI development, which can be turned into a full-fledged solution with the help of additional libraries. React seems simpler at first sight, and it takes lesser time to start working on a React project. However, that simplicity as the main advantage of React is neutralized because you have to learn to work with additional frameworks and tools. Angular itself is more complex and takes quite some time to master. Yet, it is a powerful tool that offers a holistic web development experience, and once you learn how to work with it, you reap the fruits. Now, there is no better framework. Both are updated continuously to keep up with the competitor. For instance, while React was believed to win because of its virtual DOM, Angular equaled the score by implementing change detection. In the end, Angular versus React is all a matter of personal preference, a matter of skills and habits. As a beginner in programming, you would probably benefit more from starting with React. As an experienced developer, you just keep working with what you know better. Hey guys, I'm sure you all have heard about phrases like web development, full stack development, front end and back end development. But if you are not sure about what exactly they mean or how they're different, then don't worry. You're in the right place. This video on front-end versus back-end development will help you differentiate the two. But before we begin, if you haven't subscribed to our channel already, make sure to hit the subscribe button and the bell icon to never miss an update. Now let's jump right in and look at what's in store for us. So first, we look at what exactly web development is. Then, we look at the different types of web development. Going ahead, we'll look at what front-end development is and understand what exactly back-end development is. And lastly, we'll be comparing the two on the basis of languages, libraries and frameworks, skills, job roles, and salary. So now let's begin by understanding what web development is. Web development is the process of creating a website on the internet. It refers to the non-design aspects of a website, such as creating features and functionality using programming, markup, and scripting languages. Developers concentrate on the technical aspects of web development, such as architecture, programming, application integration, and graphics. Now let's look at the different types of web development. Now web development could include the front end and the back end. Now together, they form something called as full stack development. Now I'm sure you're wondering what they actually mean, so let's go ahead and understand them. Let's begin by understanding what front end development is. Now, front-end development is the part of the website that codes and creates front-end elements of a website, which are features that are directly viewable and accessible by the client. Now, essentially, a front-end developer is in charge of everything you see, be it styling, graphics, text, alignment, navigation, colors, etc. And he attempts to improve the user experience to make it as seamless as possible. Now, these front-end developers also contribute to the overall design and aesthetic along with debugging. Responsiveness and performance are the two main objectives of front-end development. Then what exactly is back-end development? You guessed it right. Now, web development that occurs at the back end of programs is accurately termed as back-end development. Now, this backend development covers server-side web application logic and integration and activities like writing APIs, creating libraries, and working with system components as opposed to front-end development, which focuses on customer-facing services and programs. Now, backend developers create code that allows database and an application to communicate with each other. Essentially, a backend developer handles what you don't see. They are in charge of the back end of the website, which includes servers, databases, and applications. So now that you have a brief understanding of what front-end development is and back-end development is, let's go ahead and compare the two. So we'll be comparing the two based on 5 different features. That is languages, libraries and frameworks, skills, job roles, and salaries. Now let's begin with languages. Now, front-end development typically includes coding using languages like HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Now, as you all know, HTML is a markup language that is a standardized system for tagging text files to achieve font, color, graphics, and hyperlinks. Now, CSS is used to format the layout of these web pages, and JavaScript is used to create interactive elements on the web page. When it comes to backend, the languages include Python, C#, Java, Perl, PHP, Ruby, and some JavaScript. Now, Java in particular was built from ground up to run on the server side, so Java is extremely useful. Python is also one of the most popularly used languages, and C# language is the preferred architecture for backend programming in Windows environments. Now, talking about libraries and frameworks, front-end libraries and frameworks include React.js, Angular, Vue, jQuery, and Bootstrap. While talking about back-end frameworks, we have Express.js, Node, Spring, Django, Flask, JSF, ASP.NET, and .NET MVC. Now, front-end and back-end developers work very closely, so it's helpful to have a foundational understanding of front-end developer technologies like HTML and CSS as well. Moving on to skills. Now, front-end developers are in charge of bringing visual elements to a website as well as interactive elements such as navigation, buttons, and anything else that improves overall usability. HTML, JavaScript, and CSS are frequently used to ensure that a site's visual side operates well. So it's crucial to know these languages, and a good understanding of JavaScript frameworks and libraries is also essential. And other general skills include a good grasp of front-end programming languages, the ability to create a responsive design, the knowledge of testing and debugging, and an understanding of front-end development tools like automation, content management, version control systems. Talking about the skills required for back-end development. Now, back-end developers deal with back-end languages and frameworks like Java, Ruby on Rails, etc. Now, back-end developers deal with languages like Java, Ruby on Rails, etc. to make web pages and applications operate. Now, it's vital to know commonly used back-end languages and frameworks like Django, Node.js, Express.js, and so on. Other important skills include database management, framework utilization, programming, knowledge of accessibility and security compliance, and understanding requirements and ensuring data consistency and integrity. Now, moving ahead, let's look at some of the job roles for front-end and back-end development. Talking about front-end, we have the front-end developer, the CSS or HTML developer, we have front-end web designer, we have front-end SEO expert, full-stack developer, and a UI developer. Talking about back-end, there's back-end developer, Java developer, full-stack developer, DevOps engineer, software engineer, and an iOS developer. And lastly, let's look at the salaries offered to these front-end and back-end developers. In India, the average salary of a front-end developer is around 6 lakh rupees per annum, while a back-end developer earns about 7 lakh rupees per annum. In the US, a front-end developer earns around $100,000 per annum, while a back-end developer earns about $121,000 per annum.
Also, if you want to become a full-stack web developer, then the postgraduate program in full-stack web development, in collaboration with Caltech CTME, can help you accelerate your career as a software developer. Check out the link mentioned in the description box below.
In 2010, there were over 2 billion internet users, and this number doubled in 2022, with over 5.07 billion internet users currently. According to the US Bureau of Labor Statistics, the employment of web developers is projected to grow by 8% from 2019 to 2029, much faster than the average for all occupations. This data demonstrates the unstoppable demand of web developers worldwide in the current IT industry. Many people are motivated to concentrate and become experts in web programming languages that can help them land their ideal career because of the sheer demand of web developers across the world. Yet, only some know how to rule the field and secure a position with the tech giants. Now, that's the topic for discussion today. Hello everyone, and you are already watching Simplilearn. Here we are with the complete roadmap to become a web developer in 2023. So, what is web development? Web development is a branch of computer science that deals with creating and maintaining a website or a web application. Every website you come across is a mix of certain methodologies. A website is generally divided into 3 parts. Front end, the section that is visible to everyone. Backend, the website section is not accessible to the user. Database, where all the data of the website is stored. A web developer not only creates the website, but also ensures that the website should not face any issues right after the deployment. Before moving on to the job profiles, it's important to understand the different fields of web development. Web development is further divided into 3 parts: front-end web development, back-end web development, and full-stack web development. Front-end web development. Front-end development is the branch of web development that concentrates on user experience. The main motive of the front-end is to ensure that the data is presented in an understandable and visually appealing manner. Without front-end development, you would see incomprehensible codes on a website or web application.
But thanks to front-end developers, non-programmers can easily use and comprehend websites and web applications. So, how to become a front-end developer? And what technologies do you need to master to call yourself a full-fledged front-end web developer? The first step to becoming a front-end developer is to find yourself a technology that is easy to understand. Many technologies are present in the area, but which one should you choose? HTML creates the structure of a web page. It shows how the content should be placed on a web page. CSS is used to style the web page because it's important to make it look more appealing to the user. JavaScript, furthermore, adds interactivity to any web page. It can help you create a dynamically active web page by adding elements to engage the user. One should learn JavaScript for logic building as well. Generally, these three technologies, HTML, CSS and JavaScript, are enough to create the basic front end of any web page. You can work on projects like creating a calculator app, an e-commerce website, or even a Wordle game using JavaScript. You can take reference from the videos mentioned in the description box below. Create one of your own. Bootstrap is another front-end technology that is not necessary to learn but always adds to your skills. A framework based on CSS and JavaScript that is used to make a web page more interactive and mobile-friendly as well. JavaScript frameworks like React, Angular, Vue, and jQuery are also used for front-end web development. It depends on the learner if they want to pick one or all of the frameworks. I would suggest you to go for React as it is the most widely used JavaScript framework. However, some professional developers prefer Vue.js because of its ease of use. Now, these are all the technologies you need to master for front-end web development. But possessing the knowledge of any additional website deployment tool can act as the cherry on top while applying for a job. Netlify and Vercel are free deployment tools to take your application online. It is rightly said that you can master a language only by programming it. So, projects also play a vital role while you go through the learning process. You can create Facebook or a YouTube clone with the help of React.js. The link mentioned in the description box below for the same. So, this is what the proper roadmap for front-end development looks like. What about the salary of a front-end web developer? According to Glassdoor, the salary of a front-end developer in the United States ranges between $50,000 to $100,000 with an average salary of $76,000 per annum with additional benefits. Next comes back-end web development. Back-end development, the backbone of web architecture, is the term used to describe tasks carried out while executing programs on the web. Backend development handles the server-side functionalities and activities like designing APIs, creating libraries, and working with system components. Since the backend makes an API call and the server-side rendering is handled entirely by the backend functions designed to perform specific tasks, the skills required in backend web development differ from what we came across in frontend. The first step to entering the backend is understanding the concept of web servers. Web server manages websites and responds to user requests by storing, processing, and delivering online pages. When a web server receives a request from a user, an HTTP server accepts it and finds and returns the requested material to the browser using HTTP. Open source platforms that distribute content in response to queries include web servers like Apache and NGINX. The next step in backend web development requires knowledge of programming languages. Additionally, frameworks are collections of libraries that simplify and facilitate programming. Although many programming languages are available, only a few are frequently advised for backend web development. Node.js is a JavaScript framework used for backend API services. The power provided by Node.js and the beauty of JavaScript can be used together to create the backend of a web page. Python and Django. Python is the most user-friendly programming language, and when combined with Django, it makes a fantastic website building tool. PHP with Laravel. PHP is a quick, adaptable, and practical language that runs the most well-known websites and blogs. Laravel and PHP can work on the backend of a web page as well. Now, it depends on you to choose the technology set out of these technologies. To get data from a database, a backend developer writes code that does the relational mapping. MySQL, SQL Server, PostgreSQL, MongoDB, and Oracle Database are the most popular database management systems. You must be quite familiar with how they operate. Using a version control system is the best practice because it allows you to alter the source code whenever you want rapidly. Git, a free and open source version control system, may be the ideal option due to its secure, adaptable, and simple to edit characteristics. Two apps can communicate with one another thanks to APIs, which serve as software mediators. Backend developers utilize APIs to connect services or applications and start conversations to enhance user experience. You should be familiar with some APIs like REST, JSON, SOAP, and JSON. The list goes on, but you can start with any one of your choice. Everything including software, applications, services, and products is moving towards cloud services. A backend developer should know what clouds are and how to use them. Mostly used cloud services are Google Cloud, Amazon Web Services, and Microsoft Azure. So you can pick one of these cloud services and then you'll be ready to become a backend developer. You can practice for projects particularly related to any language like PHP. You can also learn how Python and Django are used for web development. Refer to the videos mentioned in the description box below. These videos are specifically designed to make you guys understand the basics of backend web development. So, what salary can you expect after learning backend web development? According to Glassdoor, the salary of a backend developer in the United States ranges between $46,000 to $100,000 with an average salary of $80,000 per annum with additional benefits. A little above front-end development, of course, the learning path for backend developers is slightly harder than the front-end. Now, coming to full-stack web development. They are individuals capable of developing a website's front-end and back-end. Full-stack technology refers to the total depth of a web application. There is no special technology related to full-stack development. A full-stack developer should know about every technology. There is no shortcut for this. You should know technologies like HTML, CSS, JavaScript, followed by any framework, and backend technologies like Node.js, PHP, and many more. Additionally, a full-stack web developer should know databases, APIs, and almost everything. They have the expertise to handle any task, including customer interaction, system engineering, database management, server administration, and architecture. You cannot follow a specific roadmap to become a full-stack developer. If you are done with both front-end and back-end, congrats, you are good enough to call yourself a full-stack web developer. Reports from Glassdoor.com have shown that a full-stack developer in the United States earns between $50,000 to $125,000 per annum with additional cash benefits. The salary of a full-stack developer makes you apply for a job, but the learning curve is also steep. Everyone could master the programming languages we discussed for different job roles today, but the real deal is to implement your learnings. As you enter an interview, picture yourself stating, "I have a respectable portfolio of projects. I learned about the company's future endeavors which align with my goals." Now, who could possibly reject that, right? In particular, businesses that want to think creatively and break convention to create something remarkable will never say no to such candidates. Web development is a vast field, and the future looks promising now more than ever.
Now we are heading towards an HTML interview questions. Now here are a few questions like what is an attribute in HTML? So you can consider the attributes are the properties that can be added into the HTML tag and that changes the way the tag behaves or it is displayed. Okay, so you can see here you have a called button. Okay, so attributes are added right after the name of the HTML tag. So button is an element for me, it's not an attribute. Okay, so what is a marquee in an HTML file? So marquee is something which keep on rotating. Okay, say for scrolling down the text page or the text on the web page, marquee is used. Sometimes you might have seen when you want to display some very important information, okay, which needs to scroll at the bottom or else the right after a specific period of time, you always use marquee. It is one of the very old element available under the HTML page. So it scrolls the image top, left, right, center automatically everywhere. So you always use marquee tags for rotating it. So the next is what is the semantic in HTML? See, semantics are HTMLs are nothing but another coding style. Okay, so when you talk about a semantics, so they are basically reinforcing the meaning of the contents. Like typically you have seen we are using div and span tag, but the div and span tag really don't make sense to us as an HTML reviewer unless I go inside those and get to know about what they're really doing it. So semantics are nothing but these are the standard tags. Are we clear? So you can see like here, like bold tag is not useful for the bold statement, as well as the italic tag is useful for what? For the italic tag. So instead of we are using strong and em tags. Are we clear now? So this makes more sense to us. Now, the next thing is how do you display a table in an HTML web page? So obviously we have a got table tag, and under the table tag I can align the complete layout of my web page because of table head, table body, table row, table columns. There are multiple different type of elements which are available, okay, which are the part of table. It's just to basically align the content in a proper format. What is SVG? Okay, so SVG is basically known as a kind of a graphic which is written in a typical XML language. The SVGs are the high quality graphics which doesn't tear off when you basically grow and increase or zoom. So normally what happens, GIF image, we talk about JPEG images, after beyond certain point, their pixel get deteriorated, but here in SVG it never happens. So you go to any level when you want to zoom and you're gonna get accurate contents at any point of time. Okay, so these vector graphics are really typically 2D based diagrams and give you the X and Y coordinates in a regular systems. Next, how do you separate a section of text in HTML? To separate a sections of text in HTML, we always use what? Either BR, or else we use block code, or else we use what? A paragraph tag. So BR means anyways, it separate out the text and break the current line. Paragraph is used to again write a paragraph of text, and the block quotes is used to define the large quoted sections. Okay. Next is how do you create the nested web page in HTML? So obviously we have a different type of options that are available like an iframe. Okay, you mean to say page within a web page. Okay, so we can create a page within a web page with using iframe. So this is a very common questions we used to receive at the time of interview. Okay, the difference between ordered list and unordered list. So ordered list will give you the different ways to display the data in Roman format, in numeric digits, or else you can talk about like an alphabetical order. But the unordered list, it's completely unordered. You don't get any options like an ordered list. Okay, so the ordered list start with OL and unordered list starts with UL. Okay, so we have already seen the difference between ordered list and unordered list. Now it's time to talk about our another type of interview questions, which is regards to your CSS. Now, in CSS interview, the first question they always ask you like, how do you add CSS styling in HTML? So we have different ways to include. Number one, we have a called inline CSS where we use the element and within that we try to add a CSS content that is called inline CSS. Second is called external style sheet. Okay, where you can just use as a secondary or the external CSS file and just include it into your existing HTML page. Okay, that is the additional file which you write it in a CSS and you include it in HTML. And third is called which is the internal style sheet which you write it within your HTML. But the only difference happens when you talk about external, it is reusable across multiple web pages. Now, the different type of CSS selectors which are available. So we have a different selectors like a universal selector which is available where you use the asterisk sign and select all the elements and offer the common style. Second, we talk about element type selector where you have the specific element name into your mind and you offer that particular type of selector. ID selector is responsible to select the particular element with it having the proper ID. class selector which starts with a dot class, okay, and having the class name. We talk about descendant selector. So in descendant selector, you basically try to select all the elements which are the part of that. Okay, so you are selecting this container and under that all the child elements of the box. Okay, so we're talking about like in what of your descendant selector. We talk about called child combinator. So in this case, you are basically trying to select all those which is the child of this container. So you are using this greater than symbol of container.box. Okay, so selecting all those which are having the child name called box available. Then you're talking about a general sibling selectors with this tinder sign. And finally, we talk about like an attribute selector where you have a proper attribute available to you. Okay, so these are known as called general CSS selectors. Followed by, we have a next question like in what is Sass, less and stylus? Friends, these are the advanced level of CSS used in the industry. So we talk about like it what is a Sass, which we talk about like in statically awesome style sheet. So we also have a similar type of option like in less and many more. Okay, so it says about the Sass saying that it is a statically awesome style sheet. It is basically taking the complete CSS to the next level. So that is a third party website, but once again, it is very awesome CSS, which can offer you the mathematical functions as well as the reusability. You talk about less. Okay, so we talk about linear style sheet where you can see all statements which starts with @ sign. There in SAS, every single variable start with a $sign. Then you talk about stylus. It is also flexible CSS, so it doesn't use @ or dollar for any defining variables. We can just directly use this with the name, okay, and use it at any point of time. So these are the three very popular new or next generation CSS. So explain box sizing property, like how you can offer the property for the box sizing. So here, so box sizing property actually defines how to basically define height and the width of the box which are calculated. So you talk about a term name called content box, you talk about padding box, and you talk about border box. Typically we use three different type of box: content, padding, and border box. In a content box, these are the default width and the height which can apply to the elements content which are there under the content box. Okay, padding box are here you talk about the dimensions which are added to the box elements of the content padding. Third, which is available called border box. So here the dimensions added to the content padding and the border. Now what are the different way to hide the element in a CSS? So we have a different way. Either we can use display none. That means whatever is there inside the DOM, it won't be visible to you. Second option is visibility hidden. That is another property through which you can eliminate the visibility. But the thing is like it is not visible to the user, but this element is added to the DOM and takes up the space. But in display none, it doesn't load in a DOM. So somewhere to when you want to talk about performance, display none is anytime better. And second called position absolute. So this can be made to the appear outside the screen. So three different options are available. Next option, what does that important CSS mean? So the important keyword actually indicates that the highest precedence and it overrides the cascade properties. Okay, so like as you can see here we have a call paragraph where we have a color called important and there's a one ID name called thing color called green. So when you talk about PID equal to what thing, so it automatically try to override the highest precedence. Okay, now what are the CSS sprites? CSS sprites is a technique where you can basically take a larger image, okay, download in a single shot and try to cut down into the pieces and utilize the way you always want. Okay, so if you're using this small images separately, okay, So to load those images independently, you would be making multiple HTTP calls, which can be an overhead. So it is good to basically download this lengthy image in a single shot, clear, and utilize them as per your convenience within your application. So it is used to minimize the loading time of your web page by combining multiple smaller picture into the single image. Okay, that's what the CSS sprites are. So which property is used to underline and strike through and the overline text? So we have this option: text style, text type, text decoration, text transform. Okay, so the text decoration. So the text decoration is the one which will be helping you to achieve this. Okay, everyone. So our next example is towards focus on JavaScript interview questions. Now here we have few questions that are available, like what are the various data types in JavaScript? So JavaScript contains different type of JavaScript data types. Like if you think about all different types which are there generally: byte, short, int, long, float, double, character, boolean. These are all different type of data types are supported inside a JavaScript. Okay. Now going ahead, what is the callback in JavaScript? So the callback means is a function, okay, that is passed to another function as an argument on a parameter. Okay, so what is the callback? Callback means don't call me, I will call you. Clear? So the idea is like you are passing the function itself as a parameter to the another function, because the JavaScript is known to be a call non-blocking, which never wait for the code to finish. It continues to move on. And due to some reason, if your function it's taking some time to execute, so JavaScript won't wait for that particular function to finish, so you use callback to prevent such behavior. Okay, that's called a JavaScript callback. Now what is the difference between function declaration and function expression? See, this is called function declaration, and you talk about a function expression. Function declaration is just to declare a separate statement within a main JavaScript code, and you can be called before the function is defined. Okay, it gives you the better readability, where the function expression are always created inside the expression. Okay, and it is created when the execution point reaches it. Are we clear? And it is used when there is a need of for a conditional declaration of a particular function. Now, what do you understand about the cookies in a JavaScript? So it is one of the very common question. Cookies are the one which is created by the server stored in a client side, which is responsible to store all the necessary client activities so that the browser or the application give the better recommendation to the user. Okay, so it is just a small text file which is stored in a browser itself. Okay, so if you want to record something about a user activity, you always put it like that. And you can also define the expiry time for the cookies, okay, as per your convenience, to decide how long the cookie wants to be there inside your browser. If it do not offer any time span, by default the cookie will get lost immediately the moment the browser closed. Next, what are the closures in JavaScript? So closures are the JavaScript is a feature where the inner function has an access to outer functions, variables, and the properties. Okay, so you can consider a closure has a three scope chains. Number one, it has an access to its own scope that is defined within its curly braces. Second, it has an access to the variable of the outer function and also has an access to the global variables. Now, the closure is a JavaScript feature, as I told you, like which has an access to the outer functions variable. Simple example I can give it to you is a function which is known as called inner function, and there's a function defined on the top is an outer function. So it is having all the functionalities access of the outer function inside it. Now, What are the imports and export in JavaScript? So import and exports in a JavaScript is a very common way how in Java you use the term name called import a package. But in JavaScript it is little different. Unless you export something, you can't import it. Okay, so if you want to access any of your files, properties or methods outside of your file, you always use the statement of import and export. So here you can see you have got one property like an sqrt which you are exporting it, and you have one function which is called square. There's another function called, you can say, diag, which you are exporting it and importing it just the way you always want. So that is how it is importing and exporting. What is the difference between undefined, undeclared and null in a JavaScript? See, undefined means a variable that is declared but the value has not been assigned yet. That is called undefined. Undeclared means like it is a null. First of all, we talk about null. Null means it is an assignment value that we can assign to any variable that is meant to contain no value. And undeclared means the variables are not declared and do not exist in a program. Okay, that is called what? Undeclared. How to remove the duplication from the JavaScript array? So you basically needs to use the standard filter methods. Okay, this is basically responsible to help you to analyze whether we have some duplicates available or not. So we'll be using filter methods. Okay, so these are basically known as called array and the current element and the index of current element, and by using the for loop, it is an empty array is used for the storing all the repeated elements. Okay, so these are known as called a typical JavaScript discussion which we have taken place. Multiple questions are there which we have already answered. Okay everyone, so we will go ahead with the next set of interviews which is related to your Angular. So Angular is as popular like in React. Okay, so there are some questions which are usually asked like what is the data binding? Okay, so the data binding is actually the process which allows the application, okay, to have some data associated with your HTML page from your TypeScript classes or the vice versa. Okay, so the data binding is the one through which you bind the data. Okay, so you can see here it says like Angular uses two-way data binding. When the changes happens in a model, it will be affected in a view, and when the changes happens in a view, it will affect the model also. So it is used to typically keep the model and view in sync with each other to have the data interchange. What is a TypeScript? TypeScript is a typical, I would say, a language which is used by Angular, okay, to develop Angular component services, pipes, decorators, and multiple things. It is a superset of JavaScript and it supports JavaScript libraries and APIs. It is a pure object-oriented in nature, uses object-oriented principles, better development time, fast to load, and additional features to the JavaScript for sure. Okay, what is an AOT compilation? How it is different from JIT? AOT stands for ahead of time compiler, which is converting all Angular and HTML and TypeScript code into the JavaScript code during the build phase before the browser downloads and run the code. Okay, so AOT is far more faster and lightweighted in the size. Just-in-time compiler is a by default compiler. Okay, so it is a process where the compiling computer code to the machine code during the execution of runtime. So this ensures the faster rendering in the browser. It also known as called dynamic compilation. Are we clear? So when you want to develop this AOT compiler, you always use hyphen hyphen AOT. Okay, so here you always use JIT compiler because that is the by default compiler used when you say ng build. Next, what are the pipes in Angular? So pipes means they are the decorators. They never change their default value, but just for the representation purpose, they change the values. Okay, to look more better the way they always want. Okay, so pipes are ready-made or else it can be customized, created. Angular also comes with lot many predefined pipes. Okay, like it comes with the pipe symbol here. Okay, so you can chain the pipes together it can be provided with some arguments at the runtime with the colon sign. Okay, now you pass the input, you put the pipe and get some result with some decorated outcome. Now you can see the pure pipes uses the pure functions. Clear? So these pipe doesn't use any internal state and the output remains the same as long as the parameters passed to stay the same. Angular calls the pipe only when it detects the changes in the parameters being passed. A single instance of the pure pipe is used throughout the all components. Okay, so this is how you see how the pipes are being used. So we have defined the pipe, okay, which is the value called true and false for the pure, and giving the class by implementing pipe transform. So you can see here the impure pipes for the say for every change detection actually happens in an Angular. And impure is called, are we clear? It regards to the changes in the input fields. Okay, they will be calling every time. So multiple pipe instances are created for the same for these pipes. Inputs passed to these pipes can be mutable. By default, all pipes are pure. Only if you want to make it impure, you always say like pure colon true or pure colon false. Now, what are the promises and observables in Angular? See, promises, it is a typical JavaScript object. Okay, it emits a single values at a time. They execute immediately after the creation and not cancelable. They are pushed error to the child promises. Okay, where the observables are only executable when subscribed to them. They won't call unless you subscribe to them using subscribe methods. So they help perform operations like in for each, filter and retree and everything. When you unsubscribe this, they won't get called and won't listen anymore. What are the form controls and the form groups? See, the form controls and form groups, these are the two predefined objects comes with your Angular. So these all text boxes from you take the input, it may be radio buttons, it may be the drop down, it may be the check boxes are called form controls. Okay, so form controls is a class that enables the validation for every single input class, whichever we are creating it now. So they check the values which are touched, untouched, or the dirty. Clear? Now we talk about called form group. They are basically forming a group which under which you have a called relevant fields joined together are called what? A form group. Okay, so form group class represents a group of controls like you talk about address, contains city, state and pin code. These all three can be together called as a form group. Okay, so the form group class basically return true if all controls are basically what? The valid. Okay, and they are designed to provide all the necessary validation errors. What is a eager and what is a lazy loading? Okay, so eager loading means what? It is a default module loading strategy followed in an Angular. Eager loadings are used before the application starts. These are typically useful for the small scale applications. Lazy loading, however, is designed for dynamically loads the features only on demand. This makes your application far more faster. So in a bigger application, we really don't make easy eager loading because it hamper the performance. And you want only when the client asks you want to use lazy loading. What is the string interpolation in Angular? See, string interpolation is written under the double curly braces. It is a typically one-way binding where you get the data from the TypeScript classes and display directly over your browser. It denotes with the curly braces and it always display the data comes from the component to the view. Well, let's go ahead with the next area that is called working with React.js interview questions. Now, as we know it, React.js is as important as like in other tools which you've already has seen. So what is the JSX here? JSX called JavaScript syntax extension. Okay, so this syntax extension to the JavaScript in React.js is in the way how you express to bind JS and HTML together to result a JSX content. So by using JSX, you can write HTML structure in the same file that contains the JavaScript code. That is something more innovative way. Because of that, React.js is creating a more buzz in the market. So JSX actually helps to making code more easy to understand and debug, and avoids a lot of boilerplate code, okay, inside the DOM structure. Now, the next thing is, what is a virtual DOM? See, the virtual DOM is representing a DOM in a memory. Okay, that is called virtual DOM. So manipulating the real DOM is much more slower and costly affair. Okay, because you need to repaint the DOM over and over the period of time when the user changes few things. So when the state change, virtual DOM changes, and only the objects which are in real DOM, okay, update instead of updating the entire object. So that makes your page to be load far more faster. Okay, so in virtual DOM, what happens? This is the real DOM, this is a virtual DOM. So the orange color portions which you're seeing, that is basically the changes which has been made. Okay, these are called changed object. Okay, so virtual DOM is basically compare it to the previous state and understand which area it needs to send for the updates and avoid the other areas. Okay, that's what this virtual DOM really works. So what are React extension? React extensions are many, like you talk about, like in Flux, it is a third-party tool which is responsible to attach the state management feature. You talk about React Native, which is responsible to develop the hybrid mobile applications in JavaScript. So these are two very popular, and there are many more which are available. Okay, so like you talk about architectural support, you talk about server-side rendering. Okay, so Redux, and there are a lot many other tools are also available. So what is an event in React and how you're going to create that? So React is basically offering the ideas of handling the event very fairly easy, so that you talk about clicking anything, you talk about taking your mouse somewhere. So these kind of options generate an event. So for that, we typically say alert, and you click on this render, you click on this button, in a curly braces, you call the function to trigger to event. Now, what are the components in React? So friends, React components are nothing but a call view. Okay, like a complex view can be divided into the smaller portions. A complex UI can be distributed further to create more, better, and reusable views. Clear? So it splits the user interface into the independent pieces of code which can be developed and joins later on. Okay, so that's how you define the component in React. So in Angular and React, in both the areas, the word component is very much used. So the component meaning is very simple. You talk about a view. So what is the state in a React? So state is a React is nothing but is the one which identify what was and what is now. Okay, which stores the value for the specific period of time, which changes, and React is basically detecting those. So it is changing because of some actions either taken by the users or by the applications. Okay, so it keep tracking about all those states what it was there. Like in, I'm talking about an incrementing in a counter. So that is also the state available there. Okay, so the state object is always initialized in the constructor, so it can contain the multiple properties. So this dot set state is used to change the value of the state object, and set state is responsible to perform the shallow merge between the new state and the previous state. Now the state holds the data that a component renders to the web page. Certainly, because every time the state changes, so it needs to be stored somewhere. So this is how the state is accessed. As you can see this example here, in the constructor, we are defining the super props and the states being initialized, and you're rendering the states. There are three different steps are involved: initialize the state, render the state, and update the states. What is a higher order component and pure component in React? Higher order components are the component which are typically a function, okay, that takes a component and return a new component to you by manipulating few things. They're basically designed for the reusing. Okay, so the higher order components are typically a function that takes a component and return a new component. Okay, so in order to perform some reusability, a pure components are the components, okay, is a variation of React component that does a shallow comparison of props and state. Okay, shallow comparison basically checks what the equality. Are we clear now? So that's what the main job. Going ahead, what do you implement and how do you implement React routing? So to implement a React routing also comes with inbuilt React modules, and that particular module need to import it. So here we define the React modules by offering the route path, where you have a call. Left hand side is the name and the right hand side is the component which you would like to deliver it now.
Well, that's our wrap on this Web Developer Full Course 2023. We hope you found this video informative and helpful. If you are interested in learning more about different technologies, plenty of resources are available at Simplilearn. You can also check out our website for more information on different certifications. So thank you for watching, and we'll see you next time. Until then, keep learning and stay tuned to Simplilearn.
Hi there, if you like this video, subscribe to the Simplilearn YouTube channel and click here to watch similar videos. To nerd up and get certified, click here.